I don't know about you, but I think that that performance deserves another round of applause. Thank you. Good morning, Riyadh, and welcome to day 2 of the Global Smart City Forum. And indeed, wherever you're joining us from in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to it. I'm Dumi Makhabo. And what a day we had yesterday. It was busy, it was packed, there was a lot of stimulating thought and ideas, and a lot to really get us thinking about what it means to try to build or create a smart city. Well, today we're going to continue some of those dialogues. We are going to talk about mobility, we are going to talk about industry, but we're really going to try to also come to grips with how exactly we look at implementation. So be sure to stay with us throughout the day. Speaking of yesterday, we spoke a lot about collaboration and coordination and really essentially partnerships, how we partner together in bringing these smart cities into reality. Well, we also mentioned the hard work that Sadaya has been doing, and yes, once again, this time they're partnering with NVIDIA, and you all know NVIDIA, the work that they have been doing. The idea really is, how do we ensure that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia becomes a hub, a technology hub? Well, let's hear first off from Jensen Huang, who is the president, co-founder, and CEO of NVIDIA.
Welcome to the Global Smart City Forum in Riyadh. This is Jensen Huang, I'm the CEO of NVIDIA. Recent breakthroughs in artificial intelligence has made it possible for us to create systems that enable cities to be safer, more efficient, and certainly more sustainable, saving as much energy as we possibly can. At NVIDIA, we have created large-scale, real-time video analytic systems that combine the state-of-the-art in computer vision, object recognition, and semantic analysis, capable of helping all of you create smart city platforms. From object detection, object recognition, post estimation, segment analysis, and one of the latest breakthroughs, visual language models, that allows you to essentially talk to the video, querying the video for certain anomalous events for whatever you're looking for. You could basically talk to a video and talk to the video stream and search for something that is unusual or concerning. These technologies all run on NVIDIA GPUs, and we have a platform called Metropolis that enables you to make these systems at very large scale, very performant, and apply state-of-the-art artificial intelligence models. We also offer you pre-trained models, as well as frameworks that allow you to fine-tune your computer vision models that we provide with your own data. So anyhow, I hope you have a successful global smart city forum, the very first one here in Riyadh, and we look forward to partnering with all of you to enable future cities that are much more safe and efficient and wonderful to live in.
Well, thank you very much, Jensen. When I was listening to that, I was really excited by some of the technology that they're coming up with, and I look forward to seeing what it's going to do once it's been deployed. So, you may be wondering exactly what it is that Sadaya and NVIDIA have been up to. Well, let me present to you the Gen AI Academy in partnership with NVIDIA.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia achieved advanced global levels in data and AI based on the importance of these technologies and Sadaya's efforts to excel in the field. NVIDIA and the Saudi Data and AI Authority, Sadaya, launched Gen AI Academy in partnership with NVIDIA with the purpose of building a generation able to utilize AI technologies to build smart cities with the best environment for the good of humanity. Sadaya pursued the development of these technologies and localizing through the best practices to build a bright future with national capabilities, powered with the required knowledge, skills and innovation. A better life.
I think it's really exciting how one can translate ideas and thoughts and what could or couldn't be possible and really turn it into a tangible way of delivering the technology and the expertise. So I'm looking forward to seeing the graduates of that academy and exactly what it is they're going to do for us. So let's get on with another part of the program this morning, a conversation. Well, maybe not just a conversation, a keynote. Mobility, of course, comes in different forms, on the ground, but of course in the air. And where would we all be without air mobility in this day and age? In order for us to gather here, we had to travel by air. And it's become a key facilitator on the question of globalized economies in this day and age. So what does that look like in the context of a smart city? Well, let's welcome His Excellency Abdulaziz bin Abdullah Al Dulayj, the President of the General Authority of Civil Aviation here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's a great honor to provide the opening remarks today at the Global Smart City Forum, an event that reflects Saudi Arabia's commitment to providing global leadership in the 21st century. I thank our host, Sadaya, and the Smart City Expo World Congress for bringing us together to shape the future of our cities and create better lives for our people. Today, I will comment briefly in two topics. Firstly, I will summarize how the Kingdom is transforming our aviation sector through the Saudi Aviation Strategy, with an infrastructure and investment program that will drive greater connectivity and mobility for the world's cities. Second, I will outline how GACA is providing leadership on advanced air mobility sector to bring the future-ready air mobility ecosystem to our urban centers, making our cities smarter. Vision 2030, our national transformation blueprint, places aviation at the center of our efforts to diversify the economy and reduce our dependence on oil revenues. Through the Saudi Aviation Strategy, we are transforming our aviation sector and the impact of aviation in enabling Saudi Arabia's broader economic development, tourism, and investment agendas. By 2030, we will triple passenger traffic to 330 million per annum, increase Saudi Arabia's connectivity to more than 250 destinations globally, and increase air freight capacity to 4.5 million tons per annum. As part of this ambition, Saudi Arabia is also creating the next generation of future-ready airports, including Red Sea and Neom international airports. The newer generation of airports will leverage latest technologies such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, which will reduce queuing time, improve passengers' experience, and enhance operational efficiency, making our airports smarter. These smart airports will mirror the user-friendliness of smart cities and will make the airport's journey an enjoyable one. We are already seeing these concepts being trailed at the King Khalid International Airport, where facial recognition has recently been tested as an identification method for passengers instead of boarding passes. We live in an exciting time and unprecedented times where technology and data are transforming our day-to-day lives, making our cities smarter. This transformation is also taking place in the aviation sector. Traditionally, aviation is seen distant from cities, in airports at the outskirts of the cities, far from the urban environments. However, with recent technological advancement, air mobility will be brought into the heart of cities, well integrated into the urban landscape, revolutionizing the urban mobility. I am talking about emerging sector of advanced air mobility, which relies on newer generations of aircrafts which are quieter, cleaner, and safer, and also more affordable. These aircrafts will change the way people move, get their deliveries, or access emergency services. Advanced air mobility relies on technologies which are, at their heart, are closely linked and contribute to the developments of smart cities. It will contribute to an integrated transport system, infrastructure digitization, and sensorization, AI-enabled automated operations, and urban airspace management. I think we can all agree that smart cities have the fundamental objective to enhance the deliverability and the quality of lives of citizens and residents, more effective and efficient, for example, more effective and efficient healthcare and transportation systems. Advanced air mobility will contribute to complementary objectives, for example, improved transportation system, cleaner urban environment, and more efficient and accessible healthcare systems. Advanced air mobility and smart airports not only contribute to quality of life, but also offer an opportunity to knowledge economy of smart cities. Thousands of jobs are expected in the kingdom as soon as 2030, triggered by domestic and foreign investments, which will power economic growth. We already know that traffic jams cost billions of riyals to Saudi economy in lost productivity and wasted fuels. Some of these may sound like science fiction, as we are used to seeing flying cars and human interactive robots in movies. But we are much closer to this reality than it seems. The industry is already experiencing favorable tailwinds. For instance, successful testing of eVTOLs in NEOM and other locations in the kingdom, and promising partnership between leading industry players such as Saudi, FlyNAS, entering partnership with major eVTOL manufacturers. In summary, I am excited and confident that our collective work will transform the skies of our cities. GACA and many other public and private organizations are already partnering to enable regulatory frameworks, infrastructure developments, aircraft certification, talent attraction, and many other enablers which are required to materialize this ambition for the aviation sector. We count on all of you to realize this leapfrog in human progress. Exciting times are coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those words of inspiration. And I think we certainly will be keeping a keen eye on developments in that sector. Now, there's no question that AI, generative AI, immersive technologies are becoming not only part of how we speak or part of our lexicon, but they're certainly becoming quite pervasive. And the question is always, what must be done in order to ensure that our cities, regardless of where in the world they may be, are actually prepared to incorporate AI and for AI to be used in a manner that will actually allow for improved efficiencies and improved delivery. Well, I certainly think that's going to be something we're going to be looking forward to hearing shall I try that in English? To hearing about in the next conversation. So please welcome with her guests to discuss the challenges that are being faced in the sector is Senior Business Development Manager at Firewire Foundation, and her name is Karen Vega. Karen.
Sit on the middle or?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be here with this distinguished panel. Thank you very much for SDAIA for this invitation. So we are here today on the panel preparing cities for the artificial intelligence now. At the Firewire Foundation, we are supporting more than 350 cities, from South America to Europe, Africa. Actually, the city of Al Madina is using Firewire, and we are very proud of it. These cities adopted Firewire technology as a core component for their software platform for sustainability. In addition to that, Firewire members create enterprise solutions based on the Firewire upstream open source component, creating smart cities, smart territories, smart countries today. So, over the course of the day, yesterday, we've heard from mayors and different local and international authorities that cities must prepare and adapt for this technological change. We are going to discuss today what are these practical strategies for leveraging AI to enhance urban services, improve governance, foster innovation, while ensuring inclusivity and transparency and accountability. For this purpose today, our distinguished panel has Professor Arturo Briz, who is the director of IMD, Index World Competitive Center, and we are honored to have Professor Young Hong Lee, Honorary Major of SUL, Professor of Technology and Innovation at Yonsei University. He's a member also of the National Smart City Committee and National Data Policy Committee for the Republic of Korea. So, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Professor Young, we start the morning with you. How do you see AI transforming the landscape of innovation in these incoming years? How do we see this? We have landscape of innovation. You are a professor, you are an honorary major. Enlighten us, please, with your answers.
First of all, thanks for having me here, Your Excellency, and it's good to be back. I was in Riyadh last year this time as well, and stayed there 2 weeks to understanding how the smart city will grow here as well. And it's amazingly a year that has been passed, and things are changing very rapidly here as well, and I'm very excited to be here as well. talking about the landscape, I think there's no doubt that the AI has become no longer general technology, but new kind of a general purpose technologies. I think the IoT, big data has been driving the smart city, but I think from now, the AI will be the kind of a dominant kind of a new force of technologies to foster the urban innovation. And I'm going to just sharing with the three perspectives as well from the stakeholder view. First of all, the citizen perspective, there will be the new way of interactions. And that interaction will bring the new way of communicating the citizens together. And also, there will be a new interface of the way of communication will change as well.
I think there's...
Yeah, it's the technical difficulty here. Yeah.
Could you check the audio? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's... Are we okay now? Yes. Yeah. So I think assessing currently the 50 cities around the world right now, we are actually developed the index to actually measure how the impact of this AI will be used in public services. And for example, like AI in social services, we actually try to monitoring single alone elderly groups, checking up their daily kind of conditions to detect early signs, any signs of the dementia, or as well as checking their mental health as well. So basically, AI agent is actually giving a call to them and checking out and learning them to kind of what are the words that they frequently say and all those kind of things. Those kind of a backup data will be able to social workers to actually help to understanding what is the current status of these people as well. So again, this will be extended into the more into the metaverse and digital twin, and also the produced, enhanced way of different interaction as well. So in Korea, we call as a new kind of hyper interactions will be kind of emerge as that as well. Another perspective is the city and government perspective. Basically, a lot of ministries are launching a lot of different programs to using the AI to reduce any unnecessary work to improve the productivity, identify any administrative bottlenecks, as well as they predict the risks and also provide the insightful data analytics to guide the decision making as well. Again, in Seoul, we are actually changing all the CCTV into the more AI analytic-based CCTV to actually have searching for them, for example, like in missing the person with the autistic child that is missing, and searching for the missing this child that we just put the information about the clothes and also the kind of age and some IDs and this AI-based searching system can found within the golden time, and then currently at the moment we're actually testing out in 6 districts in Seoul right now as well. So again, AI from the government perspective, we are providing AI-powered safety net to protect the citizens as well. Lastly, the private sectors, I think there will be the new opportunity here as well. And again, the government role is very important to become a kind of an initiator or supporter to actually make these things happen as well. For example, in Ministry of Science and ICT, in our country is empowering the AI competitiveness to foster the new innovation. And with this new ecosystems, AI will be transform our society and become a growing kind of engine for the public sector to transform, and finding the right business model will be very important as well. I think, again, to be successful, again, the platform is very important here, that as one of the core infrastructures, similar to Fireware, and as well now implementing in cities, in the wide, in everywhere, and also as our SDF keynote speech yesterday, that we are co-creating the tomorrow with all the private sector as well. I think I see the more and more infrastructure will be autonomous as well, and that will be becoming the more working closely. And I believe that the AI will be becoming the more autonomous smart city.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. So we can see how AI can also be a support for this safety net that you just mentioned, no? So how detailed it could go, no? We think sometimes of AI, of machines, something very distant, but we can make it closer to the citizens, make it closer, taking care of the mental health that they have mentioned for the citizens, and providing this information for the well-being and safety of the citizens of Korea. Thank you very much for these insightful and practical examples of how AI is also transforming the landscape of this innovation today and in the coming years. What will this also mean for health, for people down the road in the future? So now, thank you very much. Professor Brice, you are leading the IMD World Competitiveness Center. So you've seen a lot of cities in your index. How can cities effectively assess and manage their competitiveness in the context of this rapid integration of AI technologies? Please enlighten us with this, and how do we assess and manage this competitiveness? Now, all the cities want to be in certain rankings, they want to be there, they want to provide good services, be impactful, and also be competitive. Give you the word.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to come back to a city that I love, Riyadh, and thank you also for the discussion, because I strongly believe that AI is going to be a revolutionary technology. And obviously, I think the ability to process data in a much more effective way is going to increase the quality of life of citizens. And I think Professor Lee has given us fantastic examples of how Seoul is doing that. I am concerned with two issues that I want to mention. From the point of view of competitiveness, the important outcome of technology has to be improvements in people's prosperity. And obviously data is a driver of that prosperity. But I think we need to make sure that there is an understanding by the population of the power of data and to what extent privacy issues enhance the willingness of people to convey their information can increase their quality of life. I think in that sense, I think cities need to make an effort to educate and to prepare citizens. I work primarily with companies. I come from a business school. And I think that the typical strategy that companies are using today with AI is being AI ready, which is primarily about understanding what the technology can do. I think at the city level, the same thing has to happen. So to what extent citizens understand the power of the technology. And this requires education, this requires promotion, this requires actually publicity and campaigns to understand that data and data systems are good for the citizen. The second point that I want to address and that I have been struggling with in the last months when it comes to the technology is that most people tend to agree that AI is going to create more jobs than it's going to destroy. Honestly, I don't believe any of these projections because I don't believe in crystal balls. And there is a big challenge with the extent to which AI is going to be able to foster productivity and competitiveness at the city level, but creating jobs much more than destroying them. And I think that's something that cities need to care about. So to what extent AI can create new jobs, and to what extent we can, more importantly, redeploy those who lose their jobs to AI into other jobs. Because to me, the main concern when it comes to competitiveness and technology is this early stage of adoption where there is going to be massive misplacement and displacement of employees and workers that will need to find their economic opportunities. So all in all, I think that preparedness of individuals and citizens on the technology, and second, to what extent AI promotes job creation. I think they're going to be the main challenges for the competitiveness of cities.
Thank you very much for this answer. Yeah, so you just mentioned the importance to be competitive, the importance of understanding data. What does that mean to understand data? You mentioned educate the citizens, no? And you mentioned I work mainly with companies, but education is important, no? I was linking this to yesterday's intervention of also Korea, the efforts that Korea is making, and they have, for example, all this manual on how to use ChatGPT. So you were mentioning AI will create jobs. Well, the job is also to make this manual of how are we going to use AI. So someone has to think, how can we use these powerful AI tools, no? And then mentioning this productivity that you just commented, no? So how much more productive we can be with these AI tools that are now out there for us. So very concrete examples, so very, very much the stress on this way of understanding education, no? The fact that we are all here today trying to understand and put all our brains to dialogue and bringing you the best of our panelists. Thank you very much, Professor Brace. Professor Lee, we jump again to you. So you are an honorary major of Seoul. Explain us also very short what does honorary means, because I also got this question.
Okay.
And I will then follow up with the question.
Yeah, okay. So honorary mayor is actually the kind of part-time kind of positions that actually are helping the mayors to become advisors as well. I was a first chairperson for the Smart City Committee for the Seoul for the 4 years as well, and also take the lead to get the City Award in 2022 in Barcelona as well. Basically, that's the more higher positions to actually most prestige positions that I can get, to helping the mayors to have an advisor on the digital transformations, as well as the actually delivering the keynote speech like this on behalf of the mayor of Seoul as well. So I think there is very honorable positions to have these things, and I'm very happy to get this position.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So being such a representative, please, how can cities leverage technology and innovation to address challenges? You were mentioning in your first intervention the citizens, the care for the citizens in the safety net. But now the question is more in this urban governance to improve the overall quality of life. We've seen an example with what you mentioned in your previous question, but maybe you can elaborate now on that.
So at the moment, University of Cambridge and my university is actually co-working together to have a kind of index on the 50 cities around the world. We've been doing since 2017 as well. So this will be the 4th editions will be come out. And when we look at this index, we also look at some of the strategies of all different cities as well. And after the pandemic, I think the 2 keywords comes out, and what is the inclusive, and then another one is sustainability as well. So based on the 2 keywords, I think the inclusive is a very becoming the important words here as well. I think that I see the more and more great kind of use cases, including AI application, into covering these 2 areas as well. But I think that we need to look at it more from the holistic governance approach to approach this problem. And I see that some of our cities are actually very fragmented. They do it in a very vertical way to apply the AI. But I think the AI have to be, as I told you at the beginning, it have to be a new kind of a general purpose technology to apply in every urban sector as well. So I think the strategy here is very important here. I would like to emphasize 2 things here. One is the data, another is the citizen engagement as well. So first one, the data is now in Korea, I mean, as I told you that the national data policy in Korea is now changing from not only the collecting the data analytics, but how this data can be used as AI trained data as well. So now the focus has been shifted to more AI uses of applying the training data and how we're going to make these things as well. And that's the kind of very important. And also the multimodal data analytics, which means that we can analyze image and text and at the same time to improve the accuracy. I think more and more application will be used on that to actually creating. Again, the governance here, the data governance become very important. I believe that it will be the subset of the urban governance from now to looking at how data will be protected and also used widely as well. Second factor I wanted to mention to you is the citizen engagement. And that's actually reshaping the urban governance as well. So in past 5 years in Korea, the citizen engagement was very important. And one of the tools or approach was using what we call as a living lab as well. The living lab is basically the bridging the people and technologies to foster the urban innovation. We actually do a lot of activity with generating the new ideas, defining the problems, sharing these problems, how are we going to solve these problems together. Those kind of the inclusive to engaging the citizen was very important. Again, for evidence using this data to actually engaging citizen becoming very critical. So that becoming very popular to actually attract a lot of citizens to engage here as well. So this is the kind of a more way of becoming more smarter and inclusive to working in more sustainable way to do that. But this is a kind of a more holistic approach to managing these things as well. And I think the operating living lab is actually very important for us to understanding what really citizen needed and demands as well. And I think that is the private sectors to understand what is the kind of needed as well. And sometimes, for example, I was working with the Hyundai Motors into the mobility area in certain area, and we didn't know anything about it. Only the supply perspective was considered there. But when we actually engaging with the citizen, there are new kind of issues and kind of came out that we need to actually regulate them as well. So I think that this is the kind of creating some ecosystem, which is I would call healthy ecosystems to actually working as bridging the technology and people, and that becoming the people-centric smart city.
Thank you very much. So we've heard about the importance of being inclusive, multimodal data, protecting data, citizen engagement, this link between people and technology and the importance of that. So thank you very much. And we will be closing the panel with Professor Arturo Briz because we are running out of time. So Professor Briz, in what ways, we've heard all these protecting data, inclusiveness. So this question is about governance within cities when we bring in AI. So AI can definitely contribute, but how to govern this in a city in this context? What do you see what are the challenges? What would you like to leave the audience with on this question?
For the sake of time, I will be brief. In a couple of months, we are going to publish the IMD Smart City Index in the 2024 edition that ranks about 140 cities in the world on their ability to increase the prosperity of citizens through technology. So going back to your question, what we find is that in the best cities of the world, it's not so much about the tangible infrastructure that makes the city smart. It's about the intangibles, and particularly governance is key. I mean, Seoul, for example, or cities like Tallinn or Zurich are cities that have excelled at creating a governance system that generates trust. So we need to make sure that we fix the basics before we implement technologies, and one of these basics is the regulatory system that helps citizens trust the technology. And then governance is, of course, paramount. Unfortunately, very often data governance is a national policy, much more than a city policy. So for cities, it's the extent to which they contribute to having such a national governance that is going to matter a lot to make cities truly smart.
Thank you very much. So yes, the importance also of shaping policy. So to you all that have been here today, that are in positions of service, of reaching out the citizens, we thank very much to our distinguished panels today. And we close with this final phrase from each of you, perhaps on preparing cities on AI. One short statement to close.
Awareness.
Awareness.
I think the Saudi will become one of the fastest growing smart cities in the world, and that's what I felt this time.
Fastness. Okay, thank you very much. Please, we close with a big applause for this panel.
Ultra beats on the track.
And again to Karen and her guests, thank you very much. I'm sure you're all, not I'm sure, I know you all are aware about the ambitions here in Saudi Arabia. And we all understand that a significant driver and element of that is going to be industrial development. It is going to be key to growth in the kingdom. But the question remains, in the context of a smart city discussion, how exactly do we ensure that it is done in a sustainable way, but that tech forms an integral part of that industrial growth and development? Well, to shed some light on exactly how that may happen, please put a very warm welcome together for His Excellency Bandar Al Quraif, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to be here. I think the panel just now have set the stage for what I'm about to talk about. But let me first congratulate Sadaya for the great work and this exceptional event, where we are focusing on helping our economy be digitalized and be able to benefit from new technologies. I'm also honored to be talking to you today about the role of smart cities as an engine of industrial growth, technology deployment, and sustainable industrial development. I will focus on the sectors I'm responsible for, which is industry and mining. But let us first shed light on technology trends and the role of government. Probably most of you know that previously, factories globally, mining activities in almost any location could utilize the advancement of technologies by just working with technology providers. Today, this has changed. Manufacturing landscape requires facilities to be part of a technology ecosystem with an advanced digital infrastructure, offering essential services such as connectivity, cybersecurity, cloud solution, and with the participation of capable technology partners to facilitate seamless plug-and-play applications within factories. Essentially, a factory's intelligence is becoming bound by the industrial city's intelligence. This shift underscores the responsibility of governments to have more prospective and more active role than in the past to enhance the manufacturing and mining landscape. By setting up smart industrial cities, mining sites, and by attracting technology partners, governments can significantly enrich the technology ecosystem. So why is smart cities important for us here in Saudi in the area of industry and mining? Saudi Arabia have launched its national industrial strategy, setting challenging goals that includes tripling the manufacturing GDP, and more than doubling manufacturing employment, boosting exports by 3 times by the end of 2030, and furthermore, plans are in place to increase the number of factories by 3-fold. Our national industrial strategy is therefore betting on technology. We are betting on technology to fulfill these objectives and leapfrog our global industrial competitiveness. The present and unparalleled opportunities for Saudi Arabia to cluster new factories within smart industrial cities to ensure they are equipped with the latest technology enabled and innovation that enhances competitiveness, prioritize worker safety, exhibit greater resilience, and embrace sustainability. So we are not starting from scratch. So what have we done so far? Saudi Arabia is fortunate to have clustered most of its manufacturing capabilities in 40 integrated industrial cities around the kingdom, mainly as part of the Royal Commission of Jebel Yanbu or Mudun. This clustering has unlocked numerous opportunities for efficiency, including industrial infrastructure, shared services, common logistic solutions, and warehousing. We have deployed smart cities IoT platforms in more than 20 industrial cities to enable real-time oversight of operational aspects such as lighting, energy management, water usage, water management, safety protocols, fire alarms, irrigation, environmental protection, and efficient transportation systems. A notable innovation within Jubail Industrial City, as an example, is a smart ambulance traffic system, which reduced the average ambulance response time by 50%. Additionally, the adaptation of smart meters in different factories streamlined energy use, while construction sites also adopted smart helmets for real-time monitoring of project progress and execution to enhance safety and performance. These are examples of few ongoing applications. But we still have a long journey to go. And we seek technology partners to deploy new use cases in manufacturing and mining sites. There are great opportunities for the future of Saudi industry and mining. But we realize that the path to realizing smart industrial cities opportunities begins with a clear vision and leadership drive. Fortunately, the National Industrial Strategy, as well as the mining strategy, localization strategy, and export strategy has already set the course, and the Kingdom is ready to embrace smart industrial cities and transform our factories, mining sites to the future. We have laid a solid foundation with many enablers, including the development of effective policies and regulations, investment in both physical and digital infrastructure, and launched different programs such as the Future Factories program that offers attractive financial incentives and comprehensive training initiatives. So we are here to say that we are committed to developing advanced technologies in manufacturing and mining sector. And we invite technology providers to join us in this transformation journey. Thank you very much.
Well, honored guests, we invite His Excellency to stay for a moment with us on stage and perhaps join us again in thanking His Excellency for those wonderful and transformative words. Thank you. Now, as His Excellency stays here, honored guests, let me tell you, to set the scene for what I know is a very special announcement indeed. Because joint efforts between the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources and the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority have been supporting the use of AI in the industrial sector through a whole series of very effective initiatives. And that has already resulted in several successes in what is a significant economic sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now together witness the launch of one of the cooperative initiatives between SDAIA and the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency, the President of SDAIA. Please welcome up Dr. Abdullah Al-Hamdi. Your Excellency, welcome. Very good to see you. Your Excellencies, welcome. The crystal sits in front of us. Now, His Excellency Mr. Bandar Al Khoraf and His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Hamdi are going to launch the AI Center for Manufacturing and Mining. Your Excellencies.
The industry sector undergoes a significant transformation in the Kingdom, leveraging its technical and innovation capabilities to adapt fourth industrial revolution technologies, which enables smart factories operation to bolstering the local and global economy. And with the increased need to build the AI capabilities to operate these factories, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, in collaboration with the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, is proud to announce the launch of the AI Center for Manufacturing and Mining. To unlock the full potential of data and AI in the industry sector, build the national competencies in AI in the industry sector, support the strategic ambitions to make the Kingdom a leading industrial powerhouse and global logistics hub, enhancing the growth rate of industry and local content. With technology, data and AI, we build smart industries, a better life.
Well, welcome back everybody to the Global Smart City Forum. And let me say a very warm welcome to the thousands of people who have been tuning in online from around the world. Welcome to this truly global gathering. If you're just tuning in, we have gathered in Riyadh delegates from over 40 different countries, over 80 speakers on this stage, so well over 500,000 views just online yesterday of this stream, and really speaking to the guests in the corridors, the honored participants from around the world, some takeaways from yesterday, our ability to inspire each other, our ability to learn from each other, and really the potential to join the dots, not just between our delegates online and in this arena here in Saudi Arabia, but between industries, between sectors, between generations as well. Now, this next conversation is one that we have particularly been looking forward to, because the giga projects of Saudi Arabia have inspired the world with their ambition, their audacity, and their courage. And it's through the drive of those giga projects that we're now going to light up this next discussion with points of inspiration. So I'm hugely looking forward to it, and I know that you'll give a big forum welcome. The group I'm about to introduce you to is going to be moderated and chaired by the Group Head of Technology for Red Sea. So they're going to be accompanied by their guests, but why don't we give a very warm welcome with his panel to Dr. Ahmed Ali Al-Suhaili. Welcome. Looking forward to this. Welcome.
Okay, a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Ahmed Al-Suhaili, the Group Head of Technology of Red Sea Global. Today I have the pleasure of having Mr. David Henry, the CEO of Misk City, as well as Mrs. Jane McGiven, the CEO of the Sports Boulevard Foundation. We were supposed to have the pleasure of having also Mr. Jerry Enzarello, the CEO of the Daria Corporation, and Mr. Michael Dyke, the CEO of the Numrabba, but unfortunately they weren't able to join us today. But the good news is that that gives us double the time to talk even more about two amazing projects, and maybe I'll pitch in as well and tell you a little bit about Red Sea Global. So let's get going. Very nice to have you with me today. To kick us off, maybe it's worth spending some time for those in the audience who are not fully familiar with your project, maybe an introduction, and why should we get excited about it?
Okay, thank you. I'm very pleased to be here this morning. Misk City, or Mohammed bin Salman Non-Profit City, is a project of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince through his Misk Foundation. It's located in Riyadh, very close to the diplomatic quarter and directly opposite the Daria Gate development. It's a vision His Royal Highness had, I think, from the early days when he set his foundation up in 2011. And I think why people should get excited about it, from a real estate point of view, I, as the CEO, were very fortunate that all the subsidiary businesses of the foundation that have been established over the last 13 years will move their headquarters into the city. The other thing that is critical is the daily activation of the city by the youth. So they ensure that when they come there to live or work there, that their aspirations and their needs are delivered. And I think that's the, I suppose, social impact that His Royal Highness is looking for. So it hosts every subsidiary from Misk Schools to the Misk Art business to our new headquarters that relocate from the diplomatic quarter. It's completely focused around youth, the empowerment of the Saudi youth, and obviously reach out to the global youth of the world through activation of the city. That's it in a nutshell.
Fantastic, and I know a lot of people are super excited about it, equally excited about the boulevard.
Thank you. And thank you to Sadir for organizing such an interesting event and gathering us all together today. Sports Boulevard is first and foremost very proud to be an integral part of the Saudi Vision 2030. And that program's absolutely everything that we do. We're part of Riyadh in our DNA. We are one of the largest genuine urban regeneration projects in the world today. We have a platform of 360-degree sustainability, right from ESM through design, through construction and delivery, through operation and financial sustainability. We have a slightly different aim from some of the mega projects. We're not a real estate company, although we do deliver a huge amount of real estate for investment. But really our core aim is about the quality of life and the health and well-being of absolutely every person in Riyadh, visitor, resident, anybody who happens to be in the city. I think we have an impact, a very positive impact, throughout the whole of Riyadh. We interact and we cross every district, every community, every mega project. We interact with MISC, we interact with Diriyah Gate, we interact with CAFT. I think the only one that we don't really touch is Qiddiya. So it's a very complex project, especially when you consider that the bulk of it, the main part of Sports Boulevard is a 35-kilometer stretch, straight line east to west from Wadi Hanifa right up to Wadi Saleh by the airport, and it's a former utility corridor, or a current utility corridor. So before we can start delivering the world's largest linear park, we have to divert all of the utilities in a way that means that we don't turn off Riyadh and cause everybody a whole host of problems in that respect. Once completed, as I've said, we become the world's largest linear park, 135 kilometers long in total. We deliver 50-plus different sports across the realm of our boulevard, many and most for grassroots sport. Our remit is to encourage and make sport and recreation available to everybody, regardless of who you are or where you come from. You want to go for a cycle ride, you want to go for a run, this is where you would come. We are within easy reach of 16% of Riyadh, and thanks to the amazing metro system, we'll be easily accessible from the whole of Riyadh. I'm very excited about it. It's an amazing project. It's transformational. It's environmentally friendly. We aim to be carbon neutral by 2040. And we spent the first couple of years disrupting your traffic. I'm very sorry for that. But now we're starting to come out of the ground, and our first phase opens in a couple of months. So thank you.
Super exciting, and I'm sure every single person living in Riyadh is very much looking forward for that opening. Maybe this is the perfect segue for us to start digging deeper. And I want to stick with you, Jane, for a second. Let's drill down on the urban design of the Sports Boulevard and how we're making Riyadh more livable.
I think we've approached urban design, especially as we are at our heart of park, in a way that makes Riyadh more livable. It makes a lasting impression. It's sustainable. It's there forever. So we're approaching really very much in a way of longevity and a relaxation vibe across our design. We've created a design code that not only applies to Sports Boulevard itself, but if you take Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road, which is the long stretch east to west that we go along, for a kilometer either side of that road, so that's about 19% of Riyadh, they will have to adhere, should anybody wish to develop in those areas, to our design code, which is all about the quality of architecture, the materials used, the Salmanic principles of design, as well as being very environmentally friendly. We're encouraging the use of sustainable energies, recycling of grey water, density of plots, and looking to reduce the number of cars on the road with sustainable transport systems interacting with the metro. So our urban planning techniques really started with technology. How can we use technology to deliver those in a way that don't look like we're trying so hard? The one thing we all know about technology is that as soon as we've done it, it's slightly out of date and the next great thing's coming along. So we've really used the technology, as well as clearly smart city technologies in our design that interact with the rest of Riyadh through the Ministry of Telecoms and RCRC and Amana, that control traffic lights and waste collections and that sort of thing. The technology that we're using in our urban design is very much around letting us know when a tree needs watering, so we don't overwater and we don't underwater, around waste collection, around the invisible things that make a mega project tick, that we can do much more efficiently and invisibly. So, and that's because we're really aiming to create this green spine through Riyadh. We're planting a couple of 100,000 trees and 4.5 million plants, as well as all of the real estate that we're delivering. So, intersection with the metro stations that are on site, we have 3 and some iconic assets that we're delivering, I think ultimately we want to be just part of the city fabric that's just there, seamlessly fits into Riyadh as the norm for everybody. So we're blending in and creating new standards for everybody else to blend in too.
Perfect. Over to you, David.
Urban planning. I suppose we're fortunate in a way that the city land area is about 3 square kilometres. It was a greenfield site, very fortunate. It adjoined Sports Boulevard, or Wadi Hanifa. And the master plan came out of an international design competition in 2018. It's about 2 million square metres of total development on about 45% of the land. And I suppose livability, the core of the master plan by the planning group from Frankfurt. It's small enough to deliver the principles of what we hear now of the 15-minute city. In fact, we're delivering that. Its master plan is also based around a private utility business. So we essentially run the whole private utility business inside the boundaries of the city. We have a major planting program because essentially it was vacant land with a couple of disused palm plantations on it. It's low rise to meet His Royal Highness's requirements to fit in with the adjoining suburbs. So it's essentially 4 stories across the whole city, apart from a couple of signature assets that we're developing. The other thing I think's important is that we've introduced cycleways, and through our micro-mobility network, you'll be able to live there, work there, and essentially you really don't need to own a vehicle. So we pushed heavily with our friends at Amana to reduce the car parking ratios on the basis the next metro line, Line 7, is coming through the city. But also, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is keen for the employees of the subsidiary businesses that will eventually move to the city in late 2025, and there'll be probably about 2,000 across all our businesses, to be encouraged to live there and therefore work. Work there, entertain there. We've already finished our first parklands down on Wadi Hanifa with sports fields, and the whole then message of livability, particularly for youth, is to be able to exercise, walk the streets. There's cycleways already built. We already moved our office there 2 years ago. Miss Schools opened last August, so the city's already been used. What we call late 25 day one, it's more for the rest of the infrastructure to be delivered. And livability through our own companion app, which we've completed, and our first phase of the Smart City strategy rolled out, allows that livability to be delivered by the consumers who all walk around with their mobile phone. So we stick to those principles. We have also delivered the project under the LEED and WELL ratings, the global ratings. And if you go out there today, you see we're adding to the Greening Riyadh initiative by planting trees. It's wonderful to see people from the adjoining neighbourhood walk the few streets that we've opened to the public. And it's part of building a community. It's not just a set of buildings. It's a community for the youth of the nation, and also ideally to attract other youth to come in and join the programs that the foundation delivers.
It's fantastic. And we're supposed to talk about sustainability now, but I have to cross the line as moderator because I can't have you guys talk about sustainability without me talking about what Red Sea Global is doing on sustainability. So we're the first of the Giga projects to open. We're open today. Everyone is welcome to visit us. We talked about you guys visiting us soon, inshallah. And we're the world's first zero-carbon tourist destination. The only place in the world where you can come today and have a zero-carbon vacation. The entire infrastructure of the Red Sea is 100% powered by solar renewable energy. We have 760,000 solar panels implemented, the world's largest zero-carbon grid, so we're off the national grid. We're using a 1 gigawatt-hour battery storage system, that is the largest in the world as well. And then that naturally cascades to everything we do. So our fleet is fully sustainable, and it's truly sustainable, because if you use EVs and you charge them from non-clean energy sources, it really defies the purpose. So we have that full end-to-end sustainability approach to transportation, all the infrastructure, all the technology. We're very proud to have the world's first zero-carbon 5G network, so on and so forth. So Saudi, and I say Saudi, not just the Red Sea Global, Saudi sets a very high bar when it comes to sustainability, and I'm eager to hear how you're going to build on that, contribute to it.
So again, the master plan was created through a sustainability agenda. We started that really before the major assets, apart from, as I said, the LEAD program. We were fortunate, the foundation bought a disused medical supplies warehouse on the foundation's land. We did what's called a dilapidation survey. It was too valuable to knock over, so we restored it. It's our office, which you've obviously both visited. So day one is reuse of an existing building, set a very good agenda. You talked about transport. Our whole strategy is around really micro-mobility. So car parks, stations that we have to have on the edge of the city, and then you move into the city through other forms of the last mile micro-mobility. Just completed a trial with RCRC for autonomous bus, which was very successful, particularly as it's new, and understanding that our internal roads will be private, you can run a program. So as I said, once the city opens, you really don't need a vehicle. Unless you want to go and visit family in other parts of Riyadh, you can car share, ride, whatever you like, but within the city, you really don't need a vehicle. So from a sustainability, you just take all the vehicles off the road. The other smart city agendas that we've worked on deliver on that sustainability program. Things like smart lighting, smart irrigation. We have our own treated effluent program, so we can control that. We don't, beyond a certain limit, distribute into the sewage network of the city. The other thing is tree planting. Obviously, we planted another 30 trees this week, celebrating our participation in the Riyadh Marathon. As I said, LEED, solar, all our car parks will have solar roofs, so there's an agenda there which we follow very stringently.
Fantastic. So I have to admit that Red Sea Global, we fully took advantage of being a greenfield development. I think you, to a certain extent, at MISC Foundation benefit from it within the new development that you're doing. But you're not having it easy at all, Jane. You know, being in the middle of Riyadh, just cutting through that road. So how do you make it sustainable?
Well, sustainability is actually a guiding principle for us, both for the infrastructure development and the future use, the operation, if you like, of the park. That said, I think, if I may, as we have a little bit of extra time, make a point that actually the most sustainable thing that we in the giga and mega projects can do is work together on our sustainability platforms. So, you know, it's much more sustainable that we are much more financially sustainable, as well as we save a lot of time if we all engage in the same practices. Because really, we're all, Red Sea aside, we're all part of Riyadh. We're all here to serve Riyadh. So if we all have the same systems and the same principles, and we share ideas, and have you thought about this, and we're doing that, I think that would be a great thing. I mean, we do it already with MISC. David and I had a long chat this morning about, in fact, we started it 2 years ago, I think, about district cooling. And I have to thank you guys at Red Sea Global. We were very proud that we were using a form of concrete that used 35% less carbon in our manufacture, and we're using a lot of concrete. And I went to a Red Sea Global event last year, late last year, and got talking to your sustainability team and found there was a carbon, in fact, a negative carbon alternative to concrete that we could use. So we engaged with that company, and we're now very pleased to be able to have moved that forward and start using the most sustainable thing that I've seen for a long time. And that comes from just listening and engaging with my fellow colleagues like Red Sea Global, like David at MISC and RCRC and Amana, and just listening and learning. And you never stop on your sustainability journey. When you think you've got your strategy finished, it definitely isn't. You definitely keep needing to challenge it. So, as I said earlier, we're looking to be carbon neutral in our operations by 2040. And you know, we're working very hard towards that by doing a lot of trials at the moment. You mentioned a trial, David, that you've done with RCRC. We're doing one with the use of a nano clay mixed in with soil so your tree will use 75% less water during irrigation for reflective asphalt materials, which actually you incorporate with recycled tires, bizarrely. So our cycle track, which is 220 kilometers of it, will be, we will use this material that actually brings the urban temperature down 1.5 degrees within 50 meters of it. So, you know, the more that we can all get together and start exchanging these ideas, the better it is for the entire city. We like to challenge and test new technologies before we implement it. So we're running many trials around irrigation, around how we can, we're working with Green Riyadh especially on recycling grey water for irrigation purposes for parks. And we're also trialing a way of dealing with waste on site that actually bakes it and produces a carbon material that we can use as fertilizer for the trees. So keeping everything on site, dealing with everything where we can without vehicle movements, all of this is a form of sustainability, which we're really proud to be trialing, and we're here for anybody who wants to work with us on it and use it. We've actually found a novel way of using our construction waste and keeping it on site, which I'm afraid I can't talk about at the moment, maybe next time. So it really is important, but as I say, the most sustainable thing we can do is think of ourselves as a collective rather than a bunch of individuals. And every individual action from these very influential mega projects across Riyadh will benefit every citizen of Riyadh, and that's the ultimate sustainability, creating a city that is a fantastic place to live. Riyadh's already a fantastic city, but by the time we get to 2030, when all of these things have been implemented, I think this will be one of the best cities in the world, and leading the way. You know, one of the cities with the harshest climates in summer is leading the way in sustainability, and I think that is admirable. So well done, Riyadh.
So keeping things on site is easy when you're in Riyadh. You do have the logistical advantage, which we lack. One thing I learned at Red Sea Global is that building stuff on island is not easy. Now, being the group head of technology at Red Sea Global, obviously my favorite question is about the digitization angle and the use of technology. And it links very nicely with the sustainability piece, because to be truly fully sustainable, you got to take advantage of all the technological advancements, and vice versa. You know, using clean tech improves your sustainability. Let me give you one example. So, being a luxury tourism destination, we provide a very premium transportation service. Not just the quality of the vehicles that we use, but also the quality of the service. We have the systems and the measurements that allow us to factually say, no guest at Red Sea Global will wait for more than 5 minutes for a ride. How do we do this? We manage our entire fleet of electric vehicles using an intelligent application. Think of Uber, you know, assigning jobs to the drivers and so on and so forth. But remember, you're dealing with electrical vehicles, so there's that factor of charging the vehicle, because it's not a quick gas pump top-up. So another factor is, when do these vehicles charge? So sometimes a driver would get a notification, go charge up even though they're at 70%, because you need to be at 100% because you're going to be drained for the rest of the day. Similarly, it could be at 30%, and we'll be like, keep going, buddy, because you'll be able to get to your destination, and there's a charging station over there. It gets even more interesting because we're using solar. So your charging capacity during the day is different from the night. So all these layers of the optimization complexity make it a very interesting problem, and a lot of tech gets in there to make it actually work. So I'm very curious and eager to hear about what you're doing for tech.
So in the technology area, I mentioned before, we obviously had a smart city agenda which we've implemented. We commissioned our Tier 4 data centre about a month ago, and our Stage 1 smart city, as I said before, was really commissioned at the same time as the MIS schools opened. We partnered with our friends at Sedaya to do traffic simulation, because schools, like hospitals, are one of the biggest drivers of vehicle congestion, particularly at drop-off time. So we were fortunate, probably a month before, we have our temporary central command centre. We have cameras, and we also control the signalisation into the city. So we're able to simulate, provide early advice to particularly the parents and the drivers. We have about 600 children who relocated from the current school up opposite KSU, and it went pretty well flawlessly. We didn't have traffic jams. We fiddled a little bit with the time delays between red and green at the intersections. So that was a technology that worked. We have 2 more schools and a university in the pipeline, and again, we're going to have to do a simulation around traffic. Again, big drivers of traffic demand. Same for our intersection going onto the Western Freeway. We're yet to open it. However, if anyone drives on that section of the road in the morning, you can see the issues you've got. So accessing our data centre, tying with the Sedaya's data centre, particularly with traffic simulation, which is important for us. The other areas, we have launched our own, what we call companion app. So our staff and other select groups can book online to use the sports fields. They pay a small charge to make sure they turn up, and that's now tied to them getting access into the sports fields. The building automation system, so we obviously have done BIM for all the projects, and we only have one operational apart from our office, will feed into whatever we decide to do with digital twinning. And it's a matter of making sure we don't duplicate what Amana's doing and Sedaya, as we heard yesterday. So we haven't locked in a digital twinning, but we will do it. And all this is necessary on the basis His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants the city to manage his project in perpetuity. So it's very different from a typical real estate development where you've got third-party owners and developers. Apart from a couple of assets, we will own everything. We need to manage it for him in perpetuity, and the business model then becomes a little bit different. It becomes more about what he expects from impact. Hello? So it's more about he wants to get by assets we're putting in there. Oh, we're okay now. Rather than a bottom line profit-driven exercise. I mean, the foundations are non-for-profit, surplus revenue event to the philanthropic endeavours he currently does.
Check. The mic comes in.
Working. Sorry. Yeah. So the technology is a little bit different when you are going to be a long-term owner and manager, and you have a private utility network that all needs to talk to each other. So the building management systems through a consortium we have will all go back to our current control centre, and then in our major control centre we open in our mixed-use precinct, which controls the whole city. And then the critical thing, and it's a learning curve I think for everybody, is how we take our systems and the intellectual property and the privacy around AI and all those sorts of things, and immerse it into the national or Riyadh-based programs. And that gives us about 18 months to get all that right. So when we open our mixed-use precinct, security, making sure a child gets lost, you know where they are, whole smart parking programs in place now because we've started 3 car parks. So very much centre of mind, because I have to think about the project as essentially owning and running a private university campus from the outset.
Well, the first thing that we're going to do at Sports Boulevard is get our microphone technology working very well. No, okay, a little joke. We're slightly different to the other mega projects. We're not self-contained. This isn't our area. We are just part and parcel. We're urban regeneration. We're part and parcel of the fabric of Riyadh. We cross the whole of Riyadh. There's no ticket sales. Anybody can come onto the boulevard and enjoy the boulevard at any time of the day or night. We have communities living on the boulevard. We have business areas on the boulevard. We have hotels on the boulevard. And we have 50 different sports on the boulevard. So our tech strategy is quite complex. The strategic pillars, first and foremost, how does our tech interact with Riyadh, with the government bodies that control the tech in Riyadh, the smart tech? How do our roads interact with traffic lights, and how do we keep the place secure when we have no fences? And so we have a very much a smart city from a government standpoint strategy. But then our other sort of strategic pillars are driving efficient operations, seamless, efficient, cost-effective operations of a park that is 135 kilometers long. That's actually very complex in its own right. We then have to promote by providing the infrastructure, but also by providing events and activities, a sports-related, healthy lifestyle. And how do we create that environment with the aid of technology? And then, of course, there's the social and the sustainability aspects of technology as well. So it's a very complex technical strategy that we haven't finished yet. I think we're pretty much there on the first part of it because we're working with such great stakeholders. On the second part of it, as I think I said earlier, it's easy to get out of date very quickly. And then finally, we don't want to be intrusive with our tech because we want the park to be a place where people are enjoying relaxation and nature and a chance to take 5 minutes as they walk to the office in a busy city. We have no cars on the realm of Sports Boulevard. It is a car-free environment. We have 3 metro stations where we're creating 6 different transport hubs within the vicinity of those stations to encourage the use of public transport. That's where you will catch the metro, get your Uber, get a bus, collect your bike, collect your scooter, walk, run, whatever. But we are just also finalizing the design now to implement a 60-kilometer loop that goes either side of Sports Boulevard along Prince Mohammed bin Salman Road for automated buses, driverless buses. And very much like our colleagues at Red Sea, they will be on a loop where you never have to work. There's a bus stop every kilometer, so you never have to walk very far. And you will never have to, at peak times, wait more than 5 minutes for a bus. So we're taking cars off the road, we're reducing traffic on a very busy road, and we are encouraging a more healthy lifestyle. So, and that use of tech is incredibly important. How do we control those buses? Where how can we link it in with other driverless bus systems in Riyadh? For example, should we include a loop up through and beyond Expo, down into Diriyah Gate, link ourselves up to King Salman Park on the same system? So we're working very closely with the authorities on how we can do that. How do we control the traffic lights so that the buses, you know, are fast, because that's going to encourage people to use them. If you can get on a bus at one end of Sports Boulevard down by Diriyah Gate and not have to stop at all for traffic until you get right up to Wadi Saleh, I think that's very, very attractive commuter facility. So do we deal with the technology just for Sports Boulevard and its visitors and users, or all of the commuters and people who live nearby? I think we have to do both. So, so technology is really helping us do this. And, you know, looking at new ways of charging the buses, for example. Is there a system that they can charge from a magnetic, an electronic road or not? I don't know. So we're continually looking at the best, most effective ways of doing that, and we're learning about this from Stockholm and Milan especially, where they've been trialing these systems. So I have to admit, and I'm ashamed to admit in front of this audience especially, technology is not my expertise at all, so I rely on some very clever people in my team and working with very clever stakeholders in government to help us with this. But it's needless to say, technology is absolutely critical to the safe, effective, and unintrusive operation of this park for the benefit of everybody and a better lifestyle for everybody.
So time always flies when you're having a good time. We're almost done here. May we leave our audience with a few takeaways that they could implement in their organizations. For example, Red Sea Global, we stopped using single-use plastics because, you know, they have an environmental impact and it's an easy thing to do. The hotels we're building right now, we're aiming to fully digitize them so that we don't have to use paper in them. Using some form of renewable energy, even if you're not 100% clean. But, you know, something is better than nothing. These things that everyone can do. Would love to hear from you, David, in 1 minute. What do you think people can copy from MISC? What do you think people can copy from MISC?
Copy. I saw that question. I think it's. I think you'll have a challenge finding another foundation globally that has a founder that has had a vision to create a real estate-led ecosystem for the youth of his country or her country. So if you do have that opportunity, I'm amazed at the foresight that the youth of Saudi have of the type of country and city they want to live in. And I was fortunate to go to Davos this year and heard the same story from the young Saudis we took up there, actually even students from the school. So I think a takeaway is if you're doing a greenfield, if you're lucky enough around the world, or a brownfield, listen to the youth, what they want from their project. The youth are the future of the world. They're in every country in the world, particularly here. I mean, all my staff, Saudi staff, are probably all under 40, a lot younger than that. So listen to them as a consumer. Be very conscious of their concerns they have in the world in respect to climate change and how they intend to use technology to help them have a better life.
Stuff, good stuff. So Jane, other streets in Riyadh and other cities in the country, what do you think they can learn from you?
Well, urban populations are growing rapidly. Indeed, our ambition for 2030 here in Riyadh is to grow our city. But we have to be very careful we do that in a responsible way that doesn't create a gridlocked urban sprawl. And to reverse, you know, to make sure that we don't do this, we have to use technology to assist us and put that innovation at the center of our urban planning. We need a city infrastructure that plays a role in the quality of life, carbon reduction and safety. And in Riyadh, I think we feel that Sports Boulevard is delivering this, but we can't do it on our own. I've been talking about jointly working together as stakeholders in our city, and I think that's absolutely critical. And using technology and sustainability as our guiding principles. Finally, I just want to say I think Riyadh is leading the way in this. I worked in a lot of major cities around the world, and I think we here are demonstrating what a city of the future can look like and what we have the potential to be. We're part of that story at Sports Boulevard. I'm really proud that we're a small part of that story. But this is a powerful example of what a city can do, and I hope that other cities in the world start pointing to Riyadh and saying, we want that. And I think that that is where we will be by 2030, by working together, using technology properly, being very smart about it. And I'm really encouraged when I hear what David's doing and what Red Sea are doing, that we'll definitely get there.
Brilliant. Jane and David, thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's the Global Smart City Forum. A very warm welcome back to those here in Riyadh, and especially to those joining online. My head, everybody, is still buzzing from that conversation on some of Saudi's giga projects. The chief executive of the Sports Boulevard Foundation there, Jane, saying we should think of ourselves as a collective, not just a group of individuals. And that could be a very good mantra for this forum, learning from each other. Now, our Smart Cities journey continues now, honoured guests, to e-government, because as we know, governments around the world are harnessing the latest in technology. Why? Well, to improve service delivery and citizen engagement as well. Now, the vision there, of course, is to improve accessibility, to streamline bureaucracy. And what we value hugely at this forum is hearing stories firsthand from those leading that journey around the world. So really, who better to share their perspective than our next very special guest? Our next guest is the Assistant Minister of the Interior for Technology Affairs. And they need actually very little introduction to this forum, and it's an honor to welcome to the stage His Highness Prince Dr. Bandar bin Abdullah Al Mishari Al Saud. Your Highness. Welcome, sir.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak in Arabic. I'm assuming there is a professional translation for my speech. At least my presentation will be in English, so you will catch maybe 50%. However, the translation will cover the other 50%. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، يشرفني أن أتحدث اليوم إليكم حديثاً مختلف عما سمعتوه من قبل. الحديث عن الحكومة الرقمية أو الحكومة الإلكترونية والمسيرة إلى المدن الذكية. تعمدت أن أبدأ بالحديث عن smart people، الإنسان الذكي، لأن الحديث عن المدن الذكية قد يتضمن ابتعاداً عن الإنسان الذي وهبه الله هذه الملكة. فأساس التقدم والحضارة هو الإنسان، والإنسان الذكي هو الذي بنى لنا أبرز مكون نحن نعتمد عليه الآن في حكومتنا الرقمية وفي مدننا الذكية بإذن الله. عمر التقنية ليس بالطويل قياساً على العمر الزمني للحضارات. لن أتحدث كثيراً عن تفاصيل، لكننا أمام رحلة بدأت في نهاية الخمسينات عندما تم اختراع أول جهاز، وهو ما يسمى بالترانزستور. هذا الجهاز المخترع له لم يكن يعلم في يوم من الأيام أنه سيكون هو المكون الأساسي لكل أجهزة الحوسبة التي نتعامل معها في هذا اليوم، سواء كانت حوسبة مركزية أو حوسبة شخصية، سواء تدخل في تقنيات الحكومات الرقمية أو في المدن الذكية. وللمعلومية، كان لأحد العلماء المصريين دور كبير في هذا المجال قد يخفى على الكثير، فهو الذي اكتشف أو صمم أول ترانزستور لا زلنا نستخدمه إلى هذا اليوم. صممه وهو يعيش في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وحسب الإحصاءات المتداولة بيننا أن أكبر جهاز أو أكثر جهاز صنع على مستوى البشرية وعلى وجه الكرة الأرضية هو هذا الترانزستور الصغير 2.960 تريليون. حتى الآن صنع من هذا الجهاز، وهو ما يعادل تريليون أو بليون of trillions. 2.9 times 10 to the power 21، ولا زال يصنع يومياً بالملايين. هذا الذكاء البشري هو الذي أنتج لنا أول أجهزة حاسب رئيسية، وانتهت بالجهاز الحاسب الشخصي. أول ما بدأت الحوسبة بدأت على مستوى الانتربرايز، ونحن في المملكة العربية السعودية كنا من أوائل الدول التي استفادت من هذه الحوسبة وبنت أول مركز للمعلومات الوطني، والذي نحصد بحمد الله إلى الآن نتائج هذا التقدم وهذا التبكير إلى الحصول على التقنية. كان الحصان الأكبر في التحول الرقمي دائماً هو هندسة الإجراءات. لم يكن يوماً من الأيام التقنية بحد ذاتها بقدر ما هو كيف نستخدم التقنية في تحسين إجراءات العمل. والحصان الثاني كان هو إدارة التغيير. فلا يمكن أن تجبر مجتمعاً أو بيئة أو أي جهة من الجهات الحكومية على التغيير ما لم يكن هناك خطة واضحة لهذا التغيير. انتقلنا مرحلة إلى الأمام من الحكومة الرقمية أو الحكومة الإلكترونية إلى العصر الجيل الثاني من الإنترنت، وبدأ الحديث عن السوشيال نتورك أو ما يسمى ويب 2، والحديث عن الحوسبة السحابية. ثم انتقلنا للحديث في أوائل 2000 عن أنواع مختلفة وأنماط مختلفة من الإنترنت غير الإنترنت التي نعرفها، إنترنت الأشياء، إنترنت القيمة. نسينا مصطلح الإي جوفرمنت وانتقلنا إلى مصطلح الحكومة الرقمية أو الديجيتال جوفرمنت. ثم انتهينا بالحديث عن الحكومة الذكية. الحكومة الذكية تتميز بأنها بريدكتيف، تتوقع المستقبل، سريعة، ذات فعالية، تسعى إلى رضاء العملاء. ثم بدأ الحديث عن المدن الذكية. المدن الذكية هي امتداد طبيعي للانتقال من العمل الورقي اليدوي في جميع المؤسسات والمنظومات، سواء كانت حكومية أو تجارية أو تعليمية أو طبية إلى آخره. فانتقل الحديث كيف نجعل بيئة الحياة، المدينة، المدينة التي يعيش فيها كل فرد، كيف نجعلها تنعم بهذه القيمة التي نعم بها المؤسسات الحكومية والمؤسسات التعليمية والمؤسسات الفردية. ومن هنا بدأ الحديث عن المدن الذكية. لكن التعريف المدن الذكية مر بعدد من المراحل. من أحسن التعريف اللي اطلعنا عليها تعريف الآيزو، والذي يؤكد على أن المدن الذكية تقدم فكرة جديدة ونموذج جديد للحياة. أيضاً التعريف الآخر من المعهد البريطاني يؤكد نفس المفهوم. المدينة الذكية هي التي يكون فيها ترابط فعال بين الفيزيكال والديجيتال والهيومن سيستم. إذن هي ليست تقنية تشترى، وليست مشاريع يتم التوقيع عليها لإمبلمنتينج أو لتنفيذ المدن الذكية. هي مزيج من التفاعل بين أنماط الحياة والاستفادة من التقنية في ذلك. لو أردت أختار عنوان لهذه الكلمة غير from e-government to smart cities لاخترت هذا العنوان. التحول من الحكومة الرقمية إلى المدن الذكية يعني التحول من هندسة الإجراءات إلى هندسة نماذج العمل. لا يمكن أن نصل إلى حكومة، لا يمكن أن نصل إلى مدن ذكية بنفس الأسلوب الذي وصلنا إليه في الحكومة الرقمية. التحدي اللي أمام المدن ليس في الإجراءات، أكبر من ذلك. التحدي هو في خلق نماذج حياة وعمل جديدة، نماذج في التعليم، نماذج في الصحة، نماذج في النقل، نماذج في الترفيه، ثم تأتي التقنية بعد ذلك لتضيف لهذه النماذج أدوات ممكنة. إذن المدن الذكية هي موديل بيزد، بينما كانت الحكومة الرقمية بروسيس بيزد. نحتاج هندسة النماذج. التقنية ستساعدنا أولاً على تشخيص وقياس ومتابعة وتوقع أداء النماذج الحالية، لكنها لن تحسن النماذج. نحن الإنسان الذكي هو الذي سيوجد المدينة الذكية، نحن من سنحسن هذه النماذج. التقنية ستحسن أداء بعض النماذج، لكن الحل الحقيقي أو الإضافة الحقيقية للتقنية أنها ستمكننا من تبني نماذج جديدة. ولأضرب لكم مثلاً في النقل. من كان يتخيل في يوم من الأيام أن السيارات الخاصة سيمكنها أن تكون أداة من أدوات النقل مثل ما حدث مع أوبر؟ لا يمكن تخيل أوبر بدون تقنية، لكن ليست التقنية التي أتت بأوبر. هذا مثال على كيف ممكن تكون النماذج والإبداع في النماذج والكرياتيفيتي في خلق النماذج، كيف تكون التقنية ممكن له. في التعليم لا أتوقع أن المدن الذكية الحقيقية هي من تستمر على نموذج التعليم الذي نعيشه اليوم. الساعة 7 الصبح الابن يذهب إلى المدرسة، الساعة 2:30 يرجع المدرسة، السيارات تتراكم في الشوارع. لو استمرينا في هذا العمل أو هذا النموذج التعليمي لا أتوقع أن نصل إلى التعريف الحقيقي للمدن الذكية. يجب على رجال التعليم ومفكر التعليم أن يأتوا لنا بنماذج جديدة وأعينهم على التقنية. التقنية ستمكنهم من تبني نماذج جديدة. يجب أن يفكروا في مزج التعليم عن بعد. يجب أن نعيد تعريف المدرسة. قد تختفي المدرسة بالمفهوم الحالي. قد يعود التعليم إلى المدرس والفصل والكرسي بدلاً من المدرسة. قد نعيد أصلاً هيكلة السنوات الدراسية. هذا في التعليم. في الصحة نحن محظوظون بحمد الله أننا في لحظة الكوفيد 19 كانت المملكة العربية السعودية من أكثر الدول التي استفادت من التقنية ومن تقدمها التقني في التعايش مع لحظات كوفيد 19. وهذا أدى إلى تبني نماذج جديدة غير متوقع أن نصل لها بدون كوفيد 19، سواء في الهيلث أو في التعليم أو في الاقتصاد، في الدليفري أو في الشوبينج أو حتى في الانترتينمنت. إذن النموذج الجديد هو الذي سيخلق المدينة الذكية، وليس التقنية بحد ذاتها. التقنية ستكون ممكن لهذه النماذج. هذه هي الجملة التي أريد أن تخرجوا بها من هذه الكلمة. علينا معشر المخططين للمدن الذكية أن نخرج من صناديق النماذج التقليدية ونبحث عن نماذج جديدة تمكننا التقنية من تبنيها. في عام 2019 قمنا ببحث سريع عن المدن الذكية، وأخذنا مدينة الرياض كنموذج لهذه المدن الذكية، وشارك معنا اثنان من الزملاء من الهيئة العليا لتطوير الرياض اللي تسمى الآن الهيئة الملكية لتطوير الرياض، ودرسنا تعاريف المدن الذكية حسب كل المؤسسات العالمية. كل التعاريف تنص صراحة على أن المدن الذكية هي من تقدم نماذج جديدة في الحياة، في التعليم، في الصحة، في التجارة، في العلاقات بين سكان المدينة، حتى في طريقة تصميم المباني، في طريقة تصميم الطرق، في الانتقال من مكان إلى مكان آخر. وخرجنا بالنموذج الذي أمامكم الذي يركز على 5 محاور. المحور الأول الاستراتيجية، كيف يكون لك في المدينة استراتيجية تتناسب مع مفهوم المدينة الذكية وتختلف عن استراتيجية المدن التقليدية. المحور الثاني التقنيات. المحور الثالث الهيكلة، ويجب عليك أن تعيد هيكلة كثير من المؤسسات داخل هذه المدينة. المحور الرابع الناس، البيبل، الذين يعيشون والذين يقدمون الخدمة. والمحور الأخير بيئة الحياة، سواء من تشريعات أو من حوافز إلى آخره. الذي يقابل التشينج مانجمنت في الحكومة الرقمية وفي التحول الرقمي المعتاد التقليدي الذي نتعامل معه اليوم، الذي يقابل ذلك في المدن الذكية هو الحوافز. لا يمكن أن تغير نماذج عمل بدون حوافز، يجب أن تصنع حوافز جديدة، والتقنية أيضاً ستمكنك من تبني حوافز جديدة، حوافز في النقل، حوافز في التعليم، حوافز في الخدمات الصحية إلى آخره. وقيمنا مدينة الرياض وخرجت بهذا التقييم على مستوى المحاور ال5. راجعنا في نفس السنة، أصدرت IMD في عام 2019 أصدرت أول مؤشر للمدن الذكية. وبالمناسبة الفترة اللي كانت من 2015 إلى تقريباً 2000 إلى ما قبل الكوفيد كانت فترة الحديث عن المدن الذكية وثقافة المدن الذكية في أوجها. اللي أوقف الحديث عن المدن الذكية هو الذكاء الاصطناعي. الحديث الناس من عام تقريباً 2022 إلى اليوم لا يعلو صوت فوق صوت الذكاء الاصطناعي. لكن الذكاء الاصطناعي يخدم المدن الذكية. فراجعنا تقييم مدينة الرياض حسب التقرير IMD اللي صدر في عام 19 وفي عام 20 وفي عام 21، توقف في عام 22 للمراجعة والتطوير، وصدر أيضاً في عام 23. نتائج مدينة الرياض الحمد لله كانت نتائج مشرفة. فحصلت في آخر تقييم على 30 من 141 مدينة. تقييم مدينة الرياض في السنوات المختلفة قفزت من عام 19 من الرتبة 55 إلى الرتبة 44 في عام 2020، إلى الرتبة 39 في عام 2021، ثم الآن نحن في المرتبة 30 في عام 2023. لما بحثنا عن محاور التقييم وجدنا أن هذا التقييم لو اكتفينا به لن يصنع مدينة ذكية. التقييم حسب تصميمه صنع لقياس مستوى المدن الذكية، وبغض النظر عن دقته، بغض النظر عن هل هو الأفضل أو ليس الأفضل، مهما عملت على هذه التقييم لن تصل إلى المدن الذكية بمعناها الحقيقي، لأن كل المحاور التي يقيسون عليها لا تسأل أبداً عن تغيير النماذج، إنما تقيس الأثر. ومن المعلوم أن قياس الأثر قد يكون نتيجة لنماذج صحيحة أو لنماذج غير صحيحة. لذلك حاولنا أن نستنبط ما يخص وزارة الداخلية على الأقل في هذا النموذج. النموذج يتضمن 4 محاور: تقييم المكونات أو ما يسمونه بالستراكشرز، تقييم التقنيات على نفس المحاور ال5، تحديد مجالات الأولوية، وقياس الاتيتيود لسكان المدينة. وبدون الدخول في التفاصيل فطريقة الIMD هي السيرفيز، يقيسون تقريبا حدود 120 شخص يختارون من كل مدينة ويأخذون آرائهم. ففي مجال الستراكشر يوجد 5 محاور، وعدد المحاور تحت هذه ال5 بمجموعها 19. ماذا يخص وزارة الداخلية من هذه المحاور؟ في محور الهيلث والسيفتي، الببليك سيفتي، دائما يسألون السكان هل هي مشكلة أم لا؟ هل الببليك سيفتي مشكلة أم لا؟ السؤال الثاني المهم: هل الازدحام مشكلة أم لا؟ إذن نحن في الوزارة وزملائي موجودين، مع الفريق موجود، أمامنا تحدي أن نساهم في رفع مستوى مدينة الرياض من خلال الإجابة المثلى على هذين السؤالين. في مجال التقنيات نفس الأسئلة تقريبا مرة أخرى: هل الكاميرات الميدانية جعلتكم أكثر أماناً؟ هذا سؤال آخر يقدم في السيرفيز. السؤال الثاني: هل معلومات الكونجستشنز أو الازدحام هل هي متاحة بشكل شفاف عبر أجهزة رقمية؟ السؤال الثالث: هل الوثائق الإثباتية موجودة أونلاين تقدم لجميع منسوبي المدينة؟ هذه ال3 أسئلة. الحمد لله السؤال الأخير يمكن محققين فيه إنجاز كبير جداً بفضل الله، ثم بفضل التحول الرقمي في وزارة الداخلية. وأمام كل سؤال ستجد التقييم. في مجال الأولويات يهمنا في الوزارة 3 أولويات دائما يسأل عنها في تقييم IMD. الأول السكيورتي، الثاني مرة أخرى الرود كونجستشن، الثالث السيتيزن انجيجمنت. إذا نحن على الأقل فيما يخص وزارة الداخلية مسؤولون عن هذه ال3 أمور وتعزيزها في مدينة الرياض وبقية مدن المملكة. المحور الرابع والأخير في IMD Evaluation هو سؤال لعموم السكان عن الاتيتيود، عن مدى تقبلهم لهذه الأشياء، وهذا يتطلب منا توعية حتى يكون التقبل صحيح. فهم يسألونهم هل تقبل الفيس ريكوجنيشن، وأن يساعد على لأنه يساعد على تقليل الجريمة أم لا؟ هل لديك رغبة أن تساعد على تقليل الكونجستشن، الرود كونجستشن؟ وهذا ما بدأناه بالحمد لله في وزارة الداخلية بقيادة زملائي في الأمن العام، الاستفادة من الكراود سورسينج في تحسين أدائنا الميداني الأمني والمروري إلى آخره. وزارة الداخلية مثلها مثل أي منظومة حكومية، هي من أعرق الوزارات، تحظى بدعم كبير، توجيه قوي من سمو سيدي وزير الداخلية، عمل دؤوب من زملائي قادة القطاعات وعلى رأسهم أخي معالي الفريق محمد، والأمن العام والدفاع المدني وحرس الحدود والجوازات والأحوال. كل منظومة وزارة الداخلية تعمل بجد وبإخلاص من أجل تحسين جودة الحياة وتأدية أعمالها بالشكل الأفضل والمطلوب. نحن نفتخر بالسكسس الذي حدث في وزارة الداخلية في التحول الرقمي، لكننا مقتنعين أنه تحول رقمي على مستوى العمل المكتبي، المراجعات التي تتم لمكاتب الوزارة أو الخدمات، الوثائق، خدمات إصدار الهويات، توصيل الهويات، تجديد الرخص، تجديد الجوازات. لكن أمامنا تحدي كبير في تطوير أو مد هذا التحول الرقمي إلى العمل الأمني الميداني الذي يتقاطع بشكل كبير مع المدينة الذكية. إدارتنا لحركة المرور بالتعاون مع بقية القطاعات الدولة المسؤولة، دعمنا للأمن الميداني في المدن وفي الطرق داخل المدينة وخارج المدينة، المحافظة على البيئة والأمن البيئي، وهذه مسؤولية جديدة أضيفت لوزارة الداخلية، المحافظة على السلامة وما يقوم به زملائنا في الدفاع المدني. كل هذه مسارات من المهم جدا أن تدخلها التقنية بشكل أفضل وأقوى في المستقبل، وبحمد الله توجيهات سمو سيدي وزير الداخلية أن نضع ثقلنا في هذا المجال. ولذلك نحن نتحدث الآن داخل الوزارة عن شيء نسميه المنظومة الأمنية الميدانية، وكيف نمكن التقنيات من الدخول بقوة لهذه المنظومة. ليس الهدف هو التقنية، الهدف هو بناء نماذج جديدة تحقق الأمن والسلامة وجودة الحياة، وهذا هو التحدي الأكبر. وهذا لن يحدث إلا بالفهم العميق لهذه النماذج والقدرة والحماس لتحويلها إلى نماذج جديدة تؤدي الهدف، ثم التقنية تأتي لتساعدنا على تنفيذ ذلك. سنستمر في التحول الرقمي ولن نقف، لكننا طامعون إلى نقل هذا التحول الرقمي من أروقة الوزارة ومكاتب الوزارة ومقرات الوزارة إلى الشارع، إلى الميدان، إلى المدينة. نحن نساهم كوزارة في جميع المبادرات الوطنية في هذا المجال، وعلى رأسها مبادرة المدن الذكية يقودها زملائنا في سدايا وفي وزارة البلديات وبقية الوزارات. قبل أن أختم حديثي استشرنا شات جي بي تي، فسألناه نفس السؤال أو أعطيناه we prompted him with the same title of our speech. So we got this answer. وبشركم أن شات جي بي تي يؤيد ما ذكرناه، يؤكد على أن المدن الذكية ليست تقنية في حد ذاتها، ليست هي شراء تقنية وتركيب كاميرات، ليست هي مستشعرات فقط، هي نماذج جديدة تنقل المدينة من وضعها الحالي إلى وضع جديد، والتقنية تخدم هذا الانتقال ليكون سلساً. أختم بهذه التوصيات. الرحلة للمدن الذكية ليست امتداد سهل أو مباشر للتحول الرقمي. بمعنى آخر، ممكن نكون ناجحين في التحول الرقمي في الحكومة الرقمية، لكن ليس بالضرورة أن ننجح في المدن الذكية. الامتحان أصعب، وصعوبته تأتي من أولاً نحتاج أن نعيد بناء النماذج، ثانياً نحتاج أن نتكامل مع جهات مختلفة تعمل في مكان واحد. التحدي هو كيف أن هذه المكونات جميعاً أن تعمل مع بعض، ومن هنا تأتي دور الجهة المركزية، السنترلايز أوثوريتي في أي مدينة يجب أن تقود وأن تركز على هذا الدور الذي يتمثل في التمكين، بناء الهياكل الجديدة للعمل والنماذج الجديدة للعمل، تحديد ملاك كل تحول جزئي يقود إلى المدينة الذكية، ملء الفراغات إن وجدت وتحديد المسؤولين عنها، معالجة التقاطعات إن وجدت والفصل فيها، قيادة المشاريع والمبادرات، تحديد المؤشرات، بناء نماذج التحفيز. أما أن تبدأ السنترلايز أثوريتي بالدور الذي يجب أن تقوم به الجهات الأخرى، فهذا أكبر ريسك وأكبر مهدد لفشل المدن الذكية. يجب أن تحدد هذه السنترلايز أثوريتي الدور الحقيقي الذي يجب أن تلعبه والذي لا يمكن أن يلعبه أو يقوم به أي جهة أخرى، وهو المذكور أمامكم. التوصية الثالثة: من خلال اطلاعنا على كل المؤشرات التي تصدرها IMD وغيرها، هي مؤشرات تقيس ماذا وصلت إليه، لكنها لا تعطيك الرود ماب للوصول إليه. فيجب أن نحذر من تلبية قيم المؤشرات بدون الخلفية الحقيقية للوصول إليها. يجب أن نحذر من دراسة استشارية تأتي لترفع المؤشرات. يجب أن يأتينا المستشارين لرفع المحرك الذي يرفع لهذه المؤشرات. التقنيات بجميع أنواعها، IoT، AI، Computer Vision، Drones، City Apps، Metaverse، Mixed Reality، أو أي بنية تحتية جديدة، New Infrastructure، Smart Grid for Utility، كاميرا، Connectivity، GIS، أو أي نموذج جديد ممكن نتبناه، New Integrating for Platform، Open Data، Crowdsourcing، كل هذه أشياء ضرورية جداً للوصول للمدينة الذكية. لكن it's not plug and play. ماذا نحتاج؟ مرة أخرى وكما بدأنا نعود، we need smart experienced people. شكراً جزيلاً.
Your Highness, thank you so much. It's quite clear from his presentation how we have increasingly incorporated technology into our lives over the past few decades. And as a result of that, data has become really integral to how we make decisions and choices on a daily basis. That's in our personal lives. So one can imagine how, if you extrapolate that to cities, that increases exponentially. So to give us a sense of exactly how data plays an integral and key role in cities, please welcome with his guests the Chief Commercial Officer for Building Automations at Middle East, Turkey and Africa at Honeywell, Nabil Shabrun. Nabil.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalam ala Rasulillah. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. I welcome you all on the next panel discussion around smart cities and how driving change through smarter data drives solutions. In today's rapidly growing urbanization, we've seen and heard how the integration of technology, particularly the artificial intelligence, plays a crucial role in addressing the complex challenges faced by the cities worldwide. We have today with us a distinguished panelist from across the world, both on corporate and also on the government side, to discuss about how the data helps drive the right designs on smart cities. I will start with a brief introduction. We have Dr. Satam, CEO of the Smart City Center of Excellence with Sadaya, followed by Severin, who is actually the Vice President in Higher Technologies. We have Thamer Al-Harbi, who is the technology leader within the Ministry of Interior. And we have Anna, who works with the AWS as a global business development leader. The first question will go to Dr. Satam. We heard before Dr. Abdullah Gaka, President, highlighting the impact of the crowd and the cost that has on the economy. Billions of Saudi riyals are actually wasted both on efficiency, productivity, and fuel. So given your role in Sadaya, can you please share with us your insights on how rapid urbanization is actually addressed through AI-powered solution, and how these solutions can effectively tackle pressing challenges in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you. I think it's very interesting to watch closely the approach that Saudi Arabia has made when it comes to solving real problems in smart cities. So since the inception of Sadaya back in 2019, our main asset has been the National Data Bank, where all government from all the different government agencies are collected into a massive data lake. And through that National Data Bank, we were able to build AI solutions and platforms to several government agencies. We work on real problems that our partners trying to solve, and our flagship product that we have been working on in the past 2 years, we call it Smart C. C stands for Citizen, City, and Country. And through that platform, we're trying to make data visible to all the different kind of users of that platform, whether be it people who care about accessing data in real time, for instance, to monitor traffic conditions, or decision makers who wants to make the data visible in order to understand certain problem and try to simulate it and find solutions, all the way to decision makers at the top, the strategists who care about KPIs. And through making the data visible at that level to the decision makers, they know whether they need to intervene or keep things as it is. If I can give one example that we worked in the past with several government agencies, is the crowd management in the LEAP conference. LEAP is a mega conference that Saudi Arabia has been hosting in the past 3 years. And in the first version, there were over 60,000 attendees to that conference. And the traffic jam and congestion around that conference was extremely big and annoying to many of the residents of that area. So working with our partners, Ministry of Interior, and also Royal Commission for Riyadh, RCRC, and many other partners, we were able to avoid all these problems by utilizing data to try to understand what happened in the past version and then make all the corrections that needs to be put in place. And the outcome of that in the second version is that the attendees tripled from 60,000 to more than 170,000, and the congestion were reduced around the venue by 36%. So without data, we cannot achieve that.
Yeah, I fully agree. And data is actually the baseline for us to measure progress. And as you rightly say, Dr. Sattam, the AI is there to help us understand those data. Honeywell has actually been a proud partner to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for about 70 years. We've been working on technologies that addresses the data and the understanding of those data. My next question will go to you, Ana Maria. We've been talking about AI adoption and the challenges around AI adoption. Could you elaborate on the importance of having a robust data set and a robust data strategy in place to actually address the smart city initiatives?
Absolutely. When it comes to artificial intelligence adoption, data strategy is key, because data is how we train our AI models. So if the data is not complete with good quality, the performance and reliability of AI systems will be compromised. I work with organizations across multiple sectors that are adopting AI, and it's not an exaggeration to say that every organization has data challenges. In particular for smart cities initiatives, it's even, there's additional layers of complexity because of the heavy use of devices and sensors and decentralized information, and also because of the delicate nature of the data that it's handled from the citizens in the community. There's three things that are really important to consider around data strategy and responsible use of AI. The first one is having the right platform that ensures security and privacy and scalability, and that can provide data for many different types of consumers. By consumers, it can be general citizens, or it can be data scientists, developers, analysts that are making use of the data. The second is to change the way that we look at data. Not looking at data as just something that we have to collect and manage and store, but looking at it as an asset and the possibilities for insights and generating insights and predictions. It is very important to have the data in a form that can be accessed and can be easily analyzed. And then the third one, it's around governance. And governance is not just governance of data, but also governance of the AI models. And you can think about governance as aligning with regulations or regulatory environments, but you can also think about it as putting humans in the center. So this is where you're looking at, because AI is probabilistic and there will be errors in predictions that are made, what are the safeguards that need to be put in place? And what is the impact that some of these predictions are having on the community?
Thank you so much. And I absolutely agree when we talk about the importance of talent, and we'll come back to this. I'll pause that, and we'll come back to this later on. Refocusing on the technology with Severin. Severin has a key expertise around data mapping and digital localization. So I would like to hear from you some specific examples that you can bring as an integration of the GIS and AI, GIS standing for geo-localization systems.
Thank you. Examples are vast, but I just want to take a retrospect. Whatever we do, we utilize AI to predict things, and these predictions are probabilistic. If you think in that perspective, it becomes very important what is the data that you're utilizing, and how do you curate that data, and how do you get the maximum amount of usable data sources. So I come from the digital mapping and location intelligence, and I can immediately relate some of the things that we do, how we utilize AI and how we provide our data for further utilization through the UI to predict things. First thing will be traffic flows. Big cities have enormous amount of traffic. You need to be able to understand how you want to build, rebuild, and maintain your infrastructure in order to obtain best possible results. Not much different. It's also with the people flow. If you take an example of cities that are touristic attractions like Venice, we know that Venice is slowly sinking. You need to control the amount of people that are coming into a city to visit the city in order not to further accelerate the sinking of the city. You don't want to allow yourself that. Then it goes into services. How do you manage the services such as public transport? How do you get most out of it? How do you manage waste management? Through different projects, we managed to save enormous amount of money for the waste management companies with doing predictive routing. And the reason for that is the lack of the workforce in the western part of the world. We don't have enough of truck drivers, which means you're getting new drivers every little while, which these are the people that don't know the best possible routes. The amount of trucks that they would crash under the bridges is staggering because they would not understand where to go. So building the technology that provides the services to these folks is essential to get best possible results.
Thank you so much. And you know, we've been discussing around the importance of data and gathering data. I'm actually very interested by Thamer Al-Harbi background and his current role in the Ministry of Technology Affairs. Mr. Thamer, we heard Dr. Abdullah from GACA on the importance or the initiative around drones, right? And I know how passionate you are about drones and how drones can help collect data and understand what's going on the smart and on the cities. Can you tell us how drones have recently emerged as a powerful tool to capture data and how we could actually use drones more and more in the cities?
Well, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Nabil. And definitely, I totally agree that drones is a big enabler when it comes to smart cities. And I believe now is the right time for drones, and I'll explain why. Drones can be maybe segmented into two parts. So we have the drones, the mechanical and the engineering part, and I think this is something that have evolved for quite some time now, for the past few years. However, the real value of drones is coming today with the evolution that we're seeing with the supporting technologies. And what I mean here, if we look at the modern, recently manufactured drones, we're looking at the ability to build not only a visual cameras, but you have also the radar capability, you have the infrared censoring, you have the ultrasound, you have the voice recording. And the beauty of this, when you collect all these data from all these sensors, you will be reaching something around 1 million data points per second that can, with the today technology, can be processed either in the drone itself or can be leveraged thanks for the amazing high-speed technology that is available today when it comes to communication, the 5G and others. And that will enable us to not only leverage a single drone, but you will be also able to work in a constellation with other drones. And you can imagine where all these data has been collected from all the surrounding of every drone, collected from others. All of them are gathered in one place to be processed. And then you will be able to create a digital twin of the whole surrounding environment where those constellations exist. And that will enable us to predict hazards. We will be able to identify dangerous areas with construction buildings, potential traffic issues, any situation that can be harmful to the city can be identified when you have this tremendous amount of data being processed in a constellation with all these drones. And I believe the technology today supports it, it enables it, and the future is amazing when it comes to the leverage of this technology.
Thank you, Tamer. I would like to refocus on all of us as citizens. We're all looking at living in sustainable, smart, happy cities with green, easy access. And we've been talking about AI AI adoption tools to actually capture data, including drones, I would like to look at it from a different perspective now, and I would like Dr. Sattam to tell us how AI-powered solutions can actually become a challenge in addressing the crowd and management and traffic management systems, specifically on the AI-based solutions. So how can we mitigate those challenges as well as which challenges are we usually facing?
Sure. So let me zoom out a little bit, okay? So probably everyone have heard, everyone is talking about data. And if I would classify the challenges that everyone who's working in that field is facing, it's not technology. Technology is the easiest part of the value chain. The most pressing challenge, in my opinion, is, well, I think there are two main challenges. The first is related to data, and I can explain it more in a bit. But the second is related to the clear identification of the business problem. In many cases, if you try to start from technology and then try to find a solution for a problem that does not exist, then you are most likely going to fail. So it's always wise to start from a business problem and then try to figure out what is the solution to that. And the first problem that I mentioned is related to data. So I think there are four main issues related to data. The first is data availability. And Mr. Thamer mentioned one data source, which is the drones. We are lucky at Sadaya in the kingdom to have invested in creating the national data bank. So the data is available. However, sometimes you get into a problem where the data is not there. And a classic example that I can use, which is the announcement that we made yesterday with our partners, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and the 5 main municipalities in the kingdom, which is launching the Smart Sea Visual Pollution. And the problem that we were trying to solve there was how can we enhance the urban landscape where we detect very fast all the elements that you could find in the streets where it could disrupt the landscape in the city. In that example, we deployed, for instance, in the city of Riyadh, 22 cars to scan all of Riyadh on a weekly basis. So we are scanning all of Riyadh street by street through dashcam since last year, and we are continuing on that through dashcams. And the data that we get through the dashcams are then fed into an AI model to detect the visual pollution on our streets, where then Mumra and other municipalities can take action. So data availability is an issue. We are lucky that we have the National Data Bank. Second issue is the data quality. I think many people don't realize that 80 to 90% of our time, people working on data is spent on just cleansing the data, preparing the data, processing the data. Is not just building the AI model. Building the AI model is even the easiest part. It's just dealing with the data until it gets into a situation where you can actually take the output from it. The third issue is infrastructure. And in infrastructure is we need to make sure we are ready to host the massive data that we have. And also at Sadaya, we are lucky that we made big investments since the inception of Sadaya by creating the government cloud DEEM, where massive capacity is available to help all government agencies to host their applications, data, and services, in addition to the GPUs that we have invested in the past 3 years at Sadaya. The fourth issue, I'm not sure if I have to talk about it now, is talent. I think it was easier for us to find talent pre-COVID. It was much easier for us to find talent pre-COVID. Now it's harder because everyone now is going digital in a big way. So this is a pressing challenge, and I think that we need also to invest more on this subject.
Thank you, Doctor. And you know, when you start your statement by saying that understanding the problem that we're trying to solve is actually the basis for any action that we do. And that comes to my next question to you, Severin. And we'll try to be mindful of the remaining time we have. We've seen in the last couple of days heavy rain in the region. And probably with the climate change across the world, we'll see a lot more challenges around the climate and around the environment. How can GIS and AI help us prevent or predict those events? And how can we address mitigation through those tools?
Nabil, you said the key word, and that's about predicting. How do we get ahead of curve? So again, goes back to how do we collaborate across authorities, across data producers, across different software stacks in order to be able to predict when certain events might happen. In many cases in Europe, in my experience, we've seen in urban areas in the southern Europe, issues over the climate change, the heavy rains, earthquakes. It means that you need to have a very good grasp on location, intelligence and data at that point to save lives. That's one element. But second element, how do you get ahead of a curve? How do you predict certain things by utilizing the location data, weather data, seismic data, and extract the value out of it through AI to build that level of predictability, to build how you maintain certain infrastructure, and how do you predict scenarios in which you need to, on the end of the day, save lives. And we've seen that in Europe, we've seen that in Asia and so forth. Data, curation of data, getting good data, and building AI on it together across multiple organizations, from authorities to private companies, is essential.
So it's essential to build those data, and we'll come back to the drone that Tamer explained us. And I would like to understand a bit more about the privacy in the airspace regulations. How can we have a solution that actually ensure privacy? And bear in mind that every continent, every country has different authorities and regulations.
See, I think when we're talking about drones, then we're talking about evolving technology. And without a doubt, I believe the regulations that will be associated with it needs to be evolving in the same way. So the regulation will be addressing the use case of every drone use. And I believe with time, and we're seeing in the past few years, how the use is bringing really a lot of varieties in terms of how the drones can be leveraged. Perhaps the best way to predict how this is going to be developed over the time is to see what happened with similar situations. And if we look at the past decade, we can look at the cloud's evolution that happened perhaps in the last 12 years. And it's exactly the same situation. This technology has started to bring its value, and then the regulators started to assess the risks and the value that's been associated with it. And what I have noticed over the past years is that I believe the right balance has been established with the collaboration between all countries' views and experiences. I believe we have been able to really bring the best value in terms of enabling the cloud capabilities to serve the market, but in the same time, putting the protection of the data and the data privacy as the absolute priority. And I think that experience has been amazingly successful, and I see no reason why drones and other emerging technologies not to follow steps. And I believe this is the direction where we are going today.
I understand. And you know, we've been talking about technology powered by AI. We've been talking about regulation and authorities, applications, challenges. Where is the human part inside all of these topics? I would like to ask you, Anna, about how we could build AI skill set that will actually be useful to address those challenges that Dr. Sattam was referring to, and how can we make sure that those skill sets are actually addressing the challenges that the cities try to solve?
So the first step is really to acknowledge that every single person needs to be educated in AI. Perhaps it is time to redefine what literacy means from the basics of math and reading to include the ability to work with data and the ability to understand how AI systems work and what's the best way to interact with them. The need for AI skills is so massive that there's not a single sector in the economy that can address it. There is a need for very strong educational policy, but the private sector plays an important role re-skilling their teams, as well as academia and startup communities. And it's very key to start thinking about how we're educating the people of the future. What changes need to be implemented in all educational levels to prepare individuals to work with AI and to build AI. And the last point is AI is not monolithic. So there's not one set of skills that need to be developed. So you have to be very granular in terms of how you educate, let's say, the mass of the population in foundational concepts, how you educate the business leaders, government leaders, so that they understand how to leverage AI, and also from the technical perspective, how to educate your data scientists, your developers, your data engineers, and all of those are separate groups of skills that need to be developed for all of them, all the different roles to orchestrate successful AI implementations.
Absolutely correct, Anna. And you mentioned about the private sector. We have so many companies in the kingdom investing in developing local talents and local content as well. Honeywell has been actually very proud in raising the talents within the kingdom. My last question goes to Dr. Satam, who also mentioned briefly about the talent scarcity in the kingdom. So we heard about the importance of each player in the ecosystem. My question to you is, what is Sadaya doing to address the talent scarcity in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
So I think talent shortages is not very specific to the kingdom. I think everyone in the world is dealing with this. So at Sadaya, we were honored to launch Sadaya Academy a few years ago. And through the past 5 years, we provided boot camps and training in advanced skills like data analytics and AI to more than 5,000 people in the kingdom. And continuing on this path, we are honored and delighted today to announce that we are going to launch Ziham Solutions Bootcamp, where we mix data analytics skills with a very specific domain, which is traffic congestion, so that those people who are going to be involved can then help other government agencies addressing this issue.
That's something amazing. It actually deserves a clap of applause. This is a great initiative. And with that, I've closed the panel discussion. Thank you for everyone for your time and your attention. Thank you, distinguished panels, and thanks for the audience for the time you gave us. And as Anna said, it's all about the ecosystem around smart cities. Everyone has an active role to play. Thanks again.
The global effort to construct smart cities relies on digital innovations and technologies. Yet there exists a gap in human capabilities, particularly in the field of data and AI. In response, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, Sadaya, introduces Ziham Solutions Bootcamp, which contributes to addressing the challenges of road congestion and traffic jams, a program dedicated to national capability building and skills development in the realm of data and AI. The initiative adheres to the best international standards, fostering innovation in smart city technologies through creative solutions and smart systems. The goal is to enhance the quality of life and realise sustainable urban development. Zeham Solutions Bootcamp, leading national capability building in smart cities. A better life.
Excellent. Congratulations to all involved in that Zeham Solutions Bootcamp, and very best wishes. And thank you again to a brilliant panel there before. By the way, honoured guests, if you want to see heavy rain, come to London. I can assure you of that. Emphasis in the panel on the quality of data, so important. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you've enjoyed the quality of all of the inputs and the outputs this morning. And you might be asking yourself, what is still to come at our global forum? Well, we'll be talking about safer streets, how we reduce congestion around the world. Of course, we'll keep talking about sustainability, specifically to improve quality of life. And we'll be gazing into the future of smart cities. So it's going to be an extremely busy afternoon. So here in Riyadh, we're going to break for lunch, and wherever you're tuning in from, we hope you'll join us later as the Global Smart City Forum continues. Thank you.
تيست. اي تشيك. صوت الميوزك شوي. تيست 1 تشيك. تيست 1 اي تشيك. تشيك اي
تيست 1 2
تيست.
تشيك.
تيست.
هلو تيست
Check.
1 2
تيست 1.
هلو تشيك 1 تيست 1 2 اي هي
تمام تمام.
تشيك 1 2
تمام فيك تنزل شوي.
تشيك.
فيك تنزل
تيست.
شوي. فيك توطي شوي. تشيك. هي
شايف الربع فوق بس. هلو تيست 1
To build cities with sustainable services that contribute to enhancing the quality of life for their residents, the Ministry of Municipal, Rural Affairs and Housing launches a group of products focused on data and artificial intelligence, aiming to enhance the quality of municipal services. Baladi Map serves as a key facilitator, empowering city residents with daily enriching services as well as digital municipal services. To offer transportation
Hello, Your Excellency. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to
Good afternoon and welcome back. If I can ask you to please take your seats. Those of you here in Riyadh, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. You were able to stretch your legs. And those of you joining us online on our live stream, welcome back to you as well. Now, I can imagine that getting back into this room was a fairly straightforward process. There are openings, you walk in, you take your seat. But we all know that getting around a major city can be a little bit more, shall we say, challenging. The reality is that cities at the same time are growing, so moving people around them isn't necessarily going to get any easier. If anything, it is likely to become a bit more difficult. So, what are some of the solutions and the technologies that we can employ and deploy to try to help us through that process? Well, with his panel, please welcome research scientist and advisor at Sadaya, Raed Al-Jadani, to explore that. Please put your hands together for him. Right.
هلا معي وهذا السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير. حياكم الله. الذي نهدف فيه بطرح أجوبة لهذا التساؤل: كيف يمكن للمدن الذكية التعامل مع الزحام وحماية مرتادي الطرق؟ تهدف هذه الجلسة إلى تسليط الضوء على الحلول المبتكرة والاستراتيجيات التعاونية التي يمكن أن تستخدمها المدن الذكية لتخفيف الازدحام وتعزيز السلامة على الطرق. هذه الجلسة تأتي امتداداً لما تفضل به معالي رئيس الهيئة السعودية للذكاء الاصطناعي الدكتور عبد الله شرف الغامدي بتسخير الذكاء الاصطناعي لبناء مدن ذكية. ضيوفنا بالطبع أغنياء عن التعريف، لكن إن سمحتم لي بالتعريف عنهم هنا على هذه المنصة، ابتداء بمعالي الفريق محمد البسامي مدير الأمن العام، فليتفضل معنا. هلا معاليك. وكذلك أتشرف بدعوة الدكتور عصام الوقيت مدير المركز الوطني للبيانات في سدايا. نستهل الجلسة بالحديث مع معالي الفريق محمد البسامي. لا شك معاليك عمق التوجه الاستراتيجي الخاص بتوظيف الحلول الذكية في الأعمال الأمنية بمختلف المهام واختصاص الأمن العام. كيف يرى معاليكم أثر تطبيق مفهوم المدن الذكية في رفع مستوى الأمن في المملكة؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أرحب فيكم مجددا. اسمح لي أني أدخل في موضوع ما ورد الاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات في موضوع مفهوم المدن الذكية. مدن مبتكرة تستخدم تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات لتحسين نوعية الحياة، كفاءة عمليات، خدمات حضرية، وقدرة على المنافسة. طبعاً مؤكد هناك قواعد بيانات تقنية تستخدمونها أغلب التقنيين، بيانات، معلومات، أوامر، أفعال. لا شك هذه المدن الذكية لا يقتصر دورها على تحسين الراحة الفردية والكفاءة التشغيلية، بل يشمل تحقيق أهداف مستدامة وبيئة تعزيز الشمولية والمشاركة المجتمعية.
في هذا السياق يعتبر تعزيز الأمان وضمان أمن وسلامة ساكني هذه المدن أحد الأهداف الرئيسية لتطوير المدن الذكية. لدينا مجموعة من المفاهيم اللي احنا جالسين نطبقها الآن لرفع مستوى الأمن وفق التوجه الاستراتيجي للأعمال والمهام الميدانية. سمو الأمير بندر يمكن تكلم في محاضرته الثرية على موضوع المؤشرات وكيف نقيم احنا وزارة الداخلية. أنا بتكلم الآن فعلياً كيف احنا بالشراكة مع الإخوان في سدايا ومكتب العمل الوطني جالسين نمارس فعلاً اختصاص أصيل تنفيذي للوصول إلى مفهوم المدن الذكية. لا بد نخفض مستوى الجريمة بموضوع من الأنظمة التي توضع الآن، ونضع أيضاً موضوع من البيانات اللي توصلنا إلى اكتشاف الجريمة قبل حدوثها، ونعمل على بعد استراتيجي هو الوقاية من الجريمة أفضل 1000 مرة من مكافحتها. لا بد أيضاً نشتغل على موضوع تحسين زمن الاستجابة، نعزز القدرات الكوادر، نحسن أيضاً موضوع قدراتنا في 911، نحسن أيضاً موضوع استخدام التقنية ما بين رجل الأمن في غرف العمليات وما بين المتلقي أيضاً في الميدان والسيارات الذكية، وأيضاً نحسن أيضاً من الكفاءة التشغيلية، نحقق تحقيق التكامل والتوافق وفي شراكة مجتمعية. كل هذه تدعم صاحب القرار لاتخاذ قرار مناسب. نحن نرى في المرحلة الحالية أن اكتشاف السلوك الإجرامي يجب أن يكون بتنبؤ كبير جدا من خلال استخدام التقنية، وبالتالي قد يكون جزء من أهداف الاستراتيجية أن تتنبأ بالجريمة قبل حدوثها. طبعا عندنا بعد تشغيل أيضا في موضوع كفاءة التشغيل، استخدام التقنية، توزيع الدوريات، نموذج تشغيلي أيضا لمدينة الرياض يعني بربطها مع خصائص السكان، تعدادها، مجموعة اللايرز اللي موجودة، استعمالات الأراضي، توليد الرحلات، كل هذا احنا جالسين نوائم بينها عشان يكون عندنا نموذج تشغيلي جيد. بالمناسبة يعني احنا في المراحل القادمة إن شاء الله حندشن بالتعاون مع جودة الحياة وأيضا بالشراكة المجتمعية، الشراكة الاستراتيجية مع سدايا، إلى أنه نبني نموذج تشغيلي لأول مركز شرطة في مركز سليمانية. يكون هذا المركز إن شاء الله هو اللي بيكون النموذج اللي بيكون عمم على باقي مناطق المملكة، وبيكون هو المركز الذكي اللي إن شاء الله مثل ما شفتوا في التطبيقات اللي قبل شوي في المعرض أو في معرض الدفاع اللي عرضته وزارة الداخلية، كان يتكلم على موضوع كيف نتلقى البلاغ، كيف احنا الآن نتكلم على موضوع المحقق الذكي، كيف نتكلم على موضوع استخدام التقنية، ولذلك هذا كله يهدف إلى أنه نعزز تطبيق مفهوم المدن الذكية.
صحيح معاليك، واحد النقاط اللي ذكرتها مهمة جدا أن المدن الذكية تعتمد على البيانات، والبيانات هي أحد الركائز الرئيسية في الذكاء الاصطناعي. فتقنية الذكاء الاصطناعي ما هي تقنية عامة، لابد أننا نجعلها مناسبة لنا في السعودية، ولجعلها مناسبة لمدننا لازم نستخدم بياناتنا الخاصة اللي ممكن تفيدنا في دعم هذا التوجه. طيب معاليك، تطرق معاليكم في ورقة العمل إلى أبرز الممارسات وتوجهات الأمن العام نحو تطبيق مفهوم المدن الذكية. كيف يرى معاليكم أثر الشراكات الاستراتيجية في نضج مثل تلك الممارسات؟
طبعا احنا تحدثنا قبل شوي عن الأثر والمفاهيم التطبيقية اللي بنطبقها. اليوم عندنا ممارسات على أرض الواقع. نتكلم كجهة تنفيذية، جالسين نتكلم هل احنا نحلم؟ لا، ما نحلم. احنا جالسين اليوم بفضل من الله ثم دعم القيادة ثم أيضا الشراكة الرائدة مع سدايا ومع مكتب العمل الوطني، أنه نروح إلى موضوع استخدام هذه التقنية، استخدام هذه المنصات اللي موجودة الآن على الوقت الحالي. لذلك المنصات الأمنية اللي تعمل على تقديم الخدمات الذكية بنطورها وفق رؤية حاسوبية ومعالجة البيانات اللي فيها. لذلك عندنا الآن في الرياض وجدة وفي الدمام وحاضرة الدمام بوابات إلكترونية افتراضية. عندنا أمن الحشود سواء في الفنتات اللي موجودة الآن أو في الحرم المكي الشريف أو أيضا المدينة المنورة. وعندنا التنبؤ بالجرائم وإعادة توظيف الموارد الأمنية، بالإضافة إلى أيضا تحليل البيانات الضخمة لموضوع مكان الجريمة والسوابق وأيضا خصائص الجناه وإلى غيره. وعندنا أيضا التعرف على السلوكيات وربطها أيضا بالسلوك التاريخي لمرتكبي الجرائم، وأيضا تتبع مسار الأشخاص والمركبات وإدارة الحركة الملكية وضبط المركبات. أيضا كل هذه اللي نستخدمها جالسين اليوم عندنا في الرياض، يمكن لاحظتوه في الواجهات الجامعة الملك سعود، بعض البرامج، بعض المواقع الآن جالسين نطبقها وإن شاء الله تدشن في القريب العاجل. أيضا موضوع الحركة المرورية والانتشار اللي صار في رصد المخالفات، وأيضا في تتبع المركبات، وأيضا في تحليل بيانات الحركة المرورية. يمكن لاحظتوا قبل شوي في المنتدى أو في المعرض أنه هناك تقييم للحركة المرورية في الرياض، حتى وأنتم موجودين في هذا الملتقى بالشراكة أيضا مع سدايا. فجالسين احنا ننطلق اليوم إلى أنه كيف ندعم صاحب القرار لإدارة هذه المدينة الذكية، طبعا بالشراكة مع الهيئة الملكية في الرياض، الشراكة مع أمانة المدن في مناطق المملكة. أنا أعتقد أنه كل هذه البرامج اللي جالسين نضعها والتطبيقات، وأيضا تعزيز قدرات رجل الأمن سواء الآلية أو البشرية، هو يخدم إلى راحة المقيم والساكن والزائر، وإلى جودة الحياة بشكل عام.
صحيح معاليك، وأحد النقاط المهمة اللي ذكرتها أنه صانع القرار بيعتمد على المخرجات هذه الأنظمة. فالنقطة يعني مهمة جدا نركز عليها، أنه هالأنظمة حاليا هي بتتخذ قرارات حياتنا المستقبلية، فلا بد أن يكون لنا دور في صناعتها إن شاء الله. وفي عندنا أيدي وطنية إن شاء الله تعمل على بناء نماذج الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي ممكن تخدمنا إن شاء الله في المستقبل. طيب معاليك، لا شك أن معاليك لا شك أن التشريعات والأنظمة الخاصة بالمدن الآمنة وتركيب واستخدام الكاميرات الأمنية تعتبر حجر الزاوية في رفع مستوى الأعمال الأمنية، كذلك تغذية الحلول الحديثة التي تستند على تحليل الفيديو. كيف يرى معاليكم أثر هذا النظام على مستوى الأمن؟
طبعا أنا بضيف أنه المنصات الرقمية الذكية اللي اليوم نستخدمها، تحليل الفيديو وأيضا تحليل الصور. عندنا أنظمة فنية وأنظمة وحماية بيانات ضخمة، عندنا بوابات أمنية ومنصات إنترنت الأشياء ومنصات رصد المخالفات، عندنا مراكز تحكم 911 وخلافها أيضا، وعندنا التجهيزات الأمنية اللي مع رجل الأمن. تعمل وزارة الداخلية على مجموعة من الركائز الأمنية، يعني منصة سواهر. اليوم منصة سواهر نعتبرها من المكاسب الاستراتيجية للمملكة العربية السعودية في الوقت الحالي، بوجود الأيدي الوطنية الخبيرة اللي مكنتنا من استخدام التقنية، وجالسين نضع بعض الخوارزميات اللي خاصة لنا احنا في المملكة السعودية، مثل المنصة اللي موجودة في الحرم المكي الشريف ونعتز فيها على المستوى الوطني. عندنا منصة تحليل أيضا إدارة الحشود، اليوم نطوره جزء عام بعد عام. كان الفيز رقم 1 العام الماضي في مكة المكرمة، والآن جالسين نطوره عشان يتعود الذكاء الاصطناعي على سلوك رواد الحرمين. حنوصل بإذن الله أن نتنبأ بالقادمين إلى الحرم من الدائرة الخارجية للدائرة الثاني، نعرف عدد الرواد للحرم، نعرف عدد ارتباطهم بقاعة البيانات، نوعية الحجاج والمعتمرين، ارتباطهم بنسك، ارتباطهم بخطط التفويج. كل هذه المنصات والركائز الأمنية بالتكامل أيضا مع سدايا تهدف إلى أنه ندير الحشود، ندير المنظومة الأمنية والتشغيلية بكفاءة عالية، دون أن يكون لها أي أثر سلبي على رواد المكان سواء في الحرم أو في المدن الآمنة.
صحيح معاليكم، وكان السنة الماضية يمكن بداية مبادرة اللي هي حج ذكي، وكان لها أثر إيجابي، بحيث أن نرى أنه أحد الآثار الإيجابية الضخمة اللي حصلنا عليها أنها دمجت ما بين صناع التقنية وما بين رجال الأمن. فكان النتيجة كانت كبداية تعتبر يعني نتيجة إيجابية، وكان يعني خلينا نقول أنه كان فيها دعم كبير من معالي الفريق محمد البسامي، وأيضا دعم من معالي الرئيس الدكتور عبد الله شرف. وكان هناك أيضا يعملون في النظام السابق، كان في جنود في الميدان أدوا إلى نجاحها بشكل أولي، بحيث أنه بصراحة يعني أحد النتائج الإيجابية أنه شيء يعمل أنه رجل الأمن بالضبط يقول لك وش اللي يحتاجه فعليا. فإذا كان رجل الأمن ما أعطانا بالضبط المواصفات اللي نحتاجها، فلا يمكن أن نحصل على شيء قد يكون ذو نتيجة يعني فعالة في أرض الواقع. كذلك يعني كان في مهندسين ومهندسات عملوا فيها بشكل كبير، وطوروا أنظمة تغلبت على شركات عالمية كانت يعني في السنة الماضية، فبعضهم موجودين هنا معانا في القاعة، فلو نعطيهم تحية على عملهم الجبار يعني. طيب، والآن ننتقل بالحديث إلى معالي الدكتور عصام البقيت. يعتبر توجه نحو المدن الذكية من التوجهات التي تكتسب زخما عالميا متزايدا يوما بعد يوم. كيف يرى معاليكم دور البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في نجاح هذا التوجه؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا نهنئ أنفسنا في سدايا، نهنئ شركائنا على هذا المنتدى الرائع اللي تم حقيقة فيه عدد كبير من الطروحات المتعلقة بالمدن الذكية. مفهوم المدن الذكية هو مفهوم عام، وفي الغالب يتعلق بالمواطن أو الشخص human centric، ولكن مع الثورة اللي نشاهدها في البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي تعزز مفهوم المدن القائمة على المعرفة أو ما تسمى بالكوجنيتيف سيتي. أصبح عندك عدد كبير من البيانات المتعلقة بالمدينة، وبالتالي يتم إدارتها وتطبيق خوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي بهدف تحسين جودة الحياة. لما نتكلم عن المدن الذكية نتكلم على أمور كثيرة: التنقل، الأمن والسلامة، نتكلم على الرعاية الصحية، نتكلم على السمارت باركينج وخلافه. طبعاً أنا بأشير إلى دراسة نشرتها شركة ماكنزي وتعطيكم بعض الأرقام على أهمية استخدام البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في مجال المدن الذكية. الدراسة تذكر أنه تقليل الوقت المستغرق في التنقل من 15 إلى 20%، تقليل مستوى الجريمة من 30 إلى 40%، خفض انبعاثات الغازات من بين 10 إلى 15%، تخفيف أعباء الأمراض من 8 إلى 15%. كل هذه النسب تنعكس على جودة الحياة وتنعكس على المواطن والمقيم. ولعلي أذكر إحصائية ذكروا أنه إذا كان الشخص يستغرق ساعتين يومياً في أثناء التنقل، فهذا يعني أنه في السنة شهر ونصف أو شهرين وهو قاعد في السيارة، ولكن تتخيل مدى انعكاس ذلك على جودة الحياة. طبعاً تطبيقات المدن الذكية في المدن القائمة وبعض المدن أعمارها بمئات السنين قد تكون فيها نوع من الصعوبة والتحدي، ولكن لعلي أشير على مثال محلي ومشروع وطني رائع اللي هو ذا لاين، اللي هي مدينة من الأساس بنيت لتكون مدينة ذكية. وأشير أيضاً إلى استثمارات شركة تونوموس اللي هي الذراع التقني لليوم، استثمروا تقريباً $1,000,000,000 أمريكي في تقنيات البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي. حقيقة توجهات المدن الذكية هو تحدي، ولكن الحمد لله نحن لسنا في خط البداية، بل نحن قطعنا شوط جيد وما زلنا مستمرين في التطوير. ولعلي أشير أنه مدينة الرياض الحمد لله حافظت على مركزها كثالث أذكى مدينة عربية حسب مؤشر المدن الذكية الصادر من IMD. ولعلي أذكر مثال يعني جميل جدا لاستخدام البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في المدن الذكية، وخصوصا في تطبيقات إدارة الحشود والحركة المرورية. ومعالي الفريق يعرف هذا المثال. هذه قصة النجاح خرجت من رحم معاناة. حقيقة النسخة الأولى من معرض ليب، وهذا معرض رائع، كان هناك تحدي في الازدحام وسبب مشاكل واختناقات مرورية كبيرة كان لها تداعيات أخرى. ففي النسخة الثانية حرصنا أن نستخدم البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي لإدارة هذا الحشود، وهذا كان جهد تشاركي. بعطيكم فقط رقمين. عدد الحضور للنسخة الثانية من ليب كان تقريباً 3 أضعاف. نسبة الازدحام باستخدام هذه التقنيات والعمل التشاركي تم تقليصها بنسبة 40%، فلك أن تتخيل. فهذا فقط مثال بسيط. كما ذكرت نحن ماضيين إن شاء الله مستمرين في العمل وتعزيز مفاهيم المدن الذكية في المملكة.
صحيح معاليك، والنقطة اللي ذكرتها أنه هناك طريقين في التقنية للمدن الذكية. الطريقة الأولى أنك تبني مدينة مبنية على هالتقنيات، والطريقة الأخرى أنك تبني تقنيات تتأقلم مع المدينة الحالية. كلاهما يعمل، وحاليا مثلا احنا كمدينة الرياض نركز على الطريقة الأخرى لأن المدينة أوريدي موجودة، فما نبغى نغير بنيتها التحتية ونبني تقنيات تكون متلائمة معها. طيب معاليك، يعتبر نجاح موسم الحج وخدمة ضيوف الرحمن على رأس أولويات هذا البلد المبارك. كيف تصف مساهمة حلول المدن الذكية في تحقيق هذا النجاح، خصوصاً على مستوى إدارة الحشود وضمان أمن وسلامة حجاج بيت الله الحرام؟
جميل. طبعاً مفهوم المدن الذكية كما ذكرت لكم مفهوم عام، ولعلي يشير إلى كلمة دائماً يرددها معالي رئيس سدايا الدكتور عبد الله الغامدي. احنا نتكلم عن المدن الذكية، يقول إنه مفهوم المدن الذكية ينبع من احتياجات المدينة نفسها. فاحتياجات المدن الذكية في مدينة الرياض تختلف عنها في مكة، تختلف عنها في الدمام، تختلف من بلد إلى آخر. طبعا لنا شرف في خدمة الحجاج والمعتمرين، ولكن هذه الخدمة يأتي معها تحدي كبير جدا.
صحيح.
أنا أزعم أنه يمكن ما في مدينة في العالم تواجه هذا التحدي. عدد كبير من الناس في منطقة جغرافية ضيقة، ولك تتخيل ما يتداعى على ذلك من تنظيم أو تفويج الحشود، النواحي الأمنية، جودة الحياة فيما يتعلق في تجربة الحج لهم. احنا حقيقة بالتعاون مع الزملاء ومع الفريق يعني يقود ويرعى هذا الجهد، أنشأنا مركز الحج الذكي أو مركز عمليات الحج سمارت هوك، وكان فيه عدد من تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأنت دكتور رائد يمكن كان لك الجهد الأكبر في هذا المجال. تم استخدام بعض الخوارزميات، بذكر بعض الأمثلة منها، من ضمنها البوابة الافتراضية. تم تفعيل خوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي لمعرفة عدد من يدخلون، وتعرفون بوابات الحرم الشريف يعني كبيرة جدا ويدخل منها عدد كبير، من الصعب أنك تقوم به بشكل يدوي، فتم تطبيق خوارزميات الذكاء الاصطناعي لمعرفة هذا العدد، ليس لمعرفة العدد فقط بل لتنظيم عملية تفويج دخول وخروج الحجاج. من ضمن الخوارزميات، وهذه تم تطويرها داخليا في المركز الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي، اللي هي عد الحجاج داخل الطواف، وهذا الحمد لله تم تنفيذها بشكل دقيق. ولعلي أشير التحدي، وأنت أعرف واحد فيه دكتور رائد، أنه الخوارزميات الموجودة عالميا لا تتوافق مع الحجاج والمعتمرين نظرا للبس الإحرام وغيره، فبالتالي تم تعديل هذه الخوارزميات محليا للقيام بالعد، وهذا ينعكس على عمليات الزملاء في إدارة الحشود. وكذلك من ضمن الخوارزميات أيضا اللي هي اكتشاف السلوكيات الخاطئة. تعرفون مع زحمة الحجاج والعدد الكبير، إذا كان في مثلا اندفاع في اتجاه معين وكان في اندفاع في اتجاه معاكس، هذا قد يكون له تدافع وخلافه، ويكون فيه انعكاس على جودة الحياة بالنسبة للمعتمرين. فكان تطوير فيه خوارزميات لاكتشاف مثل هذه الحالات. هذه بعض الأمثلة، وفيها أكثر من خوارزميات وأنت أعرف. طبعا احنا نستخدم سابقا كان تقريبا حوالي 500 كاميرا في 20 موقع، واليوم أسمعك تتكلم مع الفريق إنه إن شاء الله 2000 كاميرا، ومتوسعين إن شاء الله مستمرين في هذا العمل إن شاء الله.
وأنت تقول 2000، في بعض وجيه المهندسين تغيرت من هنا شايفها، كانوا يقولوا تراجع نزل الرقم شوي، لا إن شاء الله 2020,000 بعدها
إن شاء الله.
فعليا، وزي ما ذكرت معاليك إنه فعليا الذكاء الاصطناعي هي تقنية للبيئة اللي تشتغل فيها. وممكن قبل فترة في أحد السيارات ذاتية القيادة اصطدمت بجمل في أتوقع في الإمارات، والسبب في ذلك أن السيارات ما تدربت على هذا النوع من البيئة، خلينا نقول الخاصة فينا. فحنا نتوقع أن الذكاء الاصطناعي كذلك ما راح ينجح في بيئتنا إلا إذا بنيناه يكون خاص على بيئتنا ويؤدي النتيجة المطلوبة منه. معليك آخر سؤال على المستوى العالمي، هل لك أن تطلعنا على بعض التجارب العالمية للمدن الذكية وأثرها على مختلف جوانب الحياة في هذه؟
أنا بس فقط ودي أشير إلى تجربة لنا في مدينة الرياض. بالشراكة مع الهيئة الملكية. اليوم يستبدل أكثر من 400 إشارة ذكية لها مركز تحكم للTMS على مستوى المدينة، مقبلين إلى أن نستكمل كل التقاطعات. ركبنا في طريق الملك فهد الرام مترينج، خفض من الزحمة طريق الملك فهد من الجنوب إلى اتجاه الشمال أكثر من 25% من الزحمة إلى طريق الملك فهد، وهذا يعتبر توجه. وبالشراكة مع منطقة الرياض، مدينة الرياض، حيتم إن شاء الله تطبيق هذه التجربة على كل المداخل اللي من خط الخدمة إلى الخط الرئيسي، هو أن نبتعد على من الإدارة المانيوال وإدارة الفردية، بعيد عن الحلول الشاملة اللي تتحكم فيها السيستم. أنا أعتقد مثل ما تفضل معالي الدكتور، اليوم الدراسة اللي يتكلم عنها أذكرها زمان في جامعة الملك سعود، كانت تتكلم يقول لو عمرك 60 سنة وأنت يوميا تهدر ساعتين في السيارة، فأنت تهدر من حياتك في 60 سنة 5 سنوات. لذلك هذا أعتقد أنه الحلول التقنية بإذن الله قادرة أن تحسن هذا التنقل وتحسن مستوى استغلال الوقت اللي احنا في حاجته كلنا. طبعا أعتقد أنه موضوع من اللايرز لازم نشتغل عليها، صحيح، ما بين استعمالات الأراضي وتحديدها، ما بين توليد الرحلات، ما بين ماستر بلان على مستوى المدينة، ما بين وجود تقنية. إذا اكتملت بالكامل أنا أعتقد فعلا مقبلين إلى أن الرياض تكون من المدن الرائدة. الزحمة، موضوع الزحمة هي من سمات المدن الكبيرة على مستوى العالم، لذلك احنا في الرياض قد يتفاجأ أن هناك نوع من الزحام، لكن ترى بروح في بعد آخر اقتصادي. قد نرى احنا زحمة واصحاب الاقتصاد يديروها برك.
صحيح.
اي شكرا.
وصحيح ما عليك يعني. وزي ما ذكرت ان مشكله الازدحام هي مشكله تواجهنا، وحنا كبشر اذا شفنا مشكله دائما نبتكر تقنيات لحلها. فالتقنيه لها هدفين، يا انها تحل مشكله صعبه لنا او انها تخلي حياتنا اسهل. في مشكله الازدحام اتوقع تقنيات المدن الذكيه من التقنيات اللي ممكن تساعدنا بشكل كبير.
في البعد الامني اليوم صحيح. اللي نخطط معاكم انتم اليوم صحيح. انه الزحمه ما راح تكون باذن الله معيقه لنا صحيح. في تحقيق المفاهيم اللي تكلمنا عنها صحيح. سواء زمن الاستجابه، اليوم عندنا على مستوى البعد الاستراتيجي عندنا زمن استجابه محدد باوقات محدده، فبالتالي موضوع تخطيط المدينه وارتباطه بوجود مراكز الشرط، وجود مراكز انطلاق الدوريات، وجود التقنيه، اعتقد انها باذن الله بتحقق التكامل للوصول الى موضوع زمن الاستجابه اللي تكلمنا عنه.
صحيح. في الختام نشكر معالي مدير الامن العام الفريق محمد البسامي ومعالي الدكتور عصام الوقيت، واستاذن اصحاب المعالي بالبقاء على المسرح بدعم مستمر من صاحب السمو الملكي الامير عبد العزيز بن سعود بن عبد العزيز وزير الداخليه. تضافرت جهود بين وزارة الداخلية وأجهزتها التابعة لها والهيئة السعودية للبيانات الذكاء الاصطناعي لدعم استخدام البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاع الأمني من خلال مشروعات ومبادرات حققت ولله الحمد نجاحات عدة في المجال الأمني. أيها الحفل الكريم، سنشهد الآن جميعا إطلاق أحد المشروعات المشتركة بين وزارة الداخلية ممثلة في الأمن العام وسدايا، ووزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان، ووزارة النقل والخدمات اللوجستية، أمانة منطقة الرياض والهيئة الملكية لمدينة الرياض. وندعو في هذه اللحظة صاحبي المعالي لإطلاق هاكاثون الزحام.
تحدي جديد.
الله يوفق إن شاء الله.
تفضل.
تفضل طيب. الله يوفقك ان شاء الله.
يعطيك العافيه معاليك، شكرا لك. يعطيك العافيه معاليك، شكرا لك.
شكرا الله فيك.
نشيل المايكات بس.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Global Smart City Forum 2024, and one of the best things, I hope you'll agree, honoured guests, about this gathering is its international nature. Guests from over 40 different countries, so many different global perspectives. Now, one of those countries, and a phenomenal delegation from that country here in the arena, is Spain. And I'm delighted to say that we have a Secretary of State from the government of Spain who is sending us the message you're about to see. Well, her role couldn't be more relevant because she is indeed responsible for telecommunications and digital infrastructure. So let's welcome to our screens the Secretary of State for the Spanish government, Maria González Veracruz.
Hello, Your Excellency, hello everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this forum and to show the vocation of the government of Spain to encourage and empower digital business initiatives. Faced with the important global changes we face, it's key to apply digitalization for the optimization of resources, energy efficiency, and the improvement of people's daily lives. And smart cities are key players in this. Meetings like this one are one opportunity to share and undertake business initiatives. Since the recent Spanish president of the European Council, Spain has led the cutting-edge debates in different areas, with regulatory developments of AI or opening of the transcendental debate of the digital infrastructures needed to the application of smart cities. The relevance given to this task from the government, for the Spanish government, has been reflected in the growing creation of a specific and specialized Ministry of Digital Transformation and Civil Services. Spain's digital infrastructure places us as a leading country in Europe for sharing connectivity, but we have really good conditions with our submarine cables and for data centers too. We are now carrying out the development of 5G to be able to develop the services and applications required by smart cities. Our future objectives place us in a total disposition to collaborate with other countries, and of course, our companies are totally aligned. The smart cities agenda is key to a better world, and we are really involved in that. So I hope this meeting will boost a global conversation about how countries can collaborate to support similar goals and to get productive agreements and totally sure can be reached. Thank you very much and enjoy the forum. I hope I will come join in another time.
Well, huge thanks to Maria González Veracruz for that message, saying there that the Smart Cities agenda is central to their work and really encouraging in us that spirit of collaboration, which I think is exactly on point for hopefully what you've seen play out all across this forum. Now, what we're going to do now, everybody, is build on this theme of sustainability, especially for improving the quality of life. It's another global group for another global conversation. In fact, our chair knows a thing or two about bringing very good people together because she leads Smart City Expo USA. So with her panel, please give a warm forum welcome to Arti Tandon. Arti, good luck. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. You are all true advocates for sustainability. Before we begin, I would like for each of you to share a little bit about your roles.
Good afternoon, I'm Piero Pellizzaro. I'm the Scientific Director of Globe Italia, and at the same time I'm the head of the National Innovation Hub for the State Property Agency that we manage more than 43,000 public property.
I think you're, yeah. You want to start over?
I was getting used for the other room, then there is the silent
you
disco.
You can start over,
Yeah, sorry. I'm Piero Pellizzaro. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm the Scientific Director at Globe Italy. At the same time, I'm the head of the Innovation Hub at the State Property Agency in Italy that we manage more than 43,000 public property, mainly cultural heritage restriction protected. But at the same time, I'm a pedestrian. And I'm a pedestrian in Rome and in Milan. That, trust me, it's not an easy life to be a pedestrian in Rome. So thank you very much for having me here.
My role is now, I'm a Smart Medina Program Director. In Medina Development Authority, I'm managing with my team, with a great team, the Smart City Transformation, under a great leadership in Medina.
My name is Solomon Asefa, and I'm the founder and partner of C1 Ventures, where we focus on industry decarbonization through science and innovation. Prior to that, I was a vice president at IBM, where I was responsible for leading global R&D efforts, setting up research labs globally, including the Middle East and Africa, and also crafting partnerships related to R&D.
Thank you. So each of you comes from a very different part of the world: Italy, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, different topographies, different economies. Let's talk about how each of you is really shaping a cleaner, greener future in your communities. So Piero, you have a very storied career in resilience. I would love for you to share a little bit about how you are building a true carbon neutral economy through innovation hubs and bike lanes and behavior change and all the other topics that are helping you build a sustainable future.
Yes, thank you. I mean, in the past I was the chief resilience officer at the city of Milano. And I was that during the COVID, during the pandemic. When the pandemic comes, we've seen a big opportunity for us to see how we can change the city, how we can change our economy. We always think in the city as a built environment like for cars, but we start to say, maybe we should take this opportunity that we have some restriction in movement to try to move from a car-driven society to a more pedestrian and bike society. So we take one of the big opportunity. As a country, we have big religion as background, as culture. In Italy, we have 40 days before Easter, then you have to adopt some kind of behavior. And we adopted the same concept for city. So we changed part of the street for 40 days, introducing temporary bike line. So to get the people that was normally using that street to drive, to try to see how you can interact between cars and bike lanes and people and bikers. At the same time, we take old like parking slot and we start using as a square, especially in front of the school, when normally you drive kids to school, right? And then you create dangerous situation for pupils. This 40 days experience makes the people get use of the transformation of the urban, of the public space. And this is driven we create a more awareness, more consciousness among the population that the changing is possible. It takes time, and there is always some critics, but it could be to good deal to a new way of living and a better way of living. Because I also believe, well, there is a joke in Venice. I come from close to Venice. And they say, which is the difference between the people living in Venice and the people living in the other cities in the world? That in Venice, everyone knows the others because you walk. And when you walk, you look people in the eyes. When you drive, you are not looking people in the eyes. So you don't have the connection among the community when you are in a car. So that was one of the biggest transformation, one of my biggest experience, thanks to the city of Milan that we experienced. And this will spread. We also learn from other cities like Barcelona, like New York, with the tactical urbanism. There was an experience that really puts the people at the center of our transformation. But then when I moved to Rome, and I moved to this new position at the Innovation Hub, there was something that we were discussing before that is in common with the Saudi and the city, as Medina and the others. We have 43,000 public properties. It's meaning 63 billion euro asset of value. But that value, it's a cultural heritage value. And when you think about become smart, and at the same time you have to protect a cultural heritage, you have to protect thousands and thousands of years of building, then it's becoming more challenging. And there we have seen how it's important to use technology, not more to build a new infrastructures, but to monitor and to improve our capacity of maintenance in a time of climate change. Because climate change deteriorates materials. So we look at the technology to predictive maintenance, but we look also at the materials, how we can change our materials. I have an experience here on Sunday. We drive out of Riyadh, we went to Shakra, and we went to the ancient town. We look how the building was designed with clay in the past. That is exactly what we also need to look, how we can keep our culture, our capacity to build with natural ventilation, with the natural resources and natural materials, because being smart is not being technological driven. Being smart is maintaining our memories, our culture at the heart of our transformation. And last experience I want to share is something about sustainability. I'm one of the most supporters of sustainability in terms of changing, but we also need to take care of the negative effect of sustainability. And normally we call it climate gentrification. Too often in the city, in the Western cities, we go in a low-income district, we retrofit, and we see how it's increasing the cost of rent, the cost of the housing, pushing out of the city the low-income population, and then welcoming only the medium or the rich people. So we need to take care. The sustainability should be first inclusive, and then also looking at the environmental impact. Because if we are capable to keep together the inclusiveness and the environmental aspect of sustainability, then we can win our challenge to have a more equal and resilient society to climate change. So I think that climate gentrification will be one of the topics of the future forum.
Absolutely. I mean, climate gentrification in Miami, we were talking about, is real. But you also talked about behavior change. You've talked about heritage. These are topics that are quite relevant to Abdul Majid in the work that you're doing in Medina. You know, you are trying to build a carbon neutral economy, but you're trying to be conscious of how to build a vibrant society. And there's many contradictions in being sustainable and vibrant at the same time. And I would love for you to share and challenge the audience with some of the contradictions that you see and some of the solutions, and also how you know, your approach is derived from Vision 2030. It's quite interesting.
Thank you for this introduction and for your question. So, and it's an honor to join this panel discussion to explore this topic that is relating to our shared future. And this contradictions between sustainability and the quality of life from one angle, it's very important contradictions should be solved to have our planet safe at the end. And this contradiction is coming like a catch-22. So when we're trying to solve some part, it will impact another part negatively. For the subject for sustainable environment, all the people and all the cities, they are looking to improve sustainable environment, and that will need in some aspects impacting some quality of life, maybe negatively. Any city in the world, they are looking to improve the quality of life, and it's definitely will lead to more consumptions. It's our life today that is the quality of life, or the consumption is working such as a proxy for the quality of life. And there is no decoupling between consumptions of goods, services, lands, spaces, and the quality of life. This is a very difficult contradictions, and we need a new way to think how to solve and how to overcome these contradictions. Maybe, or I'm suggesting this framework, how to solve these contradictions from the kingdom experience for that. So at the first, we need to change the mindset for our urban planning capabilities, and the mindset for urban design, and the mindset how we are looking to our ecosystem, and how we understand city problems and city challenges and city purposes. We should understand any problems and analyze any challenge as a result of the whole ecosystem, not as a result of one part of the whole ecosystem. By this mindset, we can solve and we can synergy and we can integrate between many purposes at the same time. We can make collaboration between quality of life purposes and sustainable environment purposes. If we are building this mindset, and we are changing how urban planning is doing their city development, we need to build on that a whole ecosystem working as a unified, as a holistic, not as a part. We need to define set of purposes, unifying all the actors to work in synergy way and in orchestration way that is serving the ultimate purposes. This system, or this whole system, when it's built in any country, it needs to be a productive system and to be a harmonious system and to be more synergetic system. It needs a leadership, inspirational leadership. This inspirational leadership, it will work to break down the silos between the vertical system in the country, and it will supply and empower the whole system by energy, by inspirations, and by strength to operate and function. And this is what the many in the world lack today. But this is what the Saudis and the kingdom have under the leadership of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And by his leadership, all the kingdom and the Saudi city are equipped to navigate the complexities and the challenges that is across all the global value chains. When we are building this whole by this way, we are connecting all the purposes and we are bringing all the actors to serve the one unified purpose. By this, we can manage these contradictions between many. We can build better quality of life, and at the same time, we can build better sustainable environment. Maybe as example, in اليوم city, there is a reflection for this mindset, for this holistic mindset. In اليوم city, because it's a plan and design depending on this holistic approach, it solves the sustainability problems by design. So it's to provide sustainable from one angle, and also it will provide a better quality of life from other angle. Vision 2030 framework is building a harmonious framework for all the cities in the kingdom. And any city in the kingdom now, to solve these contradictions, they need just to drive their own subsystem and to build their own sub-holistic that is coming from the purposes of Vision 2030, and to connect all the value streams across the city with all the actors. By this mechanism, we can provide this dynamic orchestration for purposes, even its sustainability or quality of life. This is the approach, a systematic approach and sustainable approach. In Medina, in Smart Medina, we are driving our framework from Vision 2030. We are connecting all the value streams across the city by our framework. And we are connecting all those value streams with international standards, like ISO for sustainability. And the most important here, to have the whole picture, to have the system as a whole for a Smart Medina, we are connecting all those purposes that is coming from up with the daily habits of the people, the experiences of the people. So now each experience in our framework for the people is connected with the value stream, is connecting with the city, with the Vision 2030 purposes. This holistic mechanism, it can solve these contradictions that we can face it when we are applying any sustainable agenda or quality of life.
Thank you for that. These contradictions are quite interesting, right? How do you build an economy and still maintain a carbon neutral footprint? And look forward to expanding on that with Solomon's comments about the work that he's doing in South Africa. You have been at the forefront of science and technology, having studied at MIT, having been at IBM for decades, and now you're in South Africa working with startups, but you're working on global challenges. You know, they're not just limited to South Africa. Please share a little bit about what you were doing there, and then I would love to bring everyone else into the conversation.
Sure, yeah. So maybe I can try to connect the dots between the global challenges that we're seeing and the role of the technologies that we've all witnessed advance during the last decade. Technology is not a silver bullet, but it does give us the tools that we could use to solve these global challenges, and then also show how all of it is actually underpinned by global talent, right? So now, if you come to global challenges, I think one of the reasons why we're on this panel is to talk about climate and sustainability. Climate change is a big challenge. We all see it from all the heat waves, the flooding, tropical cyclones, and hundreds of billions of dollars being destroyed, and over 100 million people living in poverty because of climate change. So that is a big global challenge. It's not a problem for Johannesburg or Nairobi or Riyadh or Rio. It's really a global challenge. The same when you look at the population growth around the world and the amount of food that we need, right? So we don't have enough land to feed 10 billion people. So what does that mean? What are the new means of production? That is a big global challenge that we all need to tackle as society. Biodiversity loss is another one. As the population increases also, financial inclusion becomes a big topic that we need to handle. Again, it's not a problem isolated for one city. That is a problem that we need to tackle globally, all the way from New York to Nairobi to Johannesburg. And we already witnessed one pandemic. There might be another one coming in the future. So how do we accelerate drug discovery, vaccine discovery, and more importantly, how do we make healthcare accessible for everyone, not just for the privileged, but for everyone, right? So those are challenges that we all need to deal with globally. Now, what's interesting is we have witnessed development of technology in the past decade or two. One of those technologies is AI. Everyone knows about it, but AI is not something that just came because of OpenAI or Microsoft. It's something that has been developed for 40, 50 years, right? So a lot happening in AI, a lot happening in nanotechnology. We're talking about billions of transistors on the size of your fingertip that we're using to develop and leverage AI. We're seeing development in drone technologies and hyperspectral imaging coming from geospatial technologies and much more, right? On-the-ground sensors. So all of these are tools that we have in our toolkit that we could use to tackle the global challenges that I mentioned. What's interesting also is the fact that these technologies, to develop these technologies, you need talent, right? Like I mentioned, they were developed over many, many decades. Another fact about talent is also talent is becoming globally distributed, right? Especially depending on demographic shift, demographic changes that we're seeing the rise of talent globally, all around the world. We've also seen the war for talent in the case of AI in San Francisco and a few other places, but the reality is there's a lot of talent that's coming. So it's important for governments to be really conscious about how do we develop talent, right? How do we build capacity? And interestingly, that's one of the things that I did when I was at IBM. One of the decisions that we made was, yes, we have research labs in the US and we have them in Europe, but it's also important to set up these research labs and research teams globally. In Latin America, in Africa, I was responsible for building the research labs and research teams on the African continent, also setting up research teams in the Middle East as well. And that requires long-term planning and long-term partnerships, because to develop research scientists and postdocs and PhDs is a decade-long journey, which means that it is important to think about how you augment curriculums in the universities, right? How do you take the students from the university and then put them into companies so that they get internships? And then after that, how do you prepare them for graduate school? And when they finish from graduate school, how do you bring them into the corporate world or in government offices so that you actually end up developing talent locally, right? So that has been a very interesting experience, and I think that type of public-private partnerships on capacity development is something that's even become more important now in light of the convergence of the technologies that I mentioned, and also in light of the fact that we need the talent to use those technologies, to develop the next generation of those technologies, because you will need them to tackle climate change. Adaptation, mitigation, you will need them to develop the next generation of AI.
Well, I was just going to say that each of you is working with innovation hubs and startups in your communities because they are proximate to the issues that you're trying to solve, right? They understand the climate issues, they understand adaptation, mitigation, but they also understand culture, right? And that's really, really important when you're trying to solve these issues. And, you know, I would love for you to tell a little bit about your innovation hubs, Piero. And I also know that you don't believe that technology solves everything, so you can also comment on that.
Well, I don't believe in silos. Too often we always believe that technology is the only solution, but I think what we have shared, all of us, there is a concept like we say talent. Talent comes from education. Education comes from culture. Education comes from memories.
Yeah.
And when I was positioned, I mean, like 10 years working on resilience, people ask me, what is the definition of resilience, right? And my opinion, sometimes resilience is how we collect memories from the past. Because it seems like in the past, our Asian generation were more capable to deal with the crisis in terms of how you adapt. I mean, they always talk a story. I mean, when I was in Milan, a lot of people come to us and say, from the northern part of Europe, from Germany, asking us how we should adapt to a warmer climate, because you are Italian, you have a Mediterranean climate. And they say, hey guys, you come from in the wrong place, because we adopted the German standard or the Nordic standard for our building. If you want to understand better, go where the heating was always a problem. So go to the southern part of the country. And when we go to Sicily, we meet a lot of experience that they met here in Saudi. I mean, the Arabic architecture, it's looking at, as I said before, natural materials or the others. But the natural materials or natural ventilation comes if we are capable to collect memories and materials. So one of the first programs I was trying to launching with the Innovation Hub is not looking which technologies, but it's can we map the solution we already have in our building? So I was like having like a deep citizen science program, looking how citizens, like students, could go around in our building. It's 43,000 all over the country, is quite a lot. And looking which could be the right solution, infrastructural solution for this time, coming from the past. So this is an innovation hub. An innovation hub is how we learn from the past to not repeat the same mistake that we did it. So that is, I think that sometimes innovation is to take 2 steps back to make one more forward soon. So I think that one of the elements for innovation hub is memory. It's how we collect this memory and this culture, but also how we work bottom up with the community to identify, have a dialogue to identify. And let me just conclude to say something that is, for me, is important. When you design a city, a new city, thinking also about the time of the city, not only about the space of the city, because we have to consume less, but we also have tried to do less, and there is an open conversation, another challenge for the future. So how we can do less, it doesn't mean we don't have to be productive, but how we can give to the kids the right to be bored. Because if a baby or a kid's getting boring, is when it becomes creative. So talent starts from a boring, somehow to get bored over your kid energy. So, thanks.
Just to add some points here for your discussion here. I think what do we need more in our city today is we need to have a list technologizing our city and to redesign our city. So the concept of redesign for system relationships within the city itself will achieve the targets that we need, such as the concept now for 15 minutes neighborhood. So this concept is just to reconnect the variables within the city with a new way. No need to solve the traffic problems within the city by more systems and more equipments, or by maybe by more regulations. We need to change some behaviors within the city to achieve the targets. I think what our world needs today is more designers, more architects to restructure our economy and our city in the right way.
Yeah, I think, just to chime on what Pierre was saying, I think science and technology can definitely help us learn a lot from our heritage. For example, how did the Romans use limestone? Why did they use it? Or in some other places in the world, how they used to build natural ventilation, right? So there's a lot to learn from that. At the same time, also, I think scientific discovery is also being accelerated because of the technologies that I mentioned. So for example, there's so much happening in the startup space when it comes to how we build our cities. Can we have concrete and cement, again, chiming onto materials, that is carbon neutral, or even more importantly, can it actually suck carbon out of the air? There's some technologies that are being developed now that actually use carbon dioxide from the air to make food, right? There are technologies, again, being developed to use carbon dioxide to make carbon nanotubes, which in the future might potentially be useful as a replacement or a supplement for cement. So there's quite a lot that's happening, a new revolution that's also coming when it comes to the materials we use in our built environment. But at the same time, I think science and technology should be used to preserve our heritage, to learn a lot from our heritage as well.
So, in closing, what gives each of you hope and promise right now? Are there startups that you're really excited about? Are there projects that you're focused on? You've all been in the resilience space for such a long time. What gives you hope at the moment?
What gives me hope? I think what gives me hope is what is with desire of a lot of young generation to also to reconnect what we normally call nature, but at the end are tree, are water, and is to reconnect with our past. We got like a speed, at least in Italy and Europe, when we have to look at the future as like some technologies, but a lot of people after recent years want to reconnect with their own culture and their own land, because I think that is really important. So this is giving me hope.
Just for the speed and time, and I think we need to consider for our city as upstream activities and downstream activities. I think we need to speed up the upstream activities, which is about planning, and here maybe the revolution in AI will help a lot here in this part. But maybe in the downstream, we need to have more slow in the activities to keep more better quality of life for the people and for residents.
So I think what gives me hope is, again, going back to my original comment, the global distribution of talent and the passion of the next generation to solve our grand challenges as a planet, and the fact that now we are at the cusp of all these technologies converging, coming together, and the fact that that talent will use those technologies or develop new technologies to tackle our big problems.
Thank you all for quite an insightful panel. Please give a round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you so much. Good.
Welcome back, everybody. it's the Smart City Global Forum, and the golden thread, or perhaps it's a green thread that runs through our afternoon, surely is sustainability. And we're going to continue that theme with a big question. How do you build a sustainable city? How do you build a sustainable city? How do you build it to mitigate the challenges of climate change? How do you build it to improve the quality of life of its citizens, not just today, but for generations to come? And honoured guests, let me ask you to listen out for a phrase in our next conversation, and that is of the meta city. I would be very surprised if that doesn't come up in this next conversation. We've got two very special guests, and our chair for this next session is eminently well placed to conduct the conversation. They won't be just asking, I hope, because I want to know what they think as well, because they are from the Boston Consulting Group. In fact, they're the global leader of the BCG's Global Cities practice. So, with their panel, please welcome to our stage Vladislav Butenko.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your attention. I'm Vladislav Butenko. I'm running BCG's cities business globally. And together with me, we have Dr. Adel. Dr. Adel is one of the senior executives of Esri, and Mr. Nadim, who is one of the senior executives of Huawei. So let us salute our esteemed panelists. We're going to talk about the new phenomenon that we see globally. The phenomenon is called the meta city. The meta city is part of the chapter of sustainable development of cities, but it's very different. We have just published this article in Harvard Business Review, and the phenomenon is about the enlargement of the catchment area of a city. Allow me to ask this audience a question. Why is Riyadh diameter 40 kilometers? Why is that? Okay, I see some hands. So 40 kilometers because it's about 1 hour by car, end to end, that you cross Riyadh in about 1 hour. What happens is, historically, city size has always been defined and determined by the transportation technology. 1,000 years ago, the city diameter was 5 kilometers, but because people would walk for an hour end to end. Then the car-based city size is typically 20, 30, 40 kilometers in diameter, just like Riyadh. And today, we see the enlargement of the catchment area of the city all the way to 500, 1,000 kilometers. And that changes a lot. I can start with an example of a group that we have at BCG that works on the city analysis that is based in Nantes. Nantes is 365 kilometers away from Paris. These people live there with their family. They still commute to BCG's main office in Paris weekly for a couple of days. They pay 19 euros on Ouigo, which is a low coster on SNCF train. And they're very happy because they're getting much better value for money in where they live in Nantes, because for the price of a 2-bedroom apartment in Paris, they have a beautiful house, excellent ecology, clean air, a lot of green spaces, good neighborhood, and then they also take advantage of everything that Paris can offer, right? They enjoy Paris, they meet their colleagues and their bosses and their clients in the office, and this way they kind of get best of both worlds. We are seeing this phenomenon also in the Middle East. I personally have a friend, he's a businessman, he lives in Beirut with his family. He's from Beirut, he's Lebanese, but he works in Riyadh. Riyadh for this person is what we call a center of work. because the biggest projects are in Riyadh, thanks God. The biggest opportunities are in Riyadh, but administratively he belongs to BCG Dubai. Why Dubai? Because Dubai so far offers very good opportunities for healthcare, administration, tax policies, other policies, etc. So my question here is, this person, does he belong to Dubai, to Riyadh, or to Beirut? There is no answer. We say that there is a multi-hub life that is emerging globally, and globally meaning also that some of the hubs are appearing globally, and they're not necessarily the biggest cities. So we did the analysis. You can check Harvard Business Review article on this analysis. We found that London and New York would be the biggest meta-city hubs globally, but then interestingly, the next level cities would be Dubai, Bangalore, and some other cities. Only in the third category of smaller hubs, you can see the cities like Toronto and other cities. So the meta-city hubs, the most connected cities, are not the ones that are the biggest. And this is something that is going to change the landscape of cities globally. What we see also is the meta-city has its own economy. Companies are deciding about the locational strategy based on the meta-city, not only on the capital city. For instance, in my earlier example of Nantes, a big company will consider whether in Nantes you have a good social capital, good intellectual capital, good people capital, human capital, and whether this capital is connected to Paris or to London. This is how modern multinationals are making their investment decisions. So that's one of the implications. Another implication is for the town. Today, especially in Europe, the towns, but also, I was discussing with one of the excellencies here in Riyadh. He also said that some of the towns in the kingdom are becoming a little bit more depressed because people are leaving the town and they go into Riyadh, they go to Jeddah, they go into Dammam. And what about the towns? In Europe, the towns have become depressed, and we're going to discuss this. But thanks to the meta-city, they actually see the revival. And the revival comes from the fact that people are coming from the capital to the town, and they live in the town. Now, that's good news for the town, but also something to manage, because these people are different. Think about highly paid professional people from Paris or from Riyadh that come to the town. They're different, they look different, they speak different, they don't know the local people. How to integrate these people? The other question will be, where do they pay tax? Traditionally, in many of the countries, you pay tax where you live. Well, if I spend 2 days a week in the capital city, I kind of also use the capital city infrastructure. I kind of use the police, right? The security of the capital city. I kind of use other technologies, and I don't pay. Like, who is going to pay for my usage of the infrastructure of Riyadh if I live in some nice town next to the sea, in Al-Wajh or Malouch or somewhere? So that's another implication. I'm getting to the discussion about the investment. So typically, we would see that the office investment in the big city is a good idea. Well, what we are now hearing is that the office space of C-class and B-class of office space and real estate is decreasing in value. The restaurants around these office spaces of B-class and C-class are becoming empty. Again, in my example of Paris, but also in London, people are getting out of this office, and the price of the office is decreasing, and therefore the local fabric of people moving between the offices and restaurants and cafes is becoming less. Who is going to replace them? That's another implication. Another implication is on the role of the office in general. We believe that the biggest offices, the most premium offices for premium interaction, the most expensive, are still going to stay in the city, but the smaller offices, just the cubicles, will probably go less. So I'm getting back to my very short description of the meta-city as a big phenomenon. We see this everywhere in the world. It's not a phenomenon only Europe, the US, or China. China, by the way, is building 10 meta-cities explicitly. China has this central planning system. They're building, for instance, a big meta-city of 150 million inhabitants around Beijing. It's called Jinjinji. So Jinjinji is where people are connected not only by the very high-quality Chinese infrastructure, but also by the, the, the story and the meaning. So they're writing the history of this Jinjinji region so that people who live there, they feel that they're like each other, right? They have a common idea about the past and a common idea about the future. So the discussion I'd like to open here is, what does this mean? We're here at the Smart City Forum. What does this mean for the smart city technologies? This meta-city phenomenon, which is good, you know, what kind of new technology disruptions are we going to see in terms of technologies of communication, technologies of data, geospatial data, in terms of security technologies, in terms of, you know, voting and representation technologies, and other technologies. So thank you for your attention. And with that, I'd like to turn to you, Dr. Adel. You've been working for a couple of decades now in ESRI. ESRI is a global leader in spatial data management. Two questions. First, you've seen all this data globally. What do you see about this meta-city? Yeah? And the second question would be, as I said, what will be the new technologies and technology disruption that you will see?
Oh, thank you. So I think there's been quite an impact on basically how cities kind of grow and how they expand and move from in the kind of the organic way they grow. We work with lots of planning departments around the world, and I think lessons learned of things that we've seen in terms of impact relate to a few things. So first, obviously, decreased commute time. So because people are remote, like you say, people are tending to kind of move to the suburbs, tend to move to the countryside, work in obviously bigger houses, but that means that capital investment nowadays in government is not very much focused on increasing the capacity of roads anymore. That's gradually changing, so that they're more focused on reachability, not the scale of arterial roads being more arterial or bigger. So investments are changing there in the infrastructure when we talk about and focus on infrastructure. Another point is also
and sorry for interrupting, but what kind of new investments do you see happening?
So the types of investments I see is more, or we see as a global company, is basically, again, the concept of self-sustained communities. Communities that don't just have where you live, but they also have all the amenities that help you live. So not just your healthcare, but your shops, your retail, your cinemas.
And these communities, where they're located, are we speaking about towns, rural, smaller cities? Where do you see the appearance of these self-sustained communities?
There's a sort of an analogy that I would like to borrow, which is basically how we design, let's say, what we do with the GIS, Geographic Information Systems. Usually how we design our software, and sorry, that's a far analogy, but you'll understand where I'm coming from. Basically, it's all about a system of systems, which is basically you would have the Transport Authority has its own GIS, has its own data, all these geospatial layers, the roads, the traffic, all the IoT sensors data coming in. You have another department, the Agriculture Department, having all its lands and so forth. Utilities has all water mains, sewage systems, and so forth. But you get each one of those has its own, let's say, portal of data and applications and things of that sort. But also, nowadays, what we usually tend to do with governments is get all those kind of portals to talk to each other. Different government departments to kind of share data with each other and so on. But every one of them is siloed in a way, but connected when it comes to collaboration.
But that's interesting. So you're saying that, let's take a town, right? In my favorite example now of Nantes, which is 365 kilometers from Paris, now Nantes sees a revival because of, you know, all these people coming there, you know, spending time. Service people, by the way, are following them because they need, you know, teachers, yoga instructors, you know, sports coaches. They need nuns, etc. You know, they need nannies. So you're saying this community is becoming self-sustained, which means that, if I understood you correctly, that people commute less outside. So in a way, this town can say to the government, right, to the global government, to national government, right, I need you a little bit less than before. Is this true?
Not necessarily. So this is the analogy I'm talking about. It's more of a distributed planning approach that's been there. Just like we have distributed systems in the IT side of things, there's also this distributed kind of thinking about, like, we're still connected, we still collaborate, we still do business with each other, we still work for each other, like you're saying. Like, I could be based in Dubai, but working for Riyadh, and my office in Riyadh the collaboration is super, and that's where companies like Huawei come in, where they kind of increase that connectivity. So we're still connected, 100%, even more connected than the past, because we're all in the digital world. But the design, the planning side of things changes, and we've seen that a lot with how the space has changed. The requirement for bigger houses is when it comes to design.
I can imagine that the city of Nantes that I'm repeatedly presenting, they will need at some point to rethink the master plan, right? Because there will be many new people and different people that will probably live in different kind of communities that actually will really value a seamless commute from where they live to the train station, so they can nicely walk. They would not probably like to take the car, and that's a lot of thinking about the master planning. Will you agree with this or not?
Yeah, 100%. And all remember the sustainability kind of index on the planning side of things, where we think that we need to have more public transit rather than having bigger roads, is very much being the place, because I only commute by train when I really need to go that one day to the office, as opposed to the past. This is my daily commute. So without further ado, I don't want to take a lot of time, but basically the idea is that the shift towards public transit is bigger nowadays. There's more focusing on, again, rail, focusing on trains and things of that sort, just like here in Riyadh with the metro. But the thinking on roads and so on is sort of bit by bit going away, which is obviously positive when it talks about sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Nadim, we kind of discussed the community, the remote town, the node of this network. Let's discuss the transit, right? People will spend hours in the train, sometimes in the car, but mostly in the train, to get from one point to the other point. You've been in telecommunications for 3 decades, all over the world, many leading companies, now with Huawei. What is the technology evolution of communication that you anticipate?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Sadaya, for inviting us to the forum. When we talk about communication, I look at it in 4 different layers. Okay. One is the devices. Devices could be sensors, an input or output, could be a camera, could be a sensor of water meter, electricity, or whatever. The second layer is the pipe. The pipe is the communication network. So this could be wireless, wired, fiber optic. The next one is the platform. The platform is where you collect the data and where you apply artificial intelligence based on structuring data to be able to use. And then the top layer is applications. Applications could be anything. But from the communication perspective, we're going through an age of exponential innovation in a way. There's so many new things that are happening, so many new technologies we can use. And this adoption of these technologies is what leads us to digital transformation, adopting different technologies.
Tell us one technology that will participate in this exponential innovation.
Well, just to give an example, for example, if somebody's sitting on a train and is wearing a VR headset, so to provide a virtual experience in real time for a VR headset, you probably need 1 gigabit of bandwidth. 1 gigabit. That's quite high.
1 gigabit per second.
Yeah, 1 gigabit per second.
Which is, how do you compare this with what we have today?
Well, today you can actually get that using 5G technology, but it doesn't really scale to everybody having a headset. Some people will be able to. But another important part of it is not only the bandwidth, which is, let's say, 1 gigabit per second, it's the latency. Latency of less than 50 milliseconds. I mean, if there are any gamers here, they will know that, for gaming, you need latency of probably 10 to 15 milliseconds, because they're all clicking the keyboards very quickly. So a VR experience, you need probably 50 milliseconds. And for to scale on a global level, this is why, for example, the next generation technology, 6G, will probably be 10 times what we have in 5G. Although even 5G is not fully rolled out, maybe I'd give one example of what is 4, 5, and 6G. For 4G, per person, per point, you can have up to 600 megabits per second, let's say, theoretically. In real time, you probably have 100 megabits per second. Latency is 50, 60 milliseconds. GPS accuracy is 20, 25 meters. When you go to 5G, it's a 10x. No? So you should get 1 gigabits per second. Actually, you get a bit less in real life. Latency goes from 50 down to around 5 milliseconds. No? And GPS accuracy goes from 15, 20 meters down to 5 meters. No? With 6G, the next generation technology, we're talking about 10 gigabits per point, so per user. That's when you will have the proper experience of a VR headset. Latency would be 1 millisecond, and GPS accuracy will be down to centimeters.
Okay,
this
Mr.
is when you
Nadim,
will have...
I see that Dr. Adel is taking his mic. Do you disagree or do you agree with Mr. Nadim?
No, I absolutely agree that you really need speed for those kind of applications and things. There are examples like in Germany where you kind of drive remotely. You don't just work remotely, you drive remotely, where there are companies, startups now that enable you to kind of use your car, drive, but you need that speed, that latency to decrease massively in order to be able to use your vehicle from home. So the commute to kind of pick their kids from football practice or things of that sort. So it's just, this is fundamental to the growth of cities, to the growth as well of how we work, how we connect. Like you say, on trains, for example, working, when we commute, going to meetings, we all use that every day, and especially trip places as crowded and as congested as Riyadh, where people spend a lot of time in the car. That's fundamentally needed.
But we've discussed the kind of more of a service, premium professional job, right? Someone whose productive device is his or her head, right? But how about manufacturing jobs? We see that globally manufacturing is going back to the cities. 300 years ago, some cities started as manufacturing hubs, as places for manufacturing. Then manufacturing went out of the cities. That's why we see these beautiful lofts in London, in Paris. And now manufacturing is back because it has become interesting, it's fun, it's smaller, it's ecologically pure, it's not polluting. Actually, it requires a lot of very smart people to operate this machinery. Would you imagine that if manufacturing plant, the new type of manufacturing, is in the big city, in the capital, would people commute as operators from the town, or will there be remote operation, right? Will they operate remotely this manufacturing? Dr. Nadim.
Well, on the manufacturing side, things are changing a lot. I mean, globally, we have an issue with resources, no? The population after 2050 is actually going to reduce. So to keep productivity up, GDP up in every country, manufacturing has to change. And that is changing by introducing AI technology and robotics. And with robotics in particular, again, you need high-speed communication with ultra-low latency, with very high accurate GPS. In factories, in warehouses, and anything really. For example, probably you don't know that, but Amazon is probably one of the biggest users in the world of robotics themselves. They have their own robotics company, and they do that. In Korea, for example, almost 15% of the workforce today is robotics. Because
15% of the workforce.
The people are growing, they're getting older, and they don't have enough new generation to fill up the spaces. So robotics and AI will probably become part of the global resources, counting as people who provide GDP, and this is all changing. And that's why this requirement for bandwidth, for low latency, for higher GPS requirements are all necessary. And we're not there yet. So 6G is probably when we actually have arrived to be able to do this on a scale basis.
Very good, very good. Dr. Adel.
Yeah.
Manufacturing in a big city and people operating remotely from the towns, or manufacturing the town, people operate remotely from the big city, or anything else?
Well, I think it's the other way around. The people were gonna. The manufacturing is gonna happen again closer to the suburbs, closer to where people move in. That kind of it's just it's the nature of planning and how kind of urban sprawl tends to kind of unfortunately kind of happen sometimes, where you need to be the physicality will always be there. But at the same time, as I said, it will be people living more, and people are going to realize that they want more to still be connected to the bigger urban infrastructure and where West End plays are, where things are going to happen. This kind of tends to always come back down that cycle again.
Okay, very good. So I see the discussion is amazing. But I look at the time, and we'll run out of time, unfortunately. But we will be very happy, dear audience, to continue the discussion somewhere in the corridor. And again, let us say a big thank you to Mr. Nadim from Huawei and Dr. Adel from Esri. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So in this Global Smart City Forum, we've considered a whole host of things. We have considered people and technology. We have considered mobility and technology. And we have considered knowledge and technology. But the truth is, cities and economies must evolve as well. And evolve they shall. For his view on empowering smart cities research, please welcome His Excellency, Dr. Munir M. El-Dessouky, the President of the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Oh, there you are.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking His Excellency, my dear friend, Dr. Abdullah Sharaf Al-Ghamdi, for inviting me to be here today. I was talking to him yesterday about the last time I entered this venue, which was roughly 2 months ago, and it was to attend Phantom of the Opera with my wife. So look at what they've done with the place in less than 2 months. I'd like to ask everyone to join me for a round of applause to thank the team for the great job that they've done. My team at CAX got a little bit excited creating this picture, which they generated, I believe, from Midjourney to show what Riyadh City could look like in the future when smart cities are implemented. And with all the great stuff that we've seen in this conference in the past 2 days, I believe this future is nearer than we believe. In particular, yesterday, we've heard a few great announcements from mayors of different cities in Riyadh announcing smart cities and mega projects with very exciting plans. But I assure you, in the research, development, innovation sector, these plans are not any less exciting. Starting with the announcement of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince, Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the chairman of the RDI Upper Council on June 30th of 2022, where he announced the aspirations of the kingdom with 4 national priority areas, which are health and wellness, sustainability and environment, energy and industrial leadership, and economies of the future, which in particular contains everything from deep sea exploration to deep space exploration with quantum technologies, AI, and of course smart cities, which is the focus of our topic today. And in CAX, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, which is the national lab of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we focus on 2 primary roles. One is that we are the R&D execution entity of the kingdom, which represents the national labs in all 4 national priority areas, but we only do applied research. So we also act as a bridge between academia and industry for scale-up and demonstration. So that's where we act as an innovation convener, primarily through our science park. If we look at the strength areas of CAX, we have a foundation of a research infrastructure of over 100 labs. These cover the national programs such as the National Genome Program in Saudi Arabia, the semiconductors activities. We have a clean room that's 1,600 square meters. It enables the Saudi semiconductor program, linking more than 18 universities to do fabless design industry, and many other labs. This is also empowered by significant partnerships that we had with the leading institutions around the world. But in my opinion, the leading asset that KAXT has is the 3,300 employees that we have, of which more than 1,000 carry master's and PhD degrees from the best universities from around the world. If we look at our main campus in Riyadh, it's over a square kilometer. More than 80 labs sitting in this main campus. Also a housing where our research staff lives. So this is considered a living lab for smart cities. And the way we govern smart cities in this living lab is through a framework that looks at the soft sides of the smart city and the hard side of the smart city. So for example, in the hard side, we're talking about water, energy, mobility, things like that. And on the soft side, of course, we have the innovation, education, labor, and those components. All of this, of course, governed by policy and regulation. So I'll take you through a few examples of what we do in each of these. So in policy and regulation, we're fortunate at KAXT to host the 4th Industrial Revolution Center in collaboration with the World Economic Forum. This center, as many of you know, is part of a global network that acts as a do tank to bring together people from academia, from industry, from the private sector, and from the public sector to accelerate the use of 4R technologies and to see how policy and regulation needs to be adopted to further this acceleration. Our center in particular is also part of the G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance. This Smart City Alliance links to more than 200,000 stakeholders around the world and has initiatives in more than 80 cities around the world. Now, if we look at some of our use cases, in the hard side, for example, under mobility in particular, so in mobility, our intelligent transportation system and traffic management system is a project that utilizes direct short-range communication technology to implement virtual traffic lights, optimizing traffic light timing, enhancing driver safety, and reducing the commute time by roughly 40%. We took this one step further and connected autonomous trucks. This is a partnership that we have with UC Berkeley, where we're trying to reduce traffic congestion, lower vehicle carbon footprint by more than 15%, and decrease overall energy consumption. KAXT also developed a longitudinal control for trucks that manages acceleration and braking, while the driver only controls the steering. And in collaboration with Boeing, we worked on a real-time dashboard to empower decision makers for smart city management that provides instant access to critical information. These dashboards offer live updates of road obstacles, accidents, and disturbances that allow authorities to quickly respond to ensure public safety. And if we look at urbanism, with MIT, we've worked with developing 3D modeling on the basis of digital twins. In most cases, digital twins require a lot of capturing of data in real time, which is difficult to do with drones. So we use indoor and outdoor data capture, but we've integrated that also with satellite data, together with MIT and some of the work that we do with Caltech. And this not only has applications in smart cities, where our team managed to count more than 2 million trees in Al Hassa region. This also can be used in gaming and in terms of different types of simulations, even flight simulators. This is some of our 3D modeling and outdoor and indoor capturing techniques to build digital twins. And this is the work that we've used with MIT, where we applied this in Al Hassa region to count 2 million trees. So in terms of crowd management, we've also developed AI models for crowd management and identification as an effort to develop digital twins for the 2 holy mosques. These algorithms can detect any misbehavior or suspicious activities, ensuring that authorities can respond quickly and control the situation in crowded areas. As you know what happens in Mecca with all the people that can be present in one time. We've also tested ChatGPT for such applications in smart cities. Here we're showing a system where you can query directly from a map where is the best location to open a restaurant, how many citizens or residents live in one area, and collect this data in a ChatGPT format. Next, I'll show what we've done in water. And here in particular, we used AI to revolutionize some of the stormwater management by providing predictive insights, optimizing flood mitigation, and enhancing infrastructure resilience in cities. By analyzing data and weather forecast, AI enables proactive measures to anticipate flood risks, prioritize resilient infrastructure upgrades, and coordinate emergency responses and efforts effectively. And under economy, we have developed tools to manage and support decision makers to view, track, and monitor real estate prices. And in addition, KAXT has the ability now to perform some forecasting on how these prices might change over time. And finally, under environment, we've developed a quality of life index for neighborhoods. So in the city of Riyadh, we're focusing on factors such as proximity to services, population density, air quality, and accessibility. And this information enables policymakers and urban planners to prioritize areas for environment, enhance quality of life, and promote equitable development across Riyadh's neighborhoods. We've also looked at air quality, and we utilized weather stations and models for pollution across various areas in the city of Riyadh, enabling authorities to assess air quality and implement targeted interventions. We also map this data with data that we collect from satellites in collaboration with Caltech. So again, as our role in KAXT is more focused on applied research, we care about translating these platforms that you've seen to impact, and we do that through our innovation convening role. So in KAXT, we've launched something that we call the Garage, which is an incubator accelerator, the largest in the region, focused on deep tech. It's focusing on taking ideas from lab to market, incubate some of our spin-offs, but it's open to companies from around the world, currently with companies sitting from more than 50 countries from around the world in this accelerator, although we've only launched it a year ago. So I've selected two projects that are incubated in the Garage related to smart cities. One is Optimal PV, a KAXT spin-out that is basically a one-stop shop for solar panel solutions. This is a company that takes solar images to generate a 3D model of our neighborhood, and with the click of a button using AI, automatically position solar panels on the rooftop of homes to give you optimal efficiency. The other company is 4 Dots. It's a smart integrated parking platform solution that uses IoT technologies. Both KAXT spin-outs sitting in the Garage, amongst 200 other companies that are sitting in the Garage today. The Garage was a parking building that used to fit 480 cars. Now it fits up to 300 companies. It's become a popular destination. I invite you all to attend it and to see what it has. So please join us in creating the spark in KAXT. And if you're a startup company, please join us in the Garage. Thank you, everyone.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for that pretty detailed conversation, giving us a good sense of some of the thinking of how economies in the context of cities and research is going to evolve. So we know, well, we have a sense that cities will evolve and how they will do so. But of course, also the public services which they provide and deliver will similarly have to evolve. So to have that conversation with us is the CEO of Dilo Consulting. Please welcome Maria Jose Martinez and her panel.
So good afternoon. I am very happy to be here today. I really feel honored. So thank you very much for your attendance. I can tell that the panel will be fantastic. Today we will talk about technology and people, because the first objective of any technological solution must be to improve the quality of life of citizens. According to Human Habitat, which is the United Nations Agency for Human Settlements and Urban Development, cities generate 80% of the world's economic. So cities are like powerhouses. And currently, 55% of the world's population lives in cities. And this number will jump to 68% by 2015. So you can imagine the kind of challenges cities will face very soon. So how can innovation and technology transform traditional public services into forward-thinking, citizen-centric solutions? And how can cities embrace innovation, data-driven decision-making, and collaboration to create efficient public services responsive to the needs of the residents? Luckily, I don't have to answer those questions because we have three fantastic experts with us today. So let me introduce Dr. Hotham Al-Tuajri. He is the Assistant Director for Digital Identity and Advanced Recognition Technologies in the National Information Center at SDAIA. Thank you very much for this fantastic event, by the way.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay Garner, he is the Innovation Ambassador of Smart Cities World. By the way, if you don't know of the site, I really advise you to go and visit. It's a fantastic one. And last but not least, Mr. Charbel Aoum. He's a Managing Director for Smart Space from NVIDIA. He has been working for more than 25 years making digital transformation possible. So my first question is for you, Dr. Hotham. So you are an expert in innovation, strategy, and the adoption of cutting-edge technologies. How do you work with cities? Tell us about your job, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the question. So basically, let me start by saying that the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, was established back in 2019. The main reason to establish SDAIA was not to digitize the services, but to innovate them. To do so, we basically started by collecting all of the government data in one place. We call it the National Data Bank. This National Data Bank is also put on top of what we call the government cloud, where we basically host all data centers related to the government. This infrastructure allowed us to basically innovate multiple applications that touch the citizens, residents, and visitors of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and basically to elevate the quality of life and make their lives easier. I'll just touch on a couple of examples of similar applications. For instance, during COVID, we basically had to innovate and create Tawakkalna. It was an application that we created to help people go around cities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia safely and also ensuring that the virus does not spread. Another application from another domain was Ihsan. Basically, we wanted to create this national platform that helps people to give their money to the really people who are in need. That was basically a challenge. However, Ihsan as a national application, basically, a national digital platform and application, combined all of those charities under one channel. I can go on and on talking about such applications that we've developed in Sadaya. I can pick, for example, Nafad is another application, Abshir, and so on. These are all huge applications that we are currently working on and continuously developing to help citizens, residents, and visitors of Saudi Arabia to have the best quality of life possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hotham. Mr. Garner, you talk often about cognitive cities. So what's a cognitive city, and what's the role of generative AI on the transformation of public spaces?
Thank you so much for the question, and thanks to Sadaya for hosting this incredible event. My name is Clay Garner. I actually previously served as the Chief Innovation Officer for San Jose, California, just the urban center of Silicon Valley. And in city governments now, we are talking quite a lot about cognitive versus smart, but these terms seem so similar, so what is actually the difference? But when you think about it, as I've done, there's actually an ocean of difference between what it means for a city to be cognitive. And I think it's probably best clarified if you use some examples. So in the interest of doing that, I will paint a picture of what a cognitive city might actually look like. So imagine you move to a new city with your family, and a few days after arriving, you receive a welcome letter in the mail from the city government with a personalized letter from the mayor in your own language and an invitation to a cultural event in your neighborhood. That would be incredible, right? But that's the kind of thing that a cognitive city unlocks. Imagine that a paramedic arrives at the scene of an unconscious patient who's not able to talk, but they already know this person's medical history, they know their medications, and because it's deemed to be a critical case, the navigation apps for drivers have already started to divert traffic along the route to the hospital. So it's going to expedite the care that that patient is able to get. So I think, when you think about this, it's the ability for cities to be resourceful with the whole of government services that they have and the whole of government resources, and to produce a customized solution for every single resident and family from that sort of expansion of data and resources. But I think there's two things that are extremely important if you actually want to enable this type of scenario in a cognitive city. One, you have to have so much trust that the government is going to use your data in a beneficial way. We can't have people feeling like, oh, if I give my data from a health and biometric standpoint to a security standpoint to an educational standpoint, that it's not going to lead to that kind of outcome. So I think that is absolutely crucial for cognitive cities. And secondly, I think you have emerging technologies, specifically generative AI and probably large language models, that are going to enable us to take all of this data from disparate sources and to craft something that is useful for every single resident. And I think that is what I'm really excited about. And I think cognitive cities could be on the horizon for us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayum, NVIDIA makes AI possible. So tell us a bit about your role in shaping an innovative future based on efficient solutions.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to be here. I want to say thank you to my friends in Sadaya and to Smart City Expo World Congress for inviting me. And thank you for having the energy to stay awake, I hope, and we make this session worth your time. My first time I came to the kingdom was in 2006, and I came at the time to be involved in the 6 mega project, KEC, etc. 3 years ago, I came again and to be involved with Sadaya, Nayom, Tahakkum, Sky, many other amazing. This has a special meaning for me because I can see a significant difference from back then to where we are now. I think we're living in an amazing time. Honestly, we are lucky to be in this part of the journey. I think we're starting an era of AI, an era that will stay with us for decades to come. And I'm lucky to be working for NVIDIA because I'm at the heart of that amazing time. If we look at what happened and where NVIDIA fits in the equation is, there are mega trends that were events happening leading to where we are today. I think urbanization is the first one that comes to mind. And you would say, what does that have to do? If you look at Riyadh in 1950, I was checking that this morning, in 1950, 120,000 people. This year, estimated to be 8 million people. That matters because we have a lot of pressure on our infrastructure, being roads, highways, water utilities, energy, so on. So we have to rethink how we do things. In the past, we used to say, let's do more roads, more energy, more. More is not good enough anymore. The second thing that comes to mind is digitization. By the way, by show of hand, who here in the audience was born in 1995 onward? Well, in the kingdom, 63% of the people are age of 30 and beyond. Why that matters? It matters because this generation consumes technology and services differently. And we need to make sure our cities are aligned with their aspiration. If not, they will go seek somewhere else that is more aligned with their identity. And cities are about people, so we want to retain talents. And the third one that comes to my mind is the digitization. We talk about billions, 15 billions of IoT data and whatnot. To me, that's like, I Googled it quickly this morning, 184 zettabyte of data. Just so you know, a zetta is 21 zeros, so you can imagine the number. We cannot process this data, so we are leaving untapped energy or untapped resources because humanly we cannot process this data. And finally, I want to talk about industrial revolution. I'm not going to go in history to steam that powered trains and roads. I'm not going to go to electricity, IT. I'm going to jump straight to the fourth one, which is now we're living and witnessing the AI revolution, where everything is going to be autonomous. It's powered by data. That's the energy that's going to drive and of course it needs a significant amount of computer. And I am sure this part of the world will not miss this revolution because it will transform, and is already transforming the region. Now, when you think about that, for this to happen, you need a significant amount of compute, like unimaginable amount of power of compute to process all these challenges we're talking about. And NVIDIA is focusing on solving that problem. Because if you want to create the next generation economy based on AI, you need to build the AI factory. The AI factory allows you to convert your data into local intelligence, into local intellectual property. And obviously, you need to have the sovereignty on that, so you need to own the data and own the compute. So NVIDIA works on 3 types of compute, AI, that solves this problem. One is perception, second is simulation, and third is generation. On the perception, we heard Sadaya talk a lot about examples today about computer vision. That's an example of perception, where the AI is taught to see, to perceive, to understand, to segment, and then we train it, and it needs a lot of data, a lot of human intervention, but once it's trained, it has the ability to inference or do the work for us very efficiently, I might add. Second one is simulation. A simulation is about accelerating law of physics. It's about taking things and creating it into the virtual world, collision, rain, water, light, audio, video, whatever you want. And in the first one, we have developed a toolkit called Metropolis. You heard our CEO talking about it this morning. And in the simulation, we created another tool called Omniverse. And the third one is generation, generative AI as known. And we use this to understand structure and context within the reference data and then create new things that is loyal to the reference and to the structure. In other words, we have a tool that allows us with zero or very little human intervention to learn to do things. And if you combine the three together, we're talking about making the impossible possible. And they're not one or the other, it's a combination of the three, and that's, I think, where Sadaya is leading the way. I'm going to leave you here with our mission. What is the role of NVIDIA in one sentence? Our mission is to enable the Einsteins of the world to innovate and create using AI, and that's what we try to power.
Thank you very much. You mentioned Sadaya, so my next question will be for you, Dr. Hotham. Can you please tell us a use case of your Sadaya's work, actually?
Of course. So I'll try to give you 3 quick use cases instead of one, just basically to shed light on the variety of innovation applications that we are currently working on in Sadaya. I'll start with the first example, which is Nafad application. Nafad is basically the digital identity application here in the Kingdom. We have more than 25 million users, more than 1 million transactions per day, that's supporting citizens, residents, and visitors to access to more than 500 digital platforms on a daily basis. Nafad used to be two-factor authentication. We're using the username, password, and then an OTP to grant you access. As an innovative idea, we wanted basically to increase the security of such applications, so we added basically the authentication through biometrics. Thanks to the data bank, we have basically the pictures and images of all citizens and residents in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so we were able to authenticate them centrally through Nafad application. This allowed us to enable other entities, for example, banks in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to provide service that includes opening a bank account from your house, sitting on the chair, without needing to fill any forms or going to the bank. Another application, which is very specific to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is basically, we all know that all Muslims come to Mecca to basically perform Hajj. Having AI algorithms that are tailored and made specifically for this does not exist, because there's only one Mecca. And hence, we had to basically work on an algorithm that is specific to basically be able to count the crowds, understand their movement, and all of that. That was all based on the data collected and generated by us. Last but not least, we were happy actually last May to basically launch Alam, which is our ChatGPT, where basically we are making sure to basically create Alam in a way that it can translate, answer questions in Arabic, and also depend on the Saudi context, because this is very crucial, very important to provide the answers and the information from that perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe you need to add something, Mr. Aoun, as Sadaya is one of your multiple partners. So how do you work with different partners, and in this case with Sadaya?
Listening to Dr. Hotham, I find it in the whole event actually energizing. Is there is the spirit of you cannot solve the problems of the future using tools of the past. And if I link what Dr. Hotham said to what I just said earlier about the 3 types of AI, they're using, if I'm not mistaken, is computer vision, which is perception, to do identification and converting data into insight, into action, into decision-making process. And for that, they use the tool Metropolis. So as you can see, NVIDIA's job here is to provide them with the tool and the platform to allow them to innovate, which they are, using their own local talent and capabilities. The second one is, I think, a simulation. Sometimes you don't have data to train the AI, so you need to have synthetic data. You have to create your own data, and that we made possible. But also, if you want to simulate environment to test ideas, you don't want to go say, like, let me test it in the real world, because the implication and the cost is too high. So we provide a tool to allow you to do that. And finally, I think We're talking about, Dr. Hutham, if I'm not mistaken, generative AI, LLM, natural language processing. And there is a world that's gonna, if you start combining those two, and I know they are, I leave it for him to share more as needed, what's coming is way more promising.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gardner, you were talking about cognitive cities, and the first question that came to my mind is if we are living in a kind of transition from smart cities to cognitive cities. And also, how can we balance the use of data for a better life?
I think people will be more comfortable with providing their data if we solve real problems that they're facing. I think there's always a trade-off, and that trade-off has to be clear, and people have to be shown the possibilities. So, like the projects that Sadaya is undertaking, and being able to actually make a market impact on people's lives is the most important thing. Because without that, there is no trade to be made. You can't just trade your data with nothing, no results, no impact. So I think that's key. Two, I think cities really need to think about how they reorganize for an industrial revolution around AI, as Charbel pointed out. A lot of cities haven't really thought about how the silos and democracies that they have today translate with this technology, and where opportunities to adjust that, as difficult as it is, are going to be really necessary to actually realize the full potential of that technology, especially as it relates to taking data, taking resources, combining those things, and then creating a custom solution for families to actually get the help that they need. So I think without those two things, it's going to be very difficult.
Thank you very much. We only have 2 minutes to finish the session, so I will ask you, the three of you, your key takeaways. What are the message do you want them to remember once at home? Be short, because time is running. Please.
All right, the clock is ticking. So I think when you embark on a journey FAI, remember that while it's not easy, it's doable. You just need to make sure you have a foundation, which is basically the platform you want to run on. You need to have a talent, and you need to have good partners around you. And when you get on, just get on with quick wins, proof of concept, but try not to be a hammer looking for a nail. Try to deliver a tangible return on investment or solve a real problem so people can understand what you're trying to do and buy into that.
I would say that it's very, very important that you try these tools as they exist today, because if you haven't tried them, maybe there's preconceptions about what their capabilities are, and I'm referring specifically to large language models, but they can do so much more than just finish your email or you do your homework if you're in school. I mean, they can really do interesting analysis. They can draw connections based on essentially all of humanity's context that it's been trained on, and there's a lot of issues with training, but I think it's really important that leaders today begin to understand what the capabilities of these tools might actually be, so that they can begin to plan how their organizations react and respond to and prepare for this sort of inevitable future.
Well, I'd like to say that Smart City is not a one-man show, and this is why we have this many partners to make sure that we can really achieve our goals.
So thank you very much. Now the future is here, and we must take care of the use of technology to shape a good and fantastic future for the next to come. Thank you very much.
My huge thanks to our whole panel there. Why don't we give them another round of applause? Not just for a great session, but also for finishing to the second on time. Get them running the transport system in your choice of country, honoured guests. That's what I say. Now, our minds turn now to the future of smart city services, honoured guests. So, the challenge is this. Are we going to be talking about transportation? Will we be talking about healthcare? Will we talk about waste management? Well, whatever the case, this next group have only got 30 minutes to compact it all into their pithy discussions. So can I say thank you if you're tuning in from around the world. Lots of you using our hashtags and tuning in on various platforms. And thank you for your presence here in Saudi Arabia, sparking lots of global conversations. Okay, we've got half an hour for this conversation, 3 brilliant guests, but 1 moderator who is a principal technical product manager at Amazon Web Services. That's AWS, of course. Please give a big warm welcome with their guest. This is going to be a cracking panel. Welcome up with their guest, Ali Ben Fatoum. Welcome. Welcome, Ali.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm Ali Ben Fatoum. I'm leading the product management of IoT at Amazon Web Services, and I'm also the creator of the Garnet framework, formerly known as the Smart Territory Framework, which is an open source framework based on open standards that actually my colleague Juan Joyero from Fireware mentioned yesterday. And so Garnet framework, like I said, is an open source framework that enables you to build smart, scalable, and interoperable platforms easier and faster, including knowledge graphs, geospatial capabilities, and digital twins. And you know I've been working in the IoT and smart city space for over 15 years. So smart city is a topic that is very close to my heart. And actually, there is no much domain in which the work you do, where we can actually, all of us here today collectively, can have such bigger impact on the lives, on the daily lives of billions of people. And I think we all share here this objective, this mission to transform urban services. So it's with a great honor, and I'm very humble to be with you today, and very honored to moderate a panel with leaders who combine more than 80 years of experience. So please join me to welcome Mr. Frank Bignon, Vice President and Director of Digital Transformation of FPT Software, Mr. Sami Ajmi, Vice President of Industrial Security Operation at Aramco, and Mr. Moussaid Al-Otaibi, Deputy Minister, Digital Transformation and Smart Cities in MOMRA, the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing. Thank you, gentlemen, to be with me today. I'll start with you. I'll start with a question for all of you. As leaders in your respective fields, what do you see as the biggest opportunities for smart city technologies to improve the quality of life of residents, and where can this technology drive the most impact?
Thank you. Actually, when it comes to driving higher impact, we have to always think about the city itself, a challenge. We cannot have like an impact or challenges for all cities together. For each city, there is specific needs, there is a specific problems, there is specific challenges, and also there is huge potentials and opportunities for each city. So we cannot say like one size fits all and there is a solution that can be applied for each city. We have to consider always the localization factor about it. This is when it comes to offer a smart solution that fits the demand of city resident and citizen, and also helping to increase the efficiency for the city operators like municipality or Ministry of Interior or Ministry of Health, and also. So from that perspective, we need to identify all of that initiative that will drive the higher impact, and we need to consider that two factors, the citizen demand and also the operator demand. In our organization or in our sector, when it comes to municipality, the theme of the higher impact will be driven by maybe three key pillars.
Okay.
Ease of doing business. How can we make people, our services, online access, easy access for our citizens, and having that domain as a national level, giving the same experience for all citizens. This is the first one. The second domain is about engaged community, where we need to engage with our citizens and also with the city residents in a way we listen for their challenges, for their voices, and drive our initiatives according to fulfill that demand and to make their better life more easy and to increase the quality of life. The third pillar is about compliance and inspection, because all of what we are doing in Mumra is about licensing and compliance. So how can we ensure that our regulations is being followed and being implemented by all of our city operators? So to drive higher impact, we need to tailor product and solutions in the domain of ease of doing business and also in the domain of compliance, where smart inspections can go with that. Then we go with the third pillar is about initiatives related to the community engagement, where we engage with the citizen to listen from their challenges, their problems, their wishes, and plan ahead our operations to fulfill that demand. From that perspective, I trust we can make a higher impact for our citizens and also our service operators, which will result by the end for the quality of life and ease of doing business.
Okay, and I think you are doing a great job at Mumra in doing this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sami, what's your view on this topic, on this question?
First of all, thank you for the introduction. As you asked, to be specific in the field of expertise and being the Vice President of Industrial Securities, I will be focusing more on that field. And speaking of specific technologies, robust access control systems, very strong CCTV application, coupled with strong mobile applications. When put into artificial intelligence and data analytics, it will allow us to predict risk and threats before it happens. It will allow us to properly plan where to position our first responders to reduce the response time. I'm lucky that my session came after His Excellency General Lieutenant Mohammed Bassami and His Excellency Dr. Ugaid, where they covered the requirement of a smart city to increase safety and security. In fact, in Saudi Aramco, we have put those requirements into effect that allowed us to apply those in our communities, where our response time now is not only within our KPIs, actually exceeding it when compared to similar communities. Those applications or systems, when put together, it will definitely improve the quality of life for people that live on those communities.
Okay. Thank you, Sami. Frank, what's your take on this?
Thank you, and to complement what my peers were mentioning. So on my side, you are looking this more from the technology side, because we are IT service provider, and we can see that the biggest opportunity are already supported by leading technology innovation in artificial intelligence, in IoT, and in big data. And I would like just to mention 5 different use cases perspective where we can see those kind of opportunities. The first one, quite obvious, is about smart mobility and transportation. As an example, the city of Pittsburgh in USA recently published that they reduced the traffic at all their intersections by more than 41% by improving the transportation, integrating smart technology that is looking at the traffic and optimizing all the red lights. And when you look at this market today, analysts are predicting that this market of smart transportation will reach around $72 billion by 2029, which is quite important. Another aspect that is interesting is about digital citizen engagement. Because the city, we have people that are living in the cities. And I want to mention, especially as this event is also leading by Barcelona, there's a very interesting startup in Spain. The name is eAgora, that have a platform that help all the citizens to participate into the cities and to bring their voice also even for the budgeting of initiatives and to propose initiatives for the cities. And this kind of platform will help in the futures to have all the citizens being part also of the urbanization and planning of their cities. The last, not the last, one of the points that was mentioned by the gentleman about security and safety is very important. And a very interesting example is in Canada, where people are using smart lighting to reduce the crime. How they are doing that? In fact, they are analyzing whether there is less light, for example, at night and so on. And if they see that there is a lot of people that are going in park and so on, they will activate the light. So it helps, in fact, to reduce the criminality through some of the areas that they have in Canada. Waste management, sustainability are also very important. And we can see here a lot of AI application where people are using that in order to optimize the use of resources. Again, McKinsey recently published some studies about that, where they expect this market to grow more than 25% in the next 5 years and reaching quite a huge amount of potential for all the cities, especially in areas where water is very important and to help to better manage those kind of resources. So all those technologies, this innovation, are already supporting smart cities and bringing some, I would say, clear advance on how to better implement smart cities in the future.
So thank you very much for your insights. Any of you wants to add something before we move to another question?
I think we are good.
Are good? Actually, I visited some of the booths that are outside, the one from Momra and the one of Aramco. So I actually might already a little bit of the answer of the next questions, but I think it's maybe 1% of what you can do. I wanted to ask you, how are you leveraging technologies like AI, IoT, and big data in your own organizations or cities? And how can you, can you share some success stories, successful use cases, or lessons learned from this effort?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the first, not the first step, but actually it is kind of like a transformation, a strategy, transformation program is focusing by design on smart, on data and AI.
Yeah.
So by design, when we think about solving a problem, we need to consider the data and AI at the heart of our thinking style. From that perspective, we launched a strategic program. We called it Smart Municipal and AI, SMILE. This program is targeting to launch products and services that will drive either growth, business growth, or fix certain problems we are facing or challenges that will drive higher impact. And we launched that program. You know, it's a strategic program with a 5-year plan, and we cannot wait 5 years just to get that result. So we went with agile approach, with agile. What is the most critical problem, and what is the solution that leveraging the emerging tech or data to solve that problem? And from that perspective, we execute a lot of products and implementations, and I will just share 2 use cases we have applied it. The first use case is about a product called Beledi Lens, which is like a smart inspection tool. That tool, the target is to increase the coverage of the inspection for the visual pollution element in Saudi cities. That tool has been implemented with higher, the outcome out of that product actually increased the coverage efficiency or the coverage or the inspection coverage to more than 95.
95, yeah. Okay.
Previously, our coverage was around maybe 19, 35. This is the coverage with the human intervention. With this solution, our operation efficiency, we reached to coverage area of 95% of the area has been covered. So it means high coverage, and the time to market was in 10 days. In 10 days, we will be able to drive that high amount of coverage. This is the...
So from 10 days, you went from the idea to the deployment of the solution?
Yes, yeah. In Al-Qasim city, I'm talking about Al-Qasim. We implemented that solution in Al-Qasim. The coverage before, it was 19.
Okay.
After, it is 95. Number of inspectors in Al-Qasim was 400 inspectors previously. After implementing the solution, 5 inspectors. So, and that drive in a national level, such service efficiency and cost cutting, you are talking about you are more efficient, you are covering 95 of the coverage area or the targeted area, and the cutting cost is around 50 million USD dollar. This is for one use case for the smart inspection for 29 visual pollution elements. This is the first.
Can you see it if we go to your
booth?
Yes,
and you are welcome to go to the booth, and you can see the live outcomes out of that experience. We deployed that solution across 14 cities right now as we speak, and we are expanding by the next 6 months to cover the entire kingdom. This is the first use case. The second use case is about smart waste management.
Okay.
One of the key challenges is about the environmental wakeness. People is not satisfied with the environmental, or let's say the waste collection process. And that solution, we implemented like a smart waste management simply. We come up with a new business model to connect between the waste producer and the waste collector and the landfill. We just connected this ecosystem together, leveraging IoT devices for the tracing and traceability, and also with the data and AI. After implementing that solution, it is called Madinati, and also it is there in the booth. We implemented that solution, drive higher customer satisfaction about the city cleaning index, and also drive the cost cutting is 70. This is recorded or achieved and realized in Jeddah. About 76 million riyal has been saved in the process of the waste collection, the efficiency in the waste collection for the random fields. That operation efficiency downsized to 76 million.
So a better service, a better waste collection, and a saving of 75 million.
This is kind of solution when it comes to when we think about data and AI by design in our strategy, in our solution, such kind of impact can be realized. But before that, we need just to identify the business problem. What is the business problem? What is the target? What is the outcome? Then go with the design phase to implement that solution. Now we are taking that solution, or this successful case in Jeddah, and we deployed it recently in Hayl and Najran, and we are cascading that model to be implemented in a national level and by 2025.
Inshallah. That's very cool to hear all these great use cases, very concrete. Sami, can you share also the great use cases, technology, how you use technology in Aramco?
Yes. We in Saudi Aramco invest heavily in our human capital.
Yeah.
The development of our human capital on those specific fields allowed them to capitalize on the pre-invested in our infrastructure, in IoTs, digital infrastructures, and AI. Our analysts now were empowered to innovate, where they now analyze collected data from our specific area of operations to address pain points. One of our major pain points, and as mentioned by His Excellency Dr. Ogate, is the time spent by commuters in the vehicle.
Yeah.
And this time measure have a direct impact on how much quality of life is measured.
Exactly. Time is the most precious asset we all have in life, the most precious
Exactly. One of our pain points is that we process over 150,000 vehicles accessing our facilities kingdom-wide in less than an hour. This peak time has been a pain point. Our analysts were able to analyze data coming in terms of type of vehicles, the time of the day, processing time, what do we process, what do we check, what are the available information data we have in terms of visual data or actual integrated data with available information from the Ministry of Interior. Applying technologies, segregating lanes allowed us to reduce processing time during peak time from over 12 minutes to less than 4 minutes. That's by itself is huge on the way, the quality of life and impact on our users. This is only one of the initiatives that have allowed us to be recognized in the recent Smart City Expo, the World Congress in Barcelona, as Smart City, that is Dhahran, our biggest community, have been recognized in the building and infrastructure field, coupled, of course, with our investments in smart metering and availing services paperlessly and without human intervention. All of this investment allowed us to harvest the pre-invested in our human capital. The key success for those stores, or the key impact on this success, was the investment in our human capital.
Yeah, actually, I recall this morning His Excellency talking about smart people. I think this is very key because that's how we achieve smart cities. That's through having the right people, having the people that are able to imagine these new technologies and these new use cases. And I think you are very good examples of that. Frank.
Thank you. No, thank you for the question. And I would like to give two examples of activities that we are doing, one past and one that we are just starting. A few years ago, in fact, we were in discussion with one of our customers, a large energy distributor company in Germany. I cannot name the name, sorry. Where we were helping them, in fact, to set up all their EV charger networks for their cities. And there was few problems that was quite interesting to look at. So there was one problem that is simple on how you distribute, where you locate all the charger. So looking at typically at the traffic, at the pattern of where the people are going from home to office to groceries and so on, where is the most efficient ways to locate the different charger. Then there was another difficulty that was how to integrate after all the data, because it was thousands of chargers for different cities in the whole countries, and how to build a platform that will help them, in fact, to manage all those IoT's equipment in order to help also in terms of prediction for example, classic maintenance, but also to gather data on the usage to help also to improve where they have to deploy the next charger and so on. So this project was quite interesting, and it showed how to apply a simple big data, analytic, and so on, to help with the topic that is about sustainability inside the cities. A new topic that we are just starting now, and I'm very interesting because I'm coming also from the manufacturing side, is how to apply the principle of Industry 5.0, that is basically how human and machine can work together inside smart cities. We know that in the future, in smart cities, we'll have autonomous vehicles, but we will have also certainly humanoid robot. We'll have UAV, a lot of things like that. And we are working with one of the leading company in Japan on robotics to build a digital twin on how to optimize in terms of security, but also in terms of management, in terms of interaction with the human, this collaboration that you will need to have inside cities between human and robot and machine.
And help us save time.
And this is very, very interesting, and I was discussing with you because we are leveraging your platform for that in AWS. And this is very interesting topic. And in Japan also they have problems, for example, with disaster, natural disaster, is how also when a natural disaster will happen, you will have to manage also those fleet of autonomous vehicle with all the human also to help in the rescue and so on. So it's an interesting project. I hope next year, when there will be the next session of this event, I will be able to show some factual example of what we have achieved. But mixing this new concept of Industry 5.0 with smart cities, I think it's something quite innovative and to look in the futures, in fact.
Thank you for sharing all these great use cases. I'd like, before we close this session, to maybe you can keep the mic, sort of speak, Frank, to summarize, maybe in few words, 2 lines, how do you see the future of smart cities? Yeah.
Maybe? Okay, so I changed the topic to, I was discussing yesterday night when we had the nice dinner with some of the gentlemen around my table. And for me, in the future, I see smart city being really hyper-customized for the people. So all the data, everything that we have, will help, in fact, to have our environment to adapt to ourselves to better serve the citizen. So I'm using 2 words that is only 1 word, hyper-customization. But basically, hyper-customization for me is something that I see very emerging in smart city, still emerging, but as a goal that people are looking for the human.
So what I need when I need it as a citizen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sami, please.
Just 2 words?
No, you can.
I use about the 2 words, sorry.
Okay. The 2 words are integrated intelligence.
Integrated intelligence.
Urban services composes of different systems that serves different needs. And advancements on those systems are heavily invested in. And even the AI to advance those, be it in the water sector, be it in the HVAC sector, electricity sector, security sectors, other services, food services, all of those contribute. And a lot investment and advancement on those separately are taken care or happening as we speak. Integrating those intelligence will definitely have an impact on, or will create an ecosystem that will improve the quality of life. And I'm not talking here about just an ambition. Yeah. This is something in the works. And in fact, autonomous vehicles are already being deployed in our communities, along with utilizing unmanned drone to do surveillance in both communities and also industrial areas. Keyword again, summarize, integrated intelligence.
Yeah, thanks for sharing these insights. And last but not least, Said.
Actually, I will just go with 2 technologies that will drive, will play a critical role in the smart city for future. I think digital twin and generative AI will unlock huge potentials and business opportunities when it comes to smart urban planning, when it comes to smart community engagement. I see for the future city leveraging those kind of solutions with big data that is being generated by all the products that being implemented by and adopted by the city and the world. I trust that those trending technologies will play a critical role and vital role for the future of the cities.
Inshallah. Do you have maybe 2 words to finish the session before we say bye for the...
Thank you actually, and thank you for my colleagues here and for the audience for having this opportunity to share this thoughts with you.
Okay. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the technology.
Can we have the mic back? Because actually we have a small announcement before we leave.
And we are launching today, and I'm happy to announce in the smart municipalities in this event, and thank you all. Thank you.
To build cities with sustainable services that contribute to enhancing the quality of life for their residents, the Ministry of Municipal, Rural Affairs and Housing launches a group of products focused on data and artificial intelligence, aiming to enhance the quality of municipal services. Baladi Map serves as a key facilitator, empowering city residents with daily enriching services as well as digital municipal services. To offer transportation alternatives for city residents, Baladi Navigation comes as a local navigation and guidance service, both within malls and across the city. To empower the municipal sector, Baladi Lens app is designed to enhance operational efficiency, particularly in overseeing various sites. To enhance the satisfaction of city residents, the Smart Platform for Cleanliness Management utilizes artificial intelligence and Internet of Things technologies to optimize waste management operations. Together, we achieve sustainable development for our cities and a better life.
So smart cities not only need to be smart and sustainable, they also need to be safe. And that's exactly where the civil defense's role becomes very key. But exactly how do you go about making sure that smart cities will indeed be and remain safe? From King Saud University, please put your hands together for Yusuf Saud Al-Ahmari and his guest for that discussion. Yusuf?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
الله يعطيكم
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله القائل في كتابه الكريم: وقل اعملوا فسيرى الله عملكم ورسوله والمؤمنون. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أحييكم فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أكون محاورا لهذه الجلسة المباركة، حيث تتكلم عن دور الدفاع المدني في تنفيذ تصميم المدن الذكية لمدن أكثر أمانا. كما أتشرف أن أقدم ضيفي سعادة مدير عام الدفاع المدني المكلف اللواء الدكتور حمود بن سليمان الفرج، وأنا أتحدث عنه بنبذة بسيطة. فهو حاصل على شهادة البكالوريوس في العلوم الأمنية من كلية الملك فهد الأمنية، وكذلك حاصل على شهادة البكالوريوس في العلوم الشرعية من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود، وحاصل على الماجستير في الحماية المدنية سلامة وأمن صناعي، وكذلك الدكتوراه في الفلسفة في العلوم الأمنية وإدارة الأزمات من جامعة نايف العربية للعلوم الأمنية. كما تقلد الفرج مناصب عدة في إدارة الدفاع المدني، كان آخرها تعيينه نائبا لمدير إدارة أو مدير عام الدفاع المدني، وكذلك قائدا لقوات الدفاع المدني في الحج، وحاصل على عدد من الأوسمة والتقديرات، وشارك في عشرات الاجتماعات وورش العمل الخاص بموسمي الحج وأعمال الطوارئ والمشاعر المقدسة. كذلك شارك في العديد من المؤتمرات والندوات الداخلية والخارجية، وساهم في إعداد خطط الطوارئ والكوارث على المستوى الوطني. أتشرف فيك سعادة اللواء.
شكرا.
سنبدأ جلستنا بإذن الله تعالى. كنا في حديث جانبي قبل بدء هذه الجلسة، وكان يتحدث سعادة الدكتور عن كيف تبنى مدن ذكية بلا أمن ولا سلامة. فمن هذا المنطلق نتحدث سعادة اللواء عن علاقة الدفاع المدني بالمدن الذكية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أن أتقدم بوافر الشكر والتقدير للهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي، وعلى رأسها معالي الدكتور عبد الله، على إقامة هذا المنتدى الذي حقيقة يجمع خبراء من جميع الدول، والذي نأمل من خلاله بإذن الله أن تكون المخرجات والتوصيات بما يحقق مستهدفات إقامة هذا المنتدى ومستهدفات رؤية المملكة 20 والخطط الاستراتيجية التي وضعتها القطاعات الأمنية والجهات الحكومية الأخرى في هذا المجال. والشكر موصول للأخوة الحضور، وكذلك يمكن ما يتعلق في ولقد سعدت حقيقة يعني من سبقوني من أصحاب السمو وأصحاب المعالي والذين قدموا في جلساتهم الحوارية السابقة بما يتعلق في المدن الذكية في مجالات العمل المختلفة التي ينتمون إليها. ويمكن السؤال يطرح من باب الاستثارة الذهنية مثل ما ذكرت، هل ممكن أن نتصور مدن ذكية بدون أمن وسلامة؟ في خضم هذه التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي، ويمكن تحدث معالي الفريق البسامي في مجانب منظومة العمل الأمني، ولكن فيما يتعلق في مجال السلامة، فلو انطلقنا من الهدف الاستراتيجي للمديرية العامة للدفاع المدني فيما يتعلق في سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات، وكذلك منطلق أساسي لأؤكد من خلاله على دور الجهات الحكومية بجميع فئاتها في هذه المنظومة، منظومة سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات، من خلال مفهوم الدفاع المدني الشامل، والذي يكون لكل جهة من الجهات الحكومية دور رئيسي في الخطة العامة للطوارئ التي تعد وتقر من سمو سيدي وزير الداخلية في مواجهة حالات الطوارئ. من هذا المنطلق حقيقة نتحدث عن أهمية التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي وجميع ما يتعلق في هذا المجال في تسخيرها في هذه المجالات الأساسية. نتحدث عن والجانب الأهم خصوصا فيما يتم التركيز عليه في المنظومة الأمنية وفي منظومة الدفاع المدني هي ما يتعلق في الجانب الوقائي قبل الجانب الاستجابة ومواجهة الكوارث أو مواجهة الحوادث أيا كان نوعها. فالتحليل وتحديد وتقييم المخاطر والتنبؤ بوقوعها واستكشافها قبل وقوعها هذا من الأولويات العمل الوقائي والعمل والإجراءات التي تقوم عليها المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني والجهات الأخرى. خطط استمرارية الأعمال وخطط الجهات الحكومية الأخرى هذه تبنى حقيقة في مواجهة أو ما يتعلق في مواجهة حالات الطوارئ. تقييم المخاطر والتنبؤ بها وتسخير التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي. وأعتقد أنها مجالات وممارسات حقيقة بدأنا فيها في المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني، ونتشارك فيها مع شركائنا في الجهات الحكومية بمختلف مجالات عملها ومجالات اختصاصها. ما يتعلق في تحليل وتقييم المخاطر ثم بلورة هذا التحليل وهذا التقييم في تحسين الخطط الطوارئ والتخطيط للطوارئ والاستعداد للمواجهة من خلال كذلك ما يتعلق في جانب التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي وتسخيرها في هذا المجال.
إذا تسمح لي لربما هذا نتطرق له إن شاء الله في الموضوع القادم. من مفهوم الحديث الآن أن هناك استعدادات ومساهمات كبيرة جدا من الدفاع المدني في تطوير المدن الذكية. فيا ليت انك تحدثنا من هذا الجانب مدى الاستعدادات الكاملة للدفاع المدني في تطوير المدن الذكية وعلاقتها المباشرة في هذا النمو وهذا التطوير.
خلينا من هذا الموضوع حقيقة مساهمات المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني وفي هذا المجال، وأتحدث بداية في الجانب الأهم الذي هو جانب سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات، وفي الجانب الأخص في هذا الجانب الوقائي فيما يتعلق في تقديم أو إجراءات السلامة التي نحاول من خلالها أننا نمنع الخطر قبل وقوعه أو نحد من آثاره ونتائجه. في هذا المجال حقيقة نعمل مثل ما هو معروف، يعني الآن نسعى بكل ما نستطيع في تحقيق مفهوم السلامة في المنشآت الصناعية، في المنشآت السكنية. شاركنا بفعالية حقيقة مع اللجنة الوطنية كود البناء السعودي في المنشآت السكنية الحديثة الآن في توفر جميع متطلبات السلامة وما يتعلق بأنظمة الإنذار والكواشف الموجودة في داخل المسكن. نعمل في المرحلة القادمة بإذن الله في هذا المجال إلى ربطها في غرف العمليات لتحقق زمن استجابة سريع في هذا الإطار. نعمل حقيقة في المباني القائمة حاليا الآن والتي تفتقر إلى بعضها أو تقريبا من خلال الإحصائيات إلى عدم توفر متطلبات هذه السلامة والكواشف الموجودة في المنازل، والإحصائيات حقيقة فيما يتعلق بالحوادث وكثرتها في المنازل السكنية تدعونا كذلك إلى مبادرة موجودة لدى المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني. نعمل مع شركائنا في تفعيل هذا الجانب بما يتعلق في تأمين جميع متطلبات السلامة، خصوصا فيما يتعلق في الكواشف ومن ثم عملية ربطها بوابة سلامة حقيقة تؤدي خدمات متعددة في هذا المجال. نعمل مع شركائنا مع جميع الجهات في وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية، في وزارة التجارة، في جميع الجهات فيما يتعلق في تأمين متطلبات السلامة وسرعة الحصول على الترخيص من خلال رحلة المستثمر التي لا تستغرق سوى دقائق معدودة للحصول على ترخيص المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني وترخيص موحد الآن في جميع إجراءاته. نسعى من خلاله كذلك، ولدينا مبادرة قائمة الآن حاليا مع الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي حقيقة لمراقبة ما يتعلق بأنظمة الإنذار والكواشف وكذلك ما يتعلق في مخارج الطوارئ. جميع متطلبات السلامة في هذه المنشأة هذه تستغرق في عمليات التفتيش وعمليات الإجراءات التي تستطيع أن تقدمها التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي في هذا المجال من حيث نضمن سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات مرتادي هذه المنشآت أو من يعمل بهذه المنشآت أو من خلال جميع مجالات العمل في هذا.
نعم، يعني العمل وفق منظومة متكاملة رقمية مرتبطة ارتباطا تاما في جميع القطاعات وكذلك الأشياء المهمة جدا في تأسيس الأنظمة والنظم الرقمية والتكنولوجيا الحديثة في تحسين كفاءة أداء الدفاع المدني، وهذا يسهل حقيقة على التنبؤ بحدوث الهزمات كما ذكرت. كذلك هناك بعض الأنظمة إذا تسمح لي سعادة اللواء والنظم الرقمية التي عملت عليها الدفاع المدني في المدن الذكية، فمدى استخدام هذه البيانات في تكامل النظم الذكية إلى الوصول إلى النتائج الإيجابية المرجوة من استخدام والاستفادة من هذه النظم.
يمكن استكمالا للحديث السابق وتتمة أو إجابة لهذا التساؤل وتحقيقا للمستهدفات حقيقة والهدف الاستراتيجي فيما يتعلق في أهم هدف لسلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات فيما يتعلق في إنشاء المنصة الوطنية للإنذار المبكر، والتي حقيقة سعينا من خلالها أن في حالات الطوارئ في تحقيق زمن استجابة سريع وعمليات لتقديم الإنذار أو التحذير المبكر في حالات أي تهديدات من مخاطر معينة عن طريق أجهزة التواصل في أي منطقة بإمكانه تحديد أي جزء من مدينة في حال وجود أي تهديدات. ربطنا أو عملية الربط التقني مع جميع الجهات المعنية مع مركز الأرصاد وما يتعلق في التحذيرات، سواء ما يتعلق في التحذيرات الأرصاد الجوية، فيما يتعلق بالإنذارات، ما يتعلق بمهددات أخرى تأتينا من جهات أخرى. العملية التكاملية في هذه التقنية وإيصال وهذا حقيقة يعبر بجلاء فيما يتعلق في التدخل السريع أو العملية الإجراءات الوقائية في هذا نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. وحقيقة منصة موجودة لدى المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني نستطيع من خلالها تحديد مواقع ومواطن التهديدات والمخاطر في المواقع، من خلالها كذلك تحديد، وهذا نقطة مهمة جدا يمكن يعني في عامل الاستجابة الأولية وسرعة الاستجابة في مواجهة الحوادث. المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني وهي تعمل ضمن منظومة الجهات الحكومية حقيقة، وتقاس في مستوى التنافسية في مؤشرين مهمين جدا فيما يتعلق في مؤشر الاستجابة وفيما يتعلق في مؤشر الإصابات والوفيات. مؤشر الاستجابة وكما هو معروف لدى الجميع المؤشر الاستجابة الحقيقي في مباشرة الحوادث 7 دقائق من وقت البلاغ حتى وصول أول فرقة دفاع مدني إلى الموقع. هناك تحديات حقيقة تتعلق في البنية التحتية فيما يتعلق كذلك في سواء ما يتعلق في الطرق، فيما يتعلق في إشارات المرور، فيما يتعلق في عملية الربط. وهذا ما أكدت عليه في حديثي، التكامل والترابط مع جميع الجهات الحكومية. ومن هذا السؤال اللي بدأت في هذه المقدمة، لا يمكن أن لا يوجد مدن ذكية بدون أمن وسلامة فيما يتعلق في المنظومة المتكاملة في سرعة الاستجابة، الإصابات والوفيات المتعلقة كذلك في تقليل أعداد الإصابات والوفيات. وهذا مرتبط في الجانب الوقائي وفي جانب الاستجابة السريعة فيه.
نتحدث سعادة اللواء، نتحدث أن هناك مركز عمليات رقمي متكامل يرصد أي مخاطر قد تحدث أو أي كارثة تحدث قبل وقوعها، وهذا يدخل من ضمن اللي هو التنبؤ بحدوث الأزمة. وقد تختلف شدة حدوث الأزمة من قوتها أو احتماليتها بمقدار التنبؤ بحدوثها. ومركز العمليات الرقمي أو المستخدم فيه التكنولوجيا للتنبؤ بحدوث هذه الأزمات يسهم إسهاما كبيرا في تطوير العمل منظومة كاملة في المدن الذكية. تحدثنا في هذا الجانب، ومع وجود حقيقة سعادة اللواء في ظل النمو السكاني والتوسع والتطور الحضري الملحوظ ومساهمة الدفاع المدني في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، فما مدى مساهمة الدفاع المدني في تعزيز الشراكات في هذا النطاق والتواصل مع القطاعات، سواء كان في المخطط له الآن أو التخطيط المستقبلي في حال حدوث النمو الزائد والتطور الحاصل في المدن الذكية؟
حقيقة فيما يتعلق في هذا المجال يمكننا في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة ومن تحقيق الهدف الأساسي في هذا المجال والذي أكدنا عليه ونؤكد عليه حقيقة في تحقيق سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات، وهذا عنصر مهم جدا. فالتقنية بجميع مجالاتها واستخداماتها وتوظيفها في مجالات أعمال الدفاع المدني. كما تعلم الجميع أعمال الدفاع المدني متعددة في مجالات الإطفاء، في مجالات الإنقاذ، في مجالات الحوادث والكوارث بمختلف أنواعها. نعمل حقيقة مع جميع الجهات بتعاون وتكامل وتنسيق مستمر ودعم كبير كذلك من الجهات المعنية في التكامل في هذا الجانب، سواء فيما يتعلق في الجانب الوقائي، وهذا الأمر مهم جدا، في الجانب التوعوي، في جانب الاستجابة والجانب العملياتي. ووظفنا كذلك كثير من التقنيات في هذا المجال فيما يتعلق في رصد المخاطر، في التنبؤ بها. عملنا مع مركز الأرصاد، مع الجهات الأخرى، مع مركز الأزمات والكوارث، فيما يتعلق في تحليل جميع ما يتعلق في المهددات وتحليل هذه المخاطر والتنبؤ بها قبل وقوعها، حتى نستطيع أن نضع الإجراءات الوقائية. لن نستطيع أن نحقق حقيقة وفق التحديات الموجودة في البنية التحتية بما يتعلق مثلا في سرعة الاستجابة، نتكلم عن زي ما ذكرنا سابقا، إلا بتوظيف التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي، سواء في مجالات الكشف، في مجالات التأكد من متطلبات السلامة، في كذلك الوصول السريع لمواقع الحوادث. وفي هذا الجانب كنا أدخلنا بعض التجهيزات الحديثة فيما يتعلق في الدراجات النارية، وما يتعلق في المركبات الصغيرة التي تستطيع أن الوصول مدعومة بتقنية وذكاء اصطناعي للوصول إلى مواقع الحوادث في الدقائق الأولى لوقوع الحالة الطارئة أيا تكن.
احتواء الأزمة. صحيح. احتواء الأزمة. حقيقة الحديث ذو شجون فيما يخص السلامة سلامة الأرواح ومدى رفع مستوى الوعي لدى الجماهير أو دور الدفاع المدني في هذا الشيء. فحبينا لو ترى سعادة اللواء أن نتحدث حقيقة عن دور الدفاع المدني في تعزيز الوعي والتحضير للطوارئ، خاصة في المجتمعات الحضرية.
فيما يتعلق في هذا الجانب حقيقة الجانب التوعوي، ولله الحمد يعني المجتمع يعني بجميع فئاته على مستوى عال من الوعي، وكذلك الالتزام بالتعليمات التي تصدر له من الجهات المعنية سواء من الدفاع المدني أو من الجهات الأخرى، خصوصا في مجالات الوقاية وما يتعلق في المخاطر. عندنا وسائلنا المتوفرة حاليا، ولكن نسعى، وهذه من ضمن المبادرات التي نعمل عليها في تنويع أساليب ووسائل توعية الجمهور حقيقة في كل ما يتعلق في المخاطر التي ممكن تهدد سلامة وحماية الأرواح والممتلكات. وهذا إن شاء الله بإذن الله ضمن مبادرات سابقة قادمة بإذن الله نتحقق وننظر إلى المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني والدفاع المدني، وبتوجيه من سمو سيدي وزير الداخلية الذي أقر خطة مستقلة أو خطة خاصة في التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي، أننا نصل إن شاء الله في 2030 إلى مستهدفات حقيقة تتعلق في زمن الاستجابة السريع، وكذلك ما يتعلق في تقليل أعداد الإصابات والوفيات الناتجة عن الحوادث، أو ربما كذلك عن عدم الوعي أحيانا، كذلك ما يتعلق في المنشآت الحكومية والقطاع الخاص ودور الجهات كذلك في عملية التكامل وتوظيف التقنية الموجودة لديهم والذكاء الاصطناعي فيما يحقق هذا الهدف الرئيس، وليس هدف المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني فقط، فإنما هو هدف للجميع حقيقة الذي ننشده في سلامة وحماية الأرواح. وهذا ما نسعى إليه مع جميع الجهات، سواء يتعلق في السلامة والصحة المهنية مع وزارة الموارد البشرية، مع جميع القطاعات وجميع مشاريع الدولة الآن ولله الحمد تعمل وفق هذه المنظومة، وفق متطلبات واشتراطات السلامة، باستخدام أفضل التقنيات الحديثة وربطها بمراكز وغرف العمليات الدفاع المدني في عملية الاستجابة السريعة، في التنبؤ بالمخاطر، في كذلك في سرعة الانتقال والتحرك، وكذلك دور القطاع الخاص في القيام بمهام لحظة وقوع الحدث بتسخير كافة الإمكانيات المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني، حتى نستطيع بإذن الله أن تكون المملكة العربية السعودية بيئة جاذبة، كذلك الاستثمارات للسياحة فيما يتعلق في منظومة السلامة على وجه الخصوص،
كذلك والاقتصاد وكذلك الاستثمار. من فترة أو قرابة السنة نظم الدفاع المدني مؤتمر يعتبر من المؤتمرات حقيقة النوعية والذي تحدث فيه عن دور الذكاء الاصطناعي أو استخدام وسائل الذكاء الاصطناعي في إدارة الأزمات. قدم في أوراق عمل، كان هناك متحدثون أو متحدثين على مستوى كبير جدا، مستوى عالمي، مستوى وطني ومحلي وإقليمي. ما هي أبرز التوصيات التي خرجت من هذا المؤتمر؟
حقيقة يمكن أدركنا موضوع حقيقة التحديات اللي تواجهها المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني، وبتوجيه من سمو سيدي حفظه الله في عقد حقيقة الكثير من المؤتمرات. المؤتمر العلمي للممارسات الذكية حضروا من مجموعة من الدول من المتحدثين. كذلك عقدت قبل فترة فيما يتعلق ورشة في التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي لتوظيف هذا المجال في مهام وأعمال الدفاع المدني. لعل من كثير من التوصيات كلها تتعلق في ما تحدثنا عنه في هذه الجلسة، في تحقيق مستهدفات المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني في سواء في المجال الوقائي وفي مجال التوعية وفي مجال الاستجابة، وتوظيف التقنيات وفي الذكاء الاصطناعي في هذا المجال. البنية حقيقة التحتية للمديرية العامة للدفاع المدني في هذا المجال بيئة جدا ممتازة. حقيقة استفدنا من هذه المؤتمرات في تعزيز هذه البنية من خلال حقيقة إشراك كثير من زملائنا في برامج عليا ودراسات عليا في التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي سواء داخل المملكة وخارجها. عززت هذه الدراسات وهذه التجارب وهذه التوصيات من منظومة العمل التقني في المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني، حتى تواجد لدينا مركز للخدمة التقنية في المديرية العامة للدفاع المدني، منصة رقمية للبنية المؤسسية للمديرية العامة للدفاع المدني توظف جميع مجالات أعمال الدفاع المدني وجميع مجالات التقنية لننطلق أقوياء من الداخل لمواجهة المتغيرات والتحديات المستقبلية.
الله يعطيك العافية سعادة اللواء. في حقيقة الوقت لا يسعنا، ولكن لو يسمحون لي بس مجرد دقيقتين أو 3 دقائق، أنا حاسبها عندي بالتوقيت. الشراكات أو التوصيات من هذا المنتدى، ما الذي تطمح له الإدارة العامة للدفاع المدني للخروج بتوصيات إيجابية من هذا المنتدى؟
لقد كان حديث جانبي مع معالي الدكتور حقيقة قبل هذه الجلسة فيما يتعلق في مخرجات وتوصيات هذا المنتدى، وأنا يعني أعتقد الموضوع الأمن والسلامة وجوانب التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي وجميع مخرجاتها حقيقة هي تصب في هذا الاتجاه. فالبيئة الجاذبة ونتحدث عنها كثيرا، استثمار واستقطاب الشركات والجهات، هذا عامل مهم جدا عندما توفر، لأن هذا الجانب الأمن والجانب السلامة وقياسه في المؤشرات الدولية حقيقة هي ما تعزز هذا الجانب. فأنا أعتقد جميع الانعكاسات والتوصيات التي ذكرت من أصحاب المعالي وأصحاب السمو كلها تصب في هذا الاتجاه، في مدن ذكية تستوعب جميع مجالات وعمل القطاعات المختلفة بما فيها الأمن والسلامة، بما يتعلق في مؤشرات دولية حقيقة تقاس فيها المملكة، وذكرنا منها ولعل نكررها مرة ثانية معدل أو مؤشر الاستجابة، مؤشر الإصابات والوفيات، مؤشرات أخرى كذلك، وهذه بتكامل هذه الجهات وتعزيز هذا التكامل ما بين جميع الجهات المعنية. أنا أعتقد أنها بإذن الله سوف تكون مخرجاتها وأثرها حقيقة في تعزيز الخطط الاستراتيجية لدى القطاعات الأخرى في هذا المجال، في مجال التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي بما يخدم مهامها وأعمالها.
الله يعطيك العافية يا دكتور، شكرا جزيلا على حديثك الماتع حقيقة، وشكرا لكم، والشكر موصول للجنة المنظمة لهذا المنتدى. تقبلوا تحياتي، أنا محدثكم يوسف بن سعيد الأحمري، وانقلوا عن الدكتور حمود الفرج، واقتبس هذا الحديث من الزميل عبد الله: كيف تقام مدن ذكية بلا أمن وسلام. شكرا.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, here at the Global Smart City Forum, we have had 2 packed days of conversation and connection, and we reach our final panel discussion. Now, honored guests, the challenge with a final discussion is it's no good to add some random tangential subject. The challenge for our next guests, I think, is to take us on a journey through the last years of the smart city and potentially into the future, because this session is titled From Connectivity to Intelligence. And we all want to know what's next. Well, what next is for me to introduce all of our guests, including the chair for this session. I'm secretly hoping we'll get some predictions from our group. Our chair is perfectly poised to lead us into the discussion. They're a partner and the global lead for smart cities at BCG. Why don't we give them a warm forum welcome? Please welcome out with their guests, Akram Awad. Welcome. Welcome, Akram. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us in the very last panel of the very first edition of the Global Smart City Forum. We will take you through a journey today, a journey through everything that smart city concept stands for, a journey to the past, 15, 20 years ago, when the whole concept of a smart city was about digitization of services, and then to where we stand today, to a more customer-centric approach, or what I refer to, what I call the city as a platform, which is all about serving the people. We will travel to the future, where we will get more around the concept of augmented cities, and then even furthermore into the ultimate vision of the cognitive city. With me today, I have Engineer Fahd Soleh, Deputy Mayor for Digital Transformation and Smart City at the Riyadh Region Municipality. I have Mr. Simon Joe, VP of Huawei Global Public Sector. And I have Mr. Marcus Schwartz, the Vice President and Head of Consulting of Middle East and India in Siemens Advanta. So let's get started. The moment I mention the word smart city, I can guarantee you that the majority of the people in the audience or in the public will start thinking technology.
But let me ask you, is smart city really only about technology, or there is more into it and its real purpose in life? Engineer Fahad, let's start with you.
First of all, I would love to say good evening to everybody. And technology is essential. We all know that smart cities, they cannot achieve anything without technologies. But technology is an enabler. It should not be looked at as the purpose that we are targeting to achieve. In smart cities, the philosophy is that we are planning to build and deliver services that will achieve for us basically two goals. It's either gonna deliver a better life for people, or it will allow us as municipalities to effectively and efficiently manage the cities. So when those two goals are achieved, then we can say that we have succeeded in delivering a successful smart city solution. So to answer the question, technology, yes, is important, but it's a way of reaching to the end purpose that we are targeting, which is a better life for people.
Thank you, Engineer Fahad. Simon?
Hello. From our point of view, as smart city point of view, we think technology is one of the key drivers for the smart city to be fulfilled and implemented. As we see nowadays, the new technology like the AI, big data, and cloud and 5G are keeping popping up. So we stand as a technology enabler. We would like to enable those smart city to be fully implemented. So from my point of view, technology is one of the key enabler for the smart city.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yeah, from my side, I can only echo at the end what here my colleagues already mentioned. For us, technology is clearly an enabler, and I think we should also honor that without the advances that we saw in terms of technologies over the last couple of years. Cities nowadays, they wouldn't be able to provide the services to the citizens, to the residents, they actually do today. But the challenge here is that citizens, people, they do have expectations, and those expectations, they keep increasing over time. And that goes so far that we see people basically choosing where they want to move to, where they want to live, based on the digitalization level of a city or a municipality. And that's something that imposes a big challenge to the cities. Now, here to your first part of the statement. So technology is an enabler, it's an important one. But in my opinion, the truth is that we need to get a lot of different factors right in order to build successfully citizen-centric smart city services.
Let me pick on this specific point, the citizen centricity, the citizen expectations. So when the whole smart city concept was coined around 15, 20 years ago in South Korea with the U-City, it was all about let me digitize as many services as possible. Since then, there was a big learning curve, and we started looking into smart city more holistically, into the city as a platform that delivers on serving the people of the city. Now, how can we actually achieve this? How can the cities deliver on this mission to be citizen-centric platforms creating value for its people? Engineer Fahad.
From my point of view, I believe that the right approach to look at smart city solutions when you are planning to work on that is, especially during the planning and the design phase, you have to look at the full ecosystem. You have to look at from 360 degrees to all the activities that are happening in the city. Some of the experiences we have seen in some cities internationally is that they focus, as we mentioned earlier, on technology. So they implement it, but at the end it doesn't achieve anything. And they haven't looked at the other ecosystem components. So I believe this will be one of the most important things to look at, the full ecosystem. what are the components that we will integrate together. For example, the solutions, IoT, whatever, data, and other technology, especially with the modern technologies like AI and others. All of these, once integrated together, and we have a clarity on what are we trying to achieve, I believe the execution will run smoother, and at the end it will allow the city management team to achieve the goals.
Perfect. Simon?
For smart city to be citizen-centric, from my point of view is the smart city services has to follow the citizens' daily needs. I just would like to give one example, what happened in my country during the smart city journey. 5 years ago, when we're going to renew the smart city services, we analyze carefully what are the normal daily activity as a citizen they want. For example, just a very simple example, a citizen has a new baby born. He has to get different kind of applications to get the ID, to get the, how can we say, registration, blah, blah. Before, he has to apply to different government agencies. Maybe 5, maybe 10, he can apply online. But he still has to log in into different websites to make the registration. On the new phases, what we are going to do is, we help the government to consolidate the procedure, consolidate the data, make the data automated, and the citizen procedure has to be greatly improved. He just has to go through one unified portal, click, I have a new baby, I would like to apply for this kind of procedure. Everything was done quickly. So this is one small and useful example to be citizen-centric. Okay? So we summarize all the daily important things the citizen has to be done. For example, we summarize 20 events or 30 important items, and we redesign the procedure based on that. This is one of the examples how in my country the citizen-centric of the smart city has been implemented.
Amazing. Marcus?
So you're absolutely right? So at the beginning, the focus was on digitalizing single, isolated services. And that was a very often a bottom-up approach. It was very technology, very solution-oriented. And at the end, what we got out of it was the digitalization of basic utility or transportation services. So nowadays, what we see is there's 3 things that I would like to call out here and keep into the consideration for everyone. Nowadays, first of all, we need a very strong citizen involvement, right? And cities started doing this. At the beginning, it was all about asking proactively about feedback for services that were provided, that run pulse checks, that they wanted to get feedback back on saying, what can we improve? How can we do it better? But it wasn't enough. Now what we see, what cities started doing is they give actually ownership to the residents. And they give them the ability technically to say, I can report damages, for example, or I can report incidents, potholes in the street, graffiti somewhere on the wall. And if the city takes fast action against it, mitigates those incidents, the resident feels involved, they feel ownership. And that's something I think that is critically important to become more citizen-centric. The second for me is, it's nowadays a lot about personalization and customization. So we collect a lot of data, and that enables us nowadays to actually provide individualized services based on the behavior, the preferences, or even the demographics of different residents. And the last one that I would like to emphasize here on is there's a very strong technology transition in order to make the citizen-centric platform possible. Nowadays, we don't think about single use cases anymore, but we look from the beginning end to end. We define from the beginning architecture that basically goes across different entities, across different cities. And from the beginning, we think of things like interoperability, open data standards, APIs. We need to make sure that whatever we do fits into the broader ecosystem. And I think that's what will help us, or helped us already, to become more citizen-centric.
Very good. Let me dig even further into and deeper into this. I want to draw on your expertise. You are people that are hands-on in delivering smart city mandates or supporting it and advising it.
So I want to get from you, from your experiences, from your challenges, what are the key lessons learned for us to really get the smart city right, both in the technology and the non-technology? And let me start with you, Simon, and I'm going to ask this even kind of more specifically. Huawei is very active in China. China has a very unique journey. When we usually talk about China and smart cities, there are many smart cities that pop up that are flagship success stories. What is unique about what China did to make the smart city agenda work and deliver?
It's a very big topic. Okay. From our understanding and from Huawei's last 20 years experiences in the smart city domain, domestically in China and all over the world, and we see there are many, many factors are important. But if you ask me to name it, the first one is government initiatives and the willingness. You know, government is the key who drive the smart city. So government should have a clear vision how the smart city should go, and he should have a top layer design. Top layer design means he has to clearly define the visions, the missions, and supporting pillars for the smart city. And I saw in the kingdom, the government already have the clear vision, which make me, how can we say, very, 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 very enlightened. And the second thing is to choose a suitable technology. And the smart city technology is a very big topic, but normally, from our understanding is, in most of the scenarios, the first step is digitalization. You have turned a lot of procedures, paperwork, daily lives, from physical world to digital world. After digitalization, then we need the cloudization and AI empowered. We have different technologies to use fully the value out of the data. And by the regulation from the government of data privacy and all this, we should enable a good ecosystem, domestic ecosystem, internet ecosystem, to generate the values for the citizens under the government regulation point of view.
Yeah.
And on the bottom of this, we should have strong infrastructure. We cannot imagine a smart city without good interconnection, wireless connection or fixed connection. This is the very important part. And of course, for smart city, we have to ensure the citizen live in a peaceful environment. So the general public security are so important. The new technology like the computer visions, cameras are already popped up, has to make the city more and more peaceful. And let me give you one example. In the city where I live, its name is Shenzhen. It's a city with 20 million populations. The crime rate has decreased more than 80% during the last 10 years. One of the key drives is within the smart city initiatives, the government has used a lot of new technology, like the smart cameras, like how can we say, big data technologies to reduce the crime. So people live more and more peaceful and happy.
Yeah, thank you.
So to summarize, technology and the government's governance and the vision are the most important factor from our point of view.
Engineer Fahad, you are the Deputy Mayor of Riyadh, a city, a major city that's going probably the biggest transformation any major city in the world is going through today. Sure. I'm sure you're facing your own unique challenges when it comes to delivering on the smart city challenges on the agenda. How do you address these challenges?
So I will build up on what Simon said. We believe that legislation and having the right legislation at place is one of the key important factors for any successful smart city implementation. And I believe here in Saudi Arabia, the guys at Sadaya and SASO and other organizations, they have done a very good job at that front. So we have the legislation part almost covered. The second thing would be, as Simon mentioned, maybe the infrastructure and the readiness. But on the third angle, when it comes to technology and capabilities, I believe in Saudi Arabia we have an amazing support, and we have the capabilities to achieve whatever we can dream of. And we have done that. I mean, during the past almost year and a half, we have achieved a lot. In Riyadh City, when it comes to, for example, the visual pollution detection, when it comes to smart lighting, smart parking, we are working on that. And as I mentioned, we have the blueprint on how Riyadh should look like, and we are starting to build on the components. We will integrate all of that together to achieve the final outcome. The final outcome is to build the smart Riyadh that we all can be proud of, to be honest.
Thank you. Marcus, anything you would like to add from the variety of cities that you get exposed to and you advise?
So for me, it's really about 4 things that I would like to call here into your minds. Number 1 is, which is critically important nowadays, is everything around planning and collaboration. So nowadays, it's not anymore about an individual. It's not about your own use cases, but it's for the full ecosystem, and it's a long-term planning. That's crucially important. The second one is governance, right? So nowadays, you will figure out that you need to go across many different entities, many different stakeholders. And the key important thing is all of the single stakeholders, they have their own objectives, they have their own ideas on what an ideal outcome would be. But for our city managers, the goal is to keep all of them aligned and make them all pull on one string. And that's an immense challenge, but it's crucially important. The last one is, we mentioned it before, is technology. Now it's not about a single solution anymore, it's about building an ecosystem, right? And then to keep it short, the fourth one is what we addressed earlier. Nowadays it's all about citizen centricity. You need to follow an outcome-oriented approach, and from there drive down your technology initiatives that you want to implement.
Thank you, Marcus. So now I want us to go one step to the near future. With all the abundance of data that we're generating, with the maturity and the evolution of emerging tech, be it AI, be it digital twins, metaverse, robotics, all of that, there's an opportunity now to get to a new era of what we can call the augmented cities. How can we augment all of these emerging technologies and unlock their value for the benefits of our city citizens? Let me start with you, Engineer Fahad.
Yeah. So as we mentioned at the beginning, the ecosystem and the design of the ecosystem, this will lead us, Dr. Akram, to what you have mentioned. I mean, having an augmented capabilities that will jointly work together to achieve the target. What will be the target in these days is to be actually a cognitive city. A city that, based on the data, the activities that are happening on the city, it can operate itself, sort of speak. If a light, for example, bulb goes down, a notification will be sent to the right team. They will jump in and fix it. So we will be proactive rather than reactive and waiting for example, citizens or residents to report on issues that they face on the city. This is a small example on how a cognitive city can help us. I mean, with the data and analytics, the possibilities are endless. I mean, we can do predictions, we can empower the urban planning, especially with the utilization of BIM, which is Building Information Modeling, digital twins. We can do urban planning properly, and informed decisions are taken based on data, analytics, and advanced technologies.
Excellent. Yeah. Simon?
I'm thinking, you know, right now there are new technology coming like the AI and VR, AI, and we're discussing about the AI augmented city. This kind of a new technology can be fully implemented in the areas like Saudi, because we see Saudi right now become a huge construction land. Okay, all this kind of city planning and city, how can we say, enablement has to be fine-tuned in the virtual world before you implement it in the physical world. All these kind of technologies, so far as I see, are already accepted and widely used. For example, in the new cities, so far as we see. As one of the parts of this technical enablement, Huawei would like to support for this augmented city, what we call, okay, in the future.
Thank you. Marcus?
Yeah, so look, talking about augmentation is a topic that is honestly very close to my heart, right? And that's mainly because one of the core missions of my company, of Siemens at the end, is to bring the physical and the digital world very closely together, right? And at the end, we replicate the physical environment and, let's say, a digital twin, we run simulations on it, and we do all of this before anything is physically built in reality. And that's something pretty cool that is only really possible since a couple of years now. Now, here, if I can give you one example, we worked very recently with a client on it who is an education provider, and in fact, a global university. And if you think about universities, the big ones, the global ones, they have massive campuses. And sometimes those campuses have hundreds, if not thousands, of different buildings on it. And what this client of ours did is they digitalized the full campus operations, and with that, introduced new services to increase user friendliness or user services to the students, to the teaching faculty, or also enabled energy efficiency services for the operational staff. And one example how they did this is, which I find very impressive, you all know about BMS systems and the way how we set AC controls, or outside the Middle East, heater controls in the past. Everything was rule-based. It was predefined, basically, and at a certain point, at a certain trigger, the AC switched on to a certain temperature or it switched off. This is all what the rule-based engine could do. Nowadays, we have sensors in the ceiling of our rooms that actually figure out how crowded the room is, how many people are in the room. And with that, the AI engine overrides the rule-based engine, and it sets dynamically the temperature in the room based on the actual occupancy level of a room. And with that, we control energy consumption, emission levels, and with that, at the end, spend our energy cost much, much more efficiently than we could do without any of those technical solutions.
Amazing. Let's push it a little bit further in the future. We are today in Saudi Arabia, a place where we can arguably say where the future of cities is being shaped or reshaped. And with NEOM, for example, coining the concept of the cognitive city, very futuristic. So for you, if we go to, let's say, 2030, what is the vision of smart city that you see it by 2030? And let me start with you, Engineer Fahad, because you have a very specific milestone to hit in 2030.
Yes, and in Riyadh, as everybody knows, we have a very important milestone, which is the Expo 2030. Riyadh will be hosting this amazing event, which will run for a continuous 6 months. So the preparations have started from the day of the announcement of Saudi Arabia winning, or Riyadh winning the hosting this event. Our ambition will be to build the smartest city in the world, where we're going to provide, the city will be a safe, a clean, a city that is properly governed, and provides a place where people can feel the quality of life and appreciate the quality of life. The 6 months of Expo, it's going to be a very interesting period for Riyadh. And as I mentioned, although it might look like 6 years from now, but I assure you, preparations have started with so many organizations that are responsible for the Riyadh region, like the guys at RCRC, Riyadh Municipality, Mumra, and other entities as well. So the collaboration is there, the focus is there to build the smart Riyadh for the future.
Amazing. Simon, smart city in 2030, what does it mean to you?
When we're talking about cognitive city, right? Mm-hmm. The topic we discussed. There will be a lot of technology behind, and there will a lot of scenarios behind. So we have to find the suitable scenarios and to support this cognitive city. maybe different people, different organizations, different definition, but I think the cognitive city will be the next step for the smart city. And the city has to be smart enough. Let's just give one example. Suppose in the future city, on the road, there's some small incident, the car crashing each other. For the cognitive city, we believe the car should be intelligent the sensor has to be feel the car make the crash and the report to the city management center to the AI, and the AI will automatically dispatch the rescue team to handle the things on the site. This kind of a preventive auto-sensing capability are one of the key features of a cognitive city from our point of view. And it needs all the government and the effort to realize these kind of things to be true. And I definitely believe in the future, for the new city, it will be the pioneer in the world for this kind of technologies.
Marcus?
Yeah, so for me, I think first of all, what I would like to do is I would like to define cognitive, so to make sure everyone in the room also has the same understanding. So cognitive, when we talk about a building, for example, basically means not much more than that the building is fully integrated in its environment, right? So it recognizes basically what is happening around it, and then it can take automatically, ideally autonomously, mitigation measures by itself. And here, if I reflect a little bit on what we have seen in the last years in terms of technological advances in the city environment, I must admit I'm very excited of what the coming years will bring here. And especially with that, I'm very confident that looking another 5-10 years ahead, we will manage to build much more greener, much more resilient, much more citizen-friendly, but also much safer urban environments than we're able then to do so today. And this is something I'm looking very much forward.
Excellent. Now, as this is the very final panel of the day, we get one more bonus question. I'm giving myself the freedom for that. Now, after everything that we've covered, what is the one more or additional thought that you want to leave the audience of this forum with? And for that, let's actually start with the reverse order. So, Marcus, let's start with you.
So I have actually 3 aspects that I would like to share. 2 of them are of a very positive nature. With my last one, I would like to stimulate a little bit of a reflection here, also in the room with everyone individually with you. So the first aspect here for me is, and this is something we've seen here over today, yesterday here at the Congress also, I think it's very safe to say that if we look at smart city development, sorry, I'm losing my headset here. When we look at smart city developments, the bar is set and continuously raised here in the Middle East, right? And it's not Europe, it's not the US, it's our countries here. And then especially if you look at countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, it's us basically who define innovation and who say this is what defines a smart city. And everyone else is playing catch up. And I think being part of a very selected group who is able to shape this development is something we all can be pretty proud of. My second reflection is around that all of this development, especially here in the region, it hasn't started by itself, right? It didn't come from nothing, basically. This is all done because of the very visionary leadership that we see here in the region that is driven by the different countries, by the government, by leading entities in those countries. And here, I particularly would like to call out Sadaya and NSI, the National Center of Artificial Intelligence, who also invited me for this event, and I'm extremely grateful to be here and share my thoughts with you. Now, the third one here is something I would like to think everyone a little bit about here. With the smart city services that we develop, we keep collecting an immense amount of data to run our analytics on it, to derive our insights from. But the thing is, this data is not ours. We're not the owner of that data, right? We're only, as city managers or as technology providers at the end, we're only the trusted custodian of that data. And it's our responsibility to ensure data privacy, data protection, cybersecurity standards are all in place in order to protect this data that is entrusted to us as operators at the end. And this is my ask to everyone here in the room, to make sure that whatever we do, by whatever ambition we try to realize, we live up to this responsibility that is given to us and by the data of all the people that we have.
Thank you. Simon, one final thought?
I'm very delighted to join the discussion. For the smart city, it's a very big topic, and every country, based on our observation, has their way to implement the smart city. For the kingdom, definitely right now, you are at a very good position to start the smart city initiatives, and I sincerely believe Sadaya are playing a very key role in the smart city initiatives, because you are holding the nationals, how can we say, regulations and data and the AI platforms. And technology is one of the most important enabler to the smart city, and smart city has to be, how can we say, regulated. How can government has to issue different regulation. Technology has to help the regulation to be implemented, and a good ecosystem should also be formed to realize this kind of different scenarios under the smart city initiatives. As Huawei, we were very eager and we are very happy to be one of part of the whole ecosystems, to share our best practice across the different countries and other places in the world, and to be part of the whole ecosystem to implement it in Saudi.
Okay. Thank you very much. مهندس فهد، كوننا بالسعودية خلنا نتنفس شوي نختمها بالعربي. ملاحظاتك الأخيرة.
طيب الله يعطيك العافية دكتور. احنا فعلا يعني صراحة ودي اختم بشغلة واحدة فيما يخص المدن الذكية. يعني رغم أننا نتكلم دائما عن التقنيات والخدمات ورغبتنا إن شاء الله بأنه نبني مدن ذكية ونخدم الناس بأفضل طريقة، إلا أنه صراحة لا ينبغي أن نغفل عن جانب الاستدامة وجانب الانتباه للطبيعة وللبيئة. يعني في النهاية أغلب خدمات المدن الذكية في أغلب الأحيان تتطلب أنك تركب حساسات على مستوى المدينة، تتطلب أنك مثلا في الذكاء الاصطناعي وفي زي ما نعرف يعني طاقات في الأجهزة، وتتطلب يعني جهد صراحة عالي، وهذا بالتالي يتطلب طاقة، والطاقة في النهاية قد يكون لها أثر على البيئة. فهذه يمكن النقطة أخيراً يعني مهم صراحة جداً جميعاً نفكر فيها، أنه جيد أنه ننطلق في مسار بناء المدن الذكية، لكن المفترض أنه لا نغفل عن الطبيعة والبيئة. فالتوازن يعني إيجاد التوازن الجيد بين هالمفهومين صراحة مهم جداً. وإن شاء الله أننا في المملكة العربية السعودية يعني بيكون هالموضوع إن شاء الله نصب عينينا. أنا إذا تسمح لي بس أختم يعني سريعاً. يعني أمس يمكن سمو الأمين في سمو أمين منطقة الرياض الأمير فيصل بن عبد العزيز بن عياف يمكن وضع أو ذكر سموه أن إن شاء الله الرياض ستفاجئكم، وإحنا إن شاء الله نقول وبتعاوننا مع يعني شركائنا من كافة الجهات الحكومية وأيضاً شركائنا من القطاع الخاص اللي صراحة نفتخر فيهم جميعاً، بالذات من الشركات الوطنية المتوسطة والصغيرة. في عدة شركات صراحة بدينا نشتغل معهم وشفنا عندهم ما شاء الله قدرات مميزة جدا، ومتفائلين صراحة بالمستقبل الذي سنبنيه إن شاء الله مع هؤلاء الشركاء. فإحنا نقول بإذن الله أننا على قد الطموح وعلى قد التحدي إن شاء الله اللي يعني وضع أمامنا سمو الأمين، وبتعاون الجميع بإذن الله سنصل إلى رياض المستقبل اللي كلنا نحلم فيها بإذن الله.
بإذن الله تعالى. And I would and I love Engineer Fahad, your closure with a very key topic, sustainability. As we get into smart cities, sustainability should be right and left on how we do it in order to balance our action for smarties with the real impact, not only for our citizens, but for actually our citizens, our nature. Please join me, everyone, in thanking our panelists.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, we're reaching the final chapter of our two-day global forum together. And that's why it's time to invite somebody to the stage for some final reflections. Please welcome up His Excellency, the Director of the National Information Center, Dr. Essam Alwagate.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and visionaries of tomorrow, as we reach the conclusion of this remarkable Global Smart Cities Forum, I stand before you inspired and hopeful. I'm humbled by the shared vision and the collective wisdom which has illuminated our discussions. This forum has served not just as a meeting of minds, but as a beacon of hope for the sustainable, inclusive, and intelligent urban landscapes we aspire to create. In this forum, we had more than 100 speakers coming from more than 40 countries. We have signed 13 agreements, and we had more than 12,000 registered attendees. With a heart full of gratitude, I thank each of you for your invaluable contributions. Your insights, dedication, and leading ambitions are the basis upon which the cities of tomorrow will be built. Cities that ensure not just advancement in infrastructure, but also a leap forward in human well-being and environment stewardship. Our mission together is to create urban spaces where technology serves humanity, enhancing the quality of life and safeguarding the environment for future generations. Throughout our sessions on planning the green cities of the next century, governance of data-driven smart cities, the future of urban mobility, and disruptive innovations, including transhumanism, we've been engaging in creative discussions on important topics, like making our cities green, using data to manage them better, improving how we get around, introducing new technologies, and making sure our cities' services are top-notch. We have covered everything, from how we use energy and run our economy, to how we govern, travel, take care of our health, and educate our people. We have also addressed several important topics, for example, traffic congestion. Our discussions have underscored the importance of integrating smart energy solutions for a sustainable future, fostering smart economy that thrives on innovation, ensuring smart governance through transparency and efficiency, revolutionizing mobility with smart transportation systems, and prioritizing human well-being through smart healthcare and education. These are the pillars upon which our smart cities will stand, reflecting our aspirations for an interconnected, resilient, and flourishing urban ecosystem. In our journey towards building smarter cognitive cities, data stands at the core of the transformation. By harnessing the vast amount of data generated daily from traffic flow and energy usage to public service demand, we can make informed decisions leading to more efficient, sustainable, and responsive cities. Data allows us to anticipate needs, streamline services, and engage with citizens directly, ensuring that the development of our urban spaces is a collaborative effort. It's through this data-driven approach that we can truly optimize the way our cities function, making them communities that reflect our collective ambition and foresight for the future. In embracing the role of data, we commit to a path of continuous improvement, innovation, and inclusive growth, shaping smart cities that are equipped to meet the needs and the challenges of tomorrow. On behalf of the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, I would like to affirm our unwavering dedication to digital empowerment and the pivotal role of data in shaping the future of decision-making alongside our esteemed colleagues from the government and the private sector. In the realm of smart city initiatives, the Saudi Data and AI Authority stands at the forefront. At SDAIA, we steadfastly lead the charge in adopting and advancing AI and data technologies within smart cities. Thank you all for being part of this important forum, which has sown the seeds of change, and together, we will nurture them into success. Let us carry the torch of progress, lightening the way for cities that transcend the ordinary, becoming spaces of smart innovation and human-centric design. Likewise, as part of SDAIA's commitment, I'm glad to announce today the launch of the Center of Excellence in Congestion Solutions using data and AI. As I thank you, I invite you to watch this introductory video showing our dedication. Thank you very much.
To enhance the kingdom's position in the field of data and AI, and to position it in the forefront of global leaders in building smart cities for a better life, SDAIA announces the launch of Center of Excellence in Congestion Solution using data and AI. It aims at using data and AI technologies to assist relevant entities in maximizing traffic flow efficiency and minimizing road congestion by empowering government entities and providing smart solutions, combining efforts and enhancing reciprocal roles between relevant entities, supporting database decision-making, capacity building in relevant areas, developing businesses as well as utilizing and localizing the latest cutting-edge technologies. Center of Excellence in Congestion Solutions using data and AI. A better life.
Well, what a fantastic encapsulation of those commitments and collaboration. Let me say a thank you once again to His Excellency Dr. Essam for those closing remarks. And now, honored guests, I invite you to stay with us as we recognize some of the organizations that have made this two-day forum possible. To help us with proceedings, let me welcome back onto stage my co-host with the most. Please join me in welcoming the brilliant Tumi Makabo. Tumi, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Charlie. You're brilliant too.
Tumi, it's been 2 days.
Yeah, it's been an incredible 2 days. It's been amazing, it's been jam-packed, it's been busy, so much knowledge sharing, and I think so many insights which we have to really be pleased with and acknowledge, so I'm really thrilled. But I think events like this, we all know, they don't just happen because we want them to happen. There are people who are strategically involved in making sure that everything comes together. And of course, those are the sponsors, those are the strategic partners, and of course, the knowledge partners. And that's where we're at, to make sure that we thank and acknowledge them appropriately. But it would be great to think that you and I can do it together, Ollie. But
I think
no.
we're missing something. We're
I
missing
think
that
we're
gravitas.
we need some gravitas, absolutely. So to help us with the gravitas, and of course to be sure to hand over these tokens of appreciation and acknowledgement, may you please give a very, very, very warm welcome to His Excellency Abdullah bin Sharaf Al Hamdi, the President of the Saudi Data and AI Authority. Your Excellency. If you can join us here, we would love it if you would do the honors of being the one to actually do the presentations to the sponsors, the strategic partners, and of course the knowledge partners. Great.
Yeah.
So, shall
well,
we
with
get
His
started?
Excellence,
What do you think?
I think we should.
I
Now,
think we should.
At this moment, why don't we all join in saying to His Excellency and the Sadaya team a huge thank you for their enormous support. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
It's been great.
Now, let us begin with proceedings. His Excellency will give out the honors. Our strategic partners, hugely important. Let us recognize from the Ministry of Interior, thank you to Mohammed Al-Bakri. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Ministry of Interior. From the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs, Engineer Musad Al-Utaibi.
And now we begin to recognize our sponsors. Firstly, from Aramco, we recognize Mr. Talal Almari.
Thank you, Aramco. From Elm, Alamin Al-Khazimi.
Thank you, Elm. From Tahacom, Engineer Mohammed Al-Barak.
Thank you, Tahacom. From STC, Badr Al-Shambani.
Thank you, STC. From Bank Al Jazeera, Mr. Mohammed Al Musa.
Thank you, Bank Al Jazeera. From Saudi Signs Media, Hassan Zaini.
And now we recognize our knowledge partners. Firstly, Sports Boulevard, welcome Sultan Al Hassan.
Thank you very much, Sports Boulevard. From Huawei, Mr. Simon Zhu He.
Thank you, Huawei. From Sky, that's S-C-A-I, Abdulaziz Al-Muammar.
Thank you, Sky. From PwC, Dara Saifan.
Thank you, PwC. From Oliver Wyman, Abdullah Al-Barak.
Thank you, Oliver Wyman. From Accenture, Abdullah Al-Dakhmash.
Thank you, Accenture. From Seoul Digital Foundation, Ji-Yeon Tak.
thank you, Seoul Digital Foundation. From IBM, Fahad Al-Anaisi.
Thank you, IBM. And our final award this evening goes to BCG, Dr. Lars Littig. Well, honored guests, that concludes our awards. So why don't we put our hands together for a final thank you to all of our recipients and, of course, His Excellency for doing the honors. Thank you.
I have to say, I so love that, and I've yet to be able to whistle like that.
Same.
It's like my mission in life to be able to do that. So whoever did that, I hope you'll give me lessons, because I really need to know how. But anyway, back on course, I digress. Let's get back to it, Ollie. We're
Well,
pretty much
to
done,
me,
yeah?
hundreds of amazing guests, a two-day global forum draws to a close with a very significant act of recognition and thanks. But goodness, it's been great. And really, the journey continues to me.
Absolutely, the journey does continue. I think what's great about this is that it was clearly a start of a conversation, clearly the beginning of a process that makes sure that we're mindful and deliberate when it comes to ensuring the evolution and the development of smart cities, not just here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but of course around the world, Ollie. But it's time for us to say our goodbyes.
It is. And until next time, we say a massive thank you to all of the participants.
Yes, indeed, we certainly do. He is Ollie Barrett. My name is Dumi Makhabo. I so enjoy and appreciate being here in Riyadh, so thank you for letting us continue to visit your beautiful city and your beautiful country. Thank you. And of course, to our audiences watching from wherever in the world you are, we so appreciate your time, your attention, and your contribution. Until next time, shukran. And one last word, if I could just ask all Sadaya employees and staff to please remain in the venue. Thank you very much.